Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the British Rowing Club Championships. This is Saturday. We've got a lot to look forward to, everything from the junior women's single sculls to the mixed championship eights. Our time trials will be getting started in just a couple of minutes. So if you are not already close to the bank, make sure you've got your eyes on the crews that you want to be cheering, so that you can come and offer them your support as they make their way past. My name is Sasha. I'm joined by Carol, stalwart of the commentary circuit here in our tower in the sky. So, Carol, anything you're looking forward to today?
Well, I just scrolled through the time trial list and could see just at the tail end of them we've got all the eights, every single eight. I love watching eights. We both love watching eights. But I did see in there some of the quads, women's club quads, open club quads, always a good one to watch. And then, of course, the women's junior 4 minus, the open junior 2 minus, all these exciting boat classes. So I think we're in for a delightful day. And we're like an eagle up in the sky there. We've got an eagle's eye views right up the course. We've got these wonderful cameramen showing us all the action. And then hopefully we can keep you as excited as we get.
Absolutely, and I think we do get quite excited up here, don't we? It's, as you said, the eights coming down the course. I also am very enthusiastic about the crews that we have on offer, so we look forward to bringing you them shortly. So, Carol, the single sculls are coming thick and fast down the course now in the first time trial of the day, race 101 in the programme, Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls. The first that will be coming down towards us is Hartpury A. I wonder if there are any names that you're familiar with on this sheet.
I was just trying to think. I'm sure I saw a James yesterday from Hartpury, and I can't remember what in. So that's the first one in our programme. We've got over 60, well, just under 60 scullers in this event. Huge field to be whittled down to the fastest 12 into the AB semis. And it can be quite harsh. So we know we'll all have the fastest 12, but then we've got the minor finals, which yesterday produced some amazing close races.
I always maintain that the minor finals are some of the most exciting to watch. I think we had some corkers yesterday together, didn't we? And I think that's one of my favourite things about the club championships is that, especially in the junior categories, you get so many people entered, and so the times often get quite close. I think we had some finals that were in the time trial, the athletes were within kind of 2.5 seconds of each other crossing the line.
Some of them less than that, and that was just the standard that we're seeing, which is great to see so many athletes coming back to do another day's racing. And we were just talking about this, that some of these athletes over the weekend will maybe race three times a day, 9 times over 3 days, which is a big ask at this stage of the season when a lot of athletes are just tapering down. They've done most of their big events and they're tapering down for just a bit of a rest period before they hit the head season again.
Don't forget, of course, the British Rowing Beach Sprints Championships.
Looking
come
forward to
August.
that.
Oh, yes. Down in beautiful Bournemouth. So this is kind of, the wind down for August. At the end of August, we get the wind up into head season. A bit of a treat on choppy water at the Beach Sprint Championships. But here, crossing the line first in the first time trial of the day, women's junior single sculls, is G. Janes from Hartpury University and College.
It's always hard being the first one in the time trial. You've got all that water in front of you, you've got no idea, but I'm sure she's got a good idea of how she's gone, because I could see she's certainly put a lot of effort into that time trial. And now I was expecting to see another Hartpury sculler, but I don't think that's Hartpury colours there.
We're going to have to get the... do you know who that is? That is sculler number 6 from Nottingham and Union, Anya Knight.
Martin will be commentating with us later.
Absolutely. The daughter of another one of our wonderful Coventry team. Martin, I'm sure, will be very excited to see his daughter cross the line. She's been doing spectacularly this season.
Yep, I remember seeing her at national schools.
She's
very well there.
Absolutely one of the rising stars of the season. She had a gold last year on Dorney Lake as a J16. She holds several J12 Concept 2 records, and so and I think she walked away with a medal position at the April trials, even though she was one of the younger scullers on the water. So brilliant to see her out.
So McGregor of Hartpury University and College has just gone through the line, and I think it was number 8 over there from Barn Elms just gone through
the lovely green.
And then we've got 11 George Watson's College, Clements. It's coming thick and fast now, but we've got a huge field to get through, so we should be expecting this.
Yeah, I think that is 64 entries. A few have scratched, but 64 entries at the start for the women's junior 18 single sculls. That is Barn Elms E. McDougall crossing the line there, followed by E. Jenkins of Hartpury University and College. Hartpury are one of the names that just consistently come up across the board, aren't they? They sweep, they scull, they beach sprint, and so lovely to see them here. But they do quite a lot, especially on the junior circuit. They're quite formidable, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And you always know if you see the names coming up, they're going to appear somewhere high up in the tables. So we just had Nicholson of Hexham there, sculler number 15, go through the line. Good sprint she had there for the finish, just lifting it up in those last few strokes.
Another finish coming. A look over the shoulder to see where the finish line is. I think that's one of the issues that we saw a little bit yesterday is, I think if you're not familiar with this water, figuring out where the actual finish line is quite intense. I think you've got these big towers on either side, and so you think it's going to come maybe at the start, maybe at the end, you're not quite sure. But just a reminder out there that if you are racing today, please do just keep going right until you see the white boys in front of you.
So that was Francis of Stratford upon Avon just gone through there, and she's followed by Wells of Warrington.
Have you done much single sculling in terms of racing, Carol?
I'm not a happy single sculler. I have done enough to lose my novice status.
Very good.
It was a cracking day of lots of races at Glasgow Green, but I don't have that mental strength to really push myself by myself. I am much better in a crew boat because I will not back off if everybody else is giving it their all. So that's where my mental strength is, not pushing myself in a single scull.
I quite agree with you. I think I've been out in a single maybe 3 or 4 times, and whilst I absolutely loved it as a very meditative piece, I don't think that I would do particularly well racing, just because, as you said, I got into rowing and I loved it because of the team element of it, and obviously it takes a team to get people here even in the single scull, but
just going through the line we had Pritchard of Grosvenor, the bright yellow kit there.
I think that might be the yellow of Minerva Bath, Olivia Greenwell.
Oh, sorry,
crew
got
20.
that wrong.
We also had Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club and Milner of Bradford crossing the line, and now some lovely orange kit.
Jansen of Lee.
You know, I've seen a lot more orange appearing on the waters recently, and so I think that people are starting to notice the joy that the Moroccan sunset brings, the Lee colours. And so I can't always confidently say that it is Lee when I see bright orange. For example, we've got some orange coming up here. We've got crews 24 and 23. 24, Stevenson of Weybridge, and 23, Pritchard of Grosvenor. So Grosvenor in orange.
Well, is it orange or is it more like a yellow?
I would say that that's an orange. I'd say maybe a light burnt umber.
It's great to have all these debates of different colours. Because, as we've talked about there, I remember having a discussion about the 50 Shades of Lilac.
Yes, yes.
Back at Bucks, was it Bucks?
Bucks, yeah, it was Bucks Regatta. There are an unfathomable number of clubs with purple in them when it comes to university rowing, apparently.
I think it goes back to the regal purple, the Roman regal purple back in the day.
Absolutely. A. Russo of Notts County Rowing Association there, just crossing the line in green. But I think that you might be right. I quite fancy myself a purple bit of kit, I have to say.
Our all-in-ones are purple with a little bit of black and white in them, but mainly purple. And almost can be mistaken for UL.
Oh, yes,
that sort of purple.
Course.
27, we have City of Cambridge, Gaskarth.
Here we've got some yellow. We really are having to get the binoculars out. Crew number 26, Christchurch Rowing Club, A. Tate, followed by crew 25.
Another Grosvenor sculler. Lots of Grosvenor scullers this morning.
Grosvenor scullers, yes. Grosvenor, I think, is not a name that I've seen appear too much, but that might be because I've focused my efforts slightly more on the university rowing scene.
And another Christchurch sculler there.
Yes. Here we've got a very recognisable bit of kit. Tideway Scullers School. This is crew 28. Tinsley of Tideway Scullers. I think I'd be very worried if I had any white on my kit, to be fair, to be honest, because I think especially in a single, you're quite at risk of kind of whacking yourself in the chest and kind of covering yourself in whatever weeds have wrapped themselves around your blades.
Yeah, and I tend to attract any piece of muck that's floating around, so I'm not... my kit certainly needs thorough washing every time I use it.
Oh, Azuno of Lee, just coming into her final few strokes of her time trial. We're about halfway through the single sculls now, but it's amazing to look up the course. You can just see this kind of flotilla of singles, and they look like little pond skaters, don't they, as they come down towards us?
And then you see the sort of puddles of the blades coming past, just seeing where the little footprints were, which is really quite sweet.
I think singles are must be difficult for someone who is sculling along with people watching that don't quite know how much effort it takes, because I mean there you've got crew 40 Tideway Scullers, Rosenbauer, 32 Sir William Perkins's I. Clarkson, and I mean they look like they're having quite a calm time, don't they? But I mean when you're racing in a single, it's hell for leather.
Well, you can't go too much hell for leather. You have to have that composure just to make sure that the power is going in where you want it to go in. It's not one for high ratings, it's more one for just making sure you're getting a good run on the boat for every stroke, because otherwise it's pretty exhausting. So another Christchurch sculler. We seem to have a flotilla of Christchurch boats just coming past us.
S. Hobby, crew 38 there. And then just finishing her time trial now, crew 31, A. Fishwick of Bedford Rowing Club.
Oh, good race going on here between these two scullers. Just both.
Ooh, big push there. Crew 35, Northampton Rowing Club's M. Harrison, really pushing off her competitor in the lane next to her, giving it a really good go across the line. I think it must be a lot easier to kind of push yourself down to the line when you've got someone next to you.
Oh, very much so.
I wonder if you took all of the data from single scull time trials and you could see who was next to someone as they came across the line versus who wasn't. Whether there was a kind of, I mean, A, an uptick in pace, but B, just a slightly faster time.
But then would they have a faster time because they caught up with somebody in front of them anyway? It would require knowing the separation at the start as well. Really interesting, isn't it? Just
Absolutely.
being pulled along by a sculler just beside you, and it does happen.
It really does, and you see it in races as well. You know, one person goes and they all try and follow. We just had Crew 33 there, Durham Amateur Rowing Club. S. Williams there in the lovely navy with the gold stripes. I think I saw her coach, Elliot, somewhere along the bank cheering her on. It's really nice, especially when you're time trialling first thing in the morning, to still have some support to keep you going as you make your way down the course. Crew 39 there from Tees, M. Anderson, followed by a Kingston sculler, and then Crew 36 from Chesterley Street. So quite a lot of northeastern representation here.
Absolutely, isn't it great to see? And we were talking about this yesterday, that you come to the club champs and you see all these athletes competing against people that they may never have competed with the whole season, and they're here just competing with people from different parts of the country, because travelling to events is very expensive, as we all know, so people tend to just stay within their own region.
Yeah.
But it's lovely just to see so many boats over the far bank, but so many athletes from the northeast, from the deep south, from north of the border, all coming together just to compete and make this such a good event.
Yeah, we had a wonderful chat with Tom Salisbury, British Rowing CEO, yesterday, and he was saying, you know, there are over 300 entries every single day, and it's just wonderful to see that many crews. And God, we've got a
Doncaster
fantastic
Schools, that's where the colour comes from.
Yeah, lots of colour and a fantastic sprint finish as well.
Crew number 47.
Crew 43, York City, next to her. And then another athlete from Sir William Perkins's, A. Harvey. Another set of slightly purple kit there, York City crossing the finish line.
So nice, it's a bit cooler today. I think it's a nicer racing day, to my mind. Just for these athletes. I think the sun will come through. There's a bit of blue skies appearing just through the clouds. But for the moment, it's nice to have a coolish time trial.
Absolutely. And I think looking slightly calmer there than some of the other scullers crossing the line from Tyne, Crew 49, Jay Wake, as she crosses over. Clearly has given her all in that time trial, but I think just looking really, really smooth, and I think it's really lovely to see all of these scullers who are juniors crossing the line. Gosh, is that a wooden boat?
It looks like it.
Crew 58 from City of Oxford, A. Naseby.
And that's another Doncaster Schools crew. I recognise the boat. Just distinctive boat, and you see it every so often. It always makes me smile.
I think I was having this conversation with Darbs yesterday, whose answer was copper. I have a pair double at home, and we have been having a debate for about 2 years now about what colour we're going to paint it, because he wants to paint it red and I want to paint it blue, because Ryan's college was red and my college was blue, and so we've decided we can't do either of those, and so we're kind of trying to play with other colours. What colour would you paint a boat?
See, I think I'd probably be very traditional, and I think it'd be white. I would have fun with the canvases. A bit like the fluid design, where you could have a canvas in different colours and they had that sort of metallic sheen on them.
Ooh,
so I would possibly just keep it traditionally white at the bottom, but be inventive with the canvases.
Okay.
You could have a lot of sort of really arty sort of patterns all over it, and you could bring in both red and blue and make it just very different.
Make it purple.
Well, not necessarily purple, but
yes, yeah.
Bring in both
different...
elements, but go for interesting canvas.
Okay, I'm liking. Okay, any commentators who are listening, I'm now going to be asking all of you this question. I'm taking polls. If you see me around the course as well, please do let me know what your thoughts are on boat colours. Speaking of fun canvases, actually, we've got some lovely orange chevrons over there. I think that's probably F. Thompson of Lee Rowing Club, their Sea Sculler. Had a couple of others crossing the line. O'Cherry from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club.
Then we have Cummings of St Leonard's School. Just go through the line there.
That is Queen Elizabeth High School, crew 51, A. Carlson Mitchell. Just finishing off her time trial, followed quite sharply by another Northampton Rowing Club sculler, Sea Child. I see the windsock is starting to kind of waft around. I think that the wind is picking up slightly. As you said, Carol, the conditions are slightly more pleasant. I think for racing today, I know a lot of people are saying...
Yesterday evening it strengthened up to quite a strong tailwind.
It did.
And I think we're seeing just a bit of a tailwind again this morning. It was slightly stronger than yesterday.
Not phasing E. Baker there of Worcester as she crosses the line, followed swiftly by F. Lillywhite of Peterborough City. I think I heard quite a few athletes talking about how they needed to go kind of really rest after their time trial, refuel, have a bit of a nap. I think, the heat just tires you out, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And I did feel sorry for those, well, I suppose really good for them that they made it to the AB semi-finals, but then they were racing round about noon, and then they had to come back and race again later. So they were racing sort of coolish in the morning, but then coming back doing their semis in the total heat of the day, and then having to sort of try and rest again to come back and perform. Whereas some of the other crews made it straight through into an A final, and the other crews having to do a repechage. So it's always difficult, your progression through into these finals.
Yeah, no, it's quite hard, and it's one of those things, especially if you know that you're not going to be one of those top 2 or top 1 scullers or rowers that get into the final straight away. You really have to pace yourself, don't you? We had the lovely blue of Strathclyde Park there, followed by crew 62 from Star Rowing Club, R. Kutelecki. Also Shanklin Sandowns, L. Pettit. And then finally in this little cluster from Cheltenham Ladies, F. Archer.
It's always nice when you see an unusual name and just think, I haven't seen that one this weekend. So
yeah. I feel like I need to start having a kind of a little bingo of clubs per event, but also just in general, because I'm starting to tick off events. I'm starting to tick off lakes I've been to. But, kind of want to make sure I've seen all the clubs at some point.
Well, it's interesting you should say that. There's some clubs that are appearing and you just think, I wonder what they row on. I wonder what the water's like. And I've started to sort of almost a rowing club tourism. It's just so that you can actually think, I know where you are now. Yeah, I know. That's interesting. And every rowing club has its own challenges, whether it's a small stretch of water where you have to turn all the time, or whether it's a tidal stretch of water, or whether it's shared with multi-users. Everybody has a challenge, but it's always interesting how each club overcomes their challenges to be able to compete at a 2,000 metre course.
Absolutely. I think that was something that we had a lot in Durham, is how on earth are we practicing for anything remotely close to 2 kilometres or above on a stretch of water that's 1.8k with Europe's narrowest rowable bridge on it.
I have rowed through that bridge a few times, and thankfully I was in a Cox boat. I would no way want to race through it in an uncoxed boat.
every time we had a head race when I was president that involved novices in a boat going through Elvet Bridge at race pace, I would make sure that I had the insurance saved for immediate speed dial on my phone, and I'd pre-filled out all the forms, and I think it's just really, it's as you said, it's wonderful to see how people overcome the challenges, and it actually means that when the Durham colleges go down to things like Weehawken and Hall, we're significantly better at navigating the the bridges. I say that one of our colleges did once hit, I think it was Chiswick Bridge side on. That was also quite an expensive mistake. Luckily, not my college, so it wasn't anything I had to deal with. But yeah, it lends itself to good practice for other areas. We're far better at navigating the arches of Hammersmith when we're going back down.
Yeah, I always think we've got quite a wide open piece of river which does get hit by wind, so we're very good in rough conditions, which I think if you can cope with rough conditions and wide open spaces, it gives you a bit more confidence. Some people row in canals where it's quite sheltered, quite narrow, and the water's quite nice all the time. But, you know, as we said, every club has its own challenges. And here we have, I can recognise the green of Windsor Boys School charging down this time trial.
Absolutely. I see S. Moss is the bow name of their double. We've now moved on to the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Moss, one of the four that was racing at Henley a couple of weeks ago in the Forley Challenge Cup. So brilliant to see them out and about in a slightly different boat class and on slightly different water. They are followed swiftly by Crew 65, the A crew of Lee Rowing Club.
And then I can just see the maroon of George Watson's College just coming in. Oh gosh, all these Junior 18 double sculls, every single one I've seen so far, come into the Orange Boys and really just lifted that pace and really sprinting for the line. And these crews, you know, these boys just definitely want to make it into the AB semi-finals, because that was some push.
That was a phenomenal push, yeah. And you can see as they cross the line, they kind of lean over slightly, catching their breath. I mean, really, really lovely to see. And I'm sure that as we get slightly further down, the sprint finishes will get slightly fewer.
Hereford doing exactly the same thing. You think they've been listening to us.
I know.
But you could just see them going to the boys, and then all of a sudden it was like a gear switch change. Let's just lift it and just go for it. And they're all doing it.
Yeah, Buell Bridge, they're doing exactly the same thing. Really lovely. I think it's fantastic because, as you said, it really gives them the best chance possible to get into that AB semi-final, to get a chance at contending for medals, but also it gives them the phenomenal practice of when they actually get to side-by-side racing, you have the adrenaline. Yeah.
They know they've got a finish in them.
They've got a finish in them. They know what their points are. They know where they want to have it, and it gives them a kind of a practice for the race plan that they will have in place for the side-by-side racing, when it will be a lot easier to have that sprint finish. Slightly less of a sprint finish there from St Peter's School, but still doing a very good job, I think, of just maintaining a good rate and quite a smooth scull as they come through the final stretches.
And Hinksey Sculling School here, just 71, just picking it up for the finish there as well. It's lovely to see such great commitment early in the morning. Just
and I know I always say it, but I'm constantly astounded because, I mean, as someone who didn't grow up really playing sports, who didn't grow up in a very sporting environment, you know, the guys played football, the girls played netball, and that was kind of it. So I just wasn't exposed to this kind of thing. So seeing, you know, children racing and just, I mean, another incredible sprint finish there from City of Oxford. It's just...
They're all going out there. I think there's an awful lot of things that rowing brings to a young person's development and maturity, and sets them up for sort of going on to university, gives them a lot of independence, a lot of focus, because for these athletes to compete, they have to manage their exam schedule as well as their rowing training plan.
Yeah, and we had a very mature row there from Hartpury, not picking it up quite as much as they went across the line, but just maintaining a really
I was
lovely
just
run on
looking
the
at
boat.
this kit here, I just couldn't quite get it, but it is Tideway Scullers, but it's a really nice sort of checkerboard pattern on the top there, which makes it look less yellow.
They look a little bit like Olympic flames as they come across, don't they?
Ah, just because it moves, yes,
Yes,
it's almost like
yeah.
a flickering.
Oh, Molesey Boat Club there, the lovely M's on the back, crew 75. And they are followed by...
Is that Durham School, 76?
I'm going to have to get the binoculars out. Yes, you're right.
I'm getting my eye in for kit colour, finally. It's taken at least a day.
It does take a while just to kind of adjust, especially as you're moving between different events and you have different kind of clubs that really populate specific ones. There are some who really treat Brit Champs as their kind of massive season finale. So
Well, yeah, and it should be, but right, we all recognise Wallingford.
absolutely.
And the blades, nicely painted there. 77, and here we have, as we talk about, another crew from Lee.
I think the wind is starting to come across the lake a little bit. I'm seeing quite a few crews entering the buoys and just moving slightly over towards the water sports centre side, starting to clip the buoys a little bit.
I think it's one of these variable winds because the flag at this side is just hanging limp and the windsock that side is just swirling around a bit.
Weybridge there just crossing the line, crew 82. But yes, no, I think you're right. And there's something to be said for the coverage that the Water Sports Centre actually offers across the river. It just, I think, drops ever so slightly as they come into this final stretch. Windsor boys there doing a stellar job of making their way across the line very quickly. Again, another fantastic sprint finish. I think we're going to see another one here. This is from crew 84 from Newark.
I just love the commitment we're seeing this morning, early on in this day, and it is a long day's racing for some of these athletes because they'll have been up early to get here in time just to get themselves prepared, go through their warm-up procedure. It is a long day, but these athletes are just so committed and just so focused on what they want to do.
Camus and Hexham Composite there just crossing the line, finishing off their time trial. No, you're absolutely right. And I think that's the thing is, we say we're having quite a long, tiring day when we roll out of bed at 6:45 to get our breakfast and then make our way up to the tower.
That's a Marlow Shiplake Composite, crew number 88.
But yes, it's really hard when you have to manage your nutrition, your energy levels, and your race plan for the whole day. As you said, some people can be racing first thing in the morning in their time trial, at midday in a semi or repechage, and then into one of the major finals potentially.
On, which are quite late in the afternoon. Here we have another double, the Windsor Boys School.
This is a C crew, Windsor Boys T. Rhys Jones. Not surprised that they have lots of crews out on the water, the Windsor Boys. They had, I think it was 9 crews out in the J18 singles yesterday. 91 and 92 there, just crossing the line.
Walbrook and then Tideway Scullers School. And still, we've got so many doubles to come. I'm just wondering how... Oh, we've got some over the page too, and... it's just, as we said, there's just such a huge entry. More than 40 crews in this event as well.
And shortly we will also be moving on to the Open J16 singles. I mean, we have, I think that is 73 crews. So we'll move on to that quickly, but now 94 just crossing the line there. City of Bristol. Jinx.
I'll shut up for the next half hour then. So all by yourself.
It's okay, Carol. Don't worry. Don't lose me. You don't have to buy me a Coke. That was one of the things I first learnt when I moved over to the UK. The rule of jinx, it really got me several times, and it became one of my favourite things very
It's
quickly.
brilliant fun, isn't it?
It's so much fun. It's
I
so
thought
silly.
it had fallen out of fashion, out
Oh.
of favour.
I'm keeping it alive. I'm flying the flag.
Well, I'm so happy because it makes me laugh.
I think that is 95 and 96 there.
And Monmouth Comp and Shanklin Sandown.
Followed by, you guessed it,
Windsor Boys School.
Windsor Boys have a very impressive programme, don't they? I think even as you come down their lower boats, this is probably their 5th or 6th crew that we've seen. And they always look so on form and so tidy. Doesn't feel like the right word to use, but
it is tidy.
But it is tidy,
It is tidy. They look professional as
They
well.
do.
The kit always looks, matching hats, matching T-shirts under their all-in-one. They look as though they've thought about this and made it as professional as they can.
Look very measured. Hartpury College just crossing the line there, crew 81, also quite a similar, they always look in sync, both in terms of aesthetic, of their sculling. It's just very, and I think it sets a precedence, doesn't it? When you feel good, you perform well.
Absolutely. The psychology is right. It's in the zone. You're as well prepared as you can be, and you want to be. So 105 Northampton.
Yes, although that I think is 86.
Oh.
Yep.
Hartpury.
Hartpury. Shimmying around a little bit on the numbers, so if you're confused, don't worry, we are a little bit too. That's Queen's Park Chester there, crew 79. We're going to have to stop our stream of consciousness, Carol, and really focus on getting these numbers, aren't we? Then
Well, I just used the binoculars to look at the next crew, and then I thought, well, you can recognise it from the colours without needing the binoculars, Carol. Crew number 93 from Hexham.
Absolutely, and there we have maroon and light blue, which I always think is a fabulous combination.
Tees, maybe?
Yes.
97.
97 indeed. This is the interesting thing, I think, that you get from the Northeast is you've got a lot of different, and I know I always go back there, but that's my point of reference. You have a lot of different bodies of water on which to kind of test yourself. We don't quite have the same amount of geese to contend with, but you've got Stockton, so the River Tees, you've got the River Tyne, and you've got the Wear. And the Wear is small and windy, and the coxes that the Durham colleges produce are fantastic because they really know how to steer. You got the Tees, which is a beautiful stretch of water, and kind of really lends itself to those long, loose pieces. And then you've got the Tyne, which is a monster unto itself. And so you come away with quite a good set of experience. I would say Northeast, if you're looking at universities to go to row or to scull at, the ones in the Northeast are definitely a good bunch to look at. Oh, I think a goose just causing a bit of a crab there.
102 going through the line, followed by Strathclyde Park.
Strathclyde Park.
I should have looked at the blades and that would have given me the clue, but I didn't. Silly me. I can just see the last few of these doubles coming down now. What the other thing is, I'm hearing a lot of support coming off from the back, a lot of shouts of encouragement. And in a time trial, that's what you want to hear, just in that bit where you think, am I finished yet? Am I finished yet? But just hear somebody shouting your name or the club name is just enough to give you that lift. Clydesdale by the Blades just coming through there, 103.
Followed shortly by Worcester. I think you're very right. It's especially as a junior, if this might be one of your first big races, it's quite early. You're not quite sure. I think that the Water Sports Centre can be a little bit daunting. It's quite a hefty stretch of water. And so it's...
Oh, look at this. A great race going on here between these two doubles.
I think that's
83
Agecroft across
83
the
and
water.
105. So, Northampton. It's got to be Northampton. Yes, that is Northampton and Agecroft.
This is why Wacky Kit is really useful, isn't it? Because you can always be picked out of a crowd. It's what I always say about blazers as well. Is that, yeah, I mean, I love my blazer very much, but it's navy with a white trim, which is incredibly dull and the same as virtually everyone else on the Henley stretch. And so it's lovely, but I would love to have a big bold set of stripes.
Part of the reason we designed our multicoloured blazer was so that we could be spotted in a crowd, and it does work.
Mersey there, just crossing the line. And it's lovely because it also means that when you come across people that you don't know, but that have been at your club, it's that immediate conversation. And it takes a little bit longer for me. I kind of have to look for a very intricately embroidered line, and then I go, oh, Hatfield, hello. But I think, yeah, I mean, it's like if you're a mercantile rower all the way over from Australia, and you see the kind of the turquoise and blue with that red trim, which I still maintain is, I think, my favourite blazer ever. It's just really nice. Like, you can just go up and it's, rowing is already quite a niche community. You have a tie to all of the people around you already, but then you get that little extra bit, don't you?
Shanklin Sandown just finishing the time trial for the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Can't see any of these singles. They just started their time trial up there at the top of the course and just making their way towards us. Yeah, it's that connectivity, isn't it? And even if you see a blazer of a club that you're not a member of, you probably know somebody who is a member of that club. So there's an introduction there already that you can actually just go say, oh, do you know so-and-so? And your conversation has started and it can go anywhere.
That's how you make a lot of the friends in the rowing world, isn't it? It's just, oh, hello, and then you kind of just get on with it. And I think I always maintain that rowing attracts a certain kind of person. Obviously, you have, different personalities. But 9 times out of 10, I think you can reliably say that a rower or a sculler will be, pretty down to earth, very committed, very determined. And I think that produces a person that most of us would quite like to be friends with. So. I certainly don't mind hanging out with you a lot, Carol.
Well, we've always had fun. We always have great conversations, so it's always fun to be in the tower with. But then every commentator you work with is always good fun.
As we wait for the first of the Open Junior 16 single sculls to make their way down, I think my last count was 73 of them that we should be expecting, give or take a few scratches. But an announcement in the meantime. Firstly, yesterday we were handed in a card for Dr. Sylvan Boyer. If you are a Dr. Sylvan Boyer, please do make your way to the bottom of the commentary tower with an ID just to prove who you are so that we can get you back your card. Another announcement that we have, a grey bag with snacks has been found on the path, quote unquote. It's now in the volunteer hut, so if you have lost a grey bag full of snacks and you are concerned about how you are going to be fueling either yourself or your athletes today, please make your way to the volunteer hut to pick up your grey bag.
I'm just thinking, I wonder if they're good snacks.
Okay, so with haste, make your way to the volunteer hut to pick up your bag. Otherwise, Carol will be having a look.
I've had my breakfast, and I was just thinking, just talking about snacks. What's your favourite snack when you're racing? Do you have a favourite, or is it dependent?
I had a very strict set, so it didn't matter what time of day we were racing. If we were, boating at 7 a.m. or if we were boating at 7 p.m., I had to have even just a little bit of pasta before. I had to have pasta in the system. I also had to have oats, so I'd have a kind of a wacky combination of a small bit of usually pesto pasta and then some sort of kind of fruity oats, because oats make boats. And then I always had to have an apple and raspberry Lucozade. I was never a fan of Saurine, too tacky for me. I know, I'm sorry. It's.
I love Saurine. The only reason it's a vehicle for lots of butter.
I could never get past. And in my defence, I'm not a huge fan of dried fruit, so I think I was set up to fail. But my main one, we've got crew 108, George Watson's College, McNabb, crossing the line in a fantastic sprint finish. He's probably had what I used to have in the boat, which is my final sip of Lucozade and then a big chomp out of an undissolved gelatin block.
No.
Always strawberry flavoured.
I remember being on the bank. Now, we used to, way back, have just a jelly block and just tear it into cubes. And I'd forgotten about that until I saw, I think it was a Tees Club doing it up at one of the Scottish regattas. And the girls were all sitting having their little jelly cubes. And it's just one of these things that had slipped your minds. And I always used to do that. Blackcurrant. Had to be one in blackcurrant or a dark red one. Certainly not green.
No, never green, also never orange. I think we've just had a flotilla of Windsor Boys.
Yes, just going through there.
If I'm not mistaken, we have at least up to an H crew from Windsor Boys.
That is an impressive...
8 crews at least, and there might be more. You've always got some Windsor Boys hiding somewhere. Oh, we've got the very recognisable stripes there of Shiplake. Crew 112 making their way across the line. Some brilliant sprint finishes as well here in this Junior 16 category.
And I think this is my first Abingdon School athlete that I've seen today, 113.
I think it's my first Abingdon athlete of the weekend.
Well, I was just thinking, I can't recall seeing any yesterday, so yes, the first of the weekend.
And I guess that would make sense. I'm not quite sure. I'm kind of now out of sync with the school timetable, but I'm pretty sure that school is just about to be out, and so the likelihood is a lot of juniors were probably still in the classroom yesterday, or at least collecting themselves before coming down for the weekend.
So Trentham 114 there.
Trentham, home to some inaugural Henley Royal Regatta winners this year. Meg Knight, Shannon Wellahan, who were racing for Reading University a couple of weeks ago. Doing a fantastic job. Both of them learnt how to row together at Trentham. And
Falcon, I was just checking up the colours there.
Lovely kit again.
Yes,
recognisable.
Yep, a bit of everything in it, and it's always good to see. 116 are from Camist.
Now, I have to say, I'm really looking forward to getting down into the 130s. You've got Durham Amateur Rowing Club coming up, 132, Aidan Lawler, who recently got gold in the J16 singles at the GB versus France match. He did very well, making his way into the B final of the J18 yesterday. And I think he's only 16, so
wow, there's a talent.
Another up-and-coming one, I think, a protege of Quinn Mosley, who's now racing at Caversham. But crew 117 there, crossing the line, Buell Bridge. I'm going to guess that is Agecroft, 118. Yep. Yes.
Oh, our eyes are coming into it now.
We're finally waking up. We'll have to redo our introduction now. I think that's
120, yep.
Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen a Wallingford blazer, and I'd be very interested to see what a Wallingford blazer looks like, because I love their kit. I think it's a lovely colour combination. I think it lends itself really nicely to something kind of flashy but not trashy.
A lovely way to describe it. But sometimes you want your blazer to be flashy and trashy.
Well, yes, and if you can pull it off, you do a great job.
So
Windsor Boys again.
This is our H Sculler. Shouting. 122 is Barn Elms.
I really like that Barn Elms have started becoming more and more regular on the rowing scene. I think they offer a fantastic opportunity for students who are unable to row at school, who don't have access to a rowing club through school. And gosh, we've got double Windsor Boiser. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the green and gold. You've got a quad going up the river, up the lake, a sculler coming down,
and then that's the E sculler from Windsor Boys School, Gadu, followed by Salus of City of Cambridge. And just that last little minute or so, the sun's just poked its
starting
head
to come
through.
out. I have to say, I was saying to Carol earlier that whenever I come to Nottingham, I feel like you have to pack for all weather, because if you don't pack for a specific kind of weather, then it will give that to you in great gusts. And it often is gusts because it's some sort of great big wind. And so I have brought one pair of jeans and one jumper, and I am wearing my jumper today, and I'm hoping to take it off as soon as possible, because I think that at British Club Champs I shouldn't be wearing anything that is long sleeved. It should all be sunshine and happiness.
125, another sculler from Barn Elms, Davies.
Followed by the first of our Molesey scullers in this time trial, Reynolds, 126. Oh, and here we've got some more interesting kit. Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. Crew 127. I think that's my first RGS HW.
I was just trying to think if I'd seen one yesterday. And you know what it's like. I don't know about you, but people often ask me about races that I commented on a couple of hours ago, and I sometimes struggle to remember what I've said or what it looked like. But sometimes some races stick in your brain and they will do for a while. But sometimes it's like sort of re-recording on a tape. It's just rewriting all the time, and I often, very sadly, don't remember your race, so just please forgive me.
It's quite, I always used to find it with my dance exams would be the same. I'd go in with, every single routine cemented into my brain. I'd come out and I'd never be able to do them again. And a kind of similar thing with exams is you go in, you put all of the information down, and then they kind of, it slowly dissipates from your brain. And it sometimes happens with racing, especially when you're, watching the racing all day. It's not like we step away from the mic and kind of potter off to do something else. We're all here because we really love to watch the rowing.
So Bedford sculler there, just Crisp has gone through, he followed Roberts of Molesey.
Crew 130 there, Nottingham and Union, followed by 129 Peterborough City, so Findlay and Dennis.
That sculler is certainly motoring on as he's coming towards us there, just lifting it as he's coming through it.
Yep.
132.
That's Aidan Lawler.
Dunham.
There he is, gold medal at the GB in France match. Raced in the J18 yesterday, and he, looks fantastic as he comes along, really lifting the boat, lifting the pace coming through, and
Very
not looking
smooth.
too tired as he crosses.
Very smooth styles, and over the far side we had Tidswell of Barn Elms just finish his time trial too. Be interesting to see some of these times as they come through.
That's the thing, isn't it, is that we don't get access to the live times as they come through, so it's hard for us to measure kind of how they've been going.
But if you watch enough rowing, and we've got a vague idea as to who we might think. We don't say anything, and then just, I don't know about you, but I have a little sort of check and say, oh yeah, I did think they were going well. Oh yeah, I'm glad to see them there. And sometimes you get a bit disappointed because you think, I thought they were going, to me they were looking really good.
I think that's the problem, isn't it, is we see, in real detail the last kind of 200 metres of the race, 250. We don't see what they've been up to coming down, and because the numbers aren't always entirely in order, it's hard to measure where they are in regards to one another. And so, you can't go, oh, well, 129 and 172 are battling it out as they cross the line. They might have just gone off at the same time.
It's all relative. We just had two Northeast scullers going through, Hughes of Camas and Twin of Chester-le-Street.
Some more Windsor boys and RGS High Wycombe crossing the line, crew 136 and 135.
That must be the first Windsor Boys School sculler I've seen not wearing a cap.
He's broken tradition.
I think every other one I've seen has been wearing the white cap.
Yes. One of the things that interests me about Windsor boys as well, let's just bring you the last sculler over the line of this little segment 138,
Chesterless Street.
Is when you see Windsor boys at Henley and they're wearing their, I don't even know what to call it because it's not an all-in-one. It's more like a kind of a cycling suit. It's got little sleeves and it's got a zip up the middle. And I've never rode in one of those myself, but I don't know whether it would be, I mean, I'm sure it's made spectacularly. It's Windsor boys, but
You're worried about the zip
I'm
thing?
worried about the zip.
Because the zips are quite
They're
rigid.
yes.
So, but then that part of your body doesn't fold that much.
But I think it has to go down surely past your sternum, kind of into your core area, and there is a little bit of
139 Molesey there. Yeah, it's an interesting one. But cyclists are happy to have zips down the front.
140 there, Great Marlow School.
And they're sort of a bit more hunched over when they're
Yes,
cycling.
that's very true. Maybe it's very
But
flexible.
then you see rowing, you're a bit more open in the shoulders.
Yes,
When they're
there's
cycling, you're a bit more hunched down. That's an interesting question.
yeah.
We'll have to ask one of them.
Yeah, well, if you are a Windsor boy, we might come and find you at some point on the bank if we spot you, and just let us know how you feel about the different suit styles.
Buell Bridge 142
And Golden Green, it's Windsor boys
with the cap.
with the cap, and it's always a white cap, isn't
Yes,
it?
it's always a white cap.
Always a white cap, and if it's not the cycling suit, then it's a white base layer. They're
But then I suppose that's getting them used to FISA rules straight on. If you're wearing a cap, it all has to be the same cap.
yes,
And, to my mind, it looks very smart.
absolutely. Well, 143 also in a white cap, Mulsey Rowing Club, Mulsey Boat Club, white cap on backwards. So FISA rules, you have to all wear the same cap. Does it all have to be facing the same direction?
I don't think they've got down to that detail. I'm sure there will be a codicil somewhere.
At some point, someone will test it. I think that was Stourport Boat Club crossing the line there.
And followed by, Stourport just there.
Then 147 Durham School.
That's these athletes really pushing on as they're coming towards us. Really, just every single one of them not giving up.
Davies of Hexham there.
Very mature racing for J16s. And as we were talking about earlier, single sculling takes a certain mental strength.
That's the thing, I think. The more I've watched rowing, and the more I've kind of seen really high levels of rowing, the more that I realise that it's just such a psychological sport. I think that's another thing that really makes the community and means that the people that you meet you can really rely on, is there's a certain mental fortitude there, isn't there, where you can kind of just get through everything. It's often people who just aren't really fazed by things.
Self-reliance.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is really good. And here we have another Windsor Boys School sculler.
Followed by Hartpury University and College. Brilliant wind up across the line there from...
He started at quite a distance out there. I was just watching him, just as before with the doubles, just at the start of the Orange Boys, just pick it up and just run with it and see what you can do. Because when you've got so many single sculls, you have no idea. You just put everything you can on the line and just pull yourself up, because there will be a lot of scullers not making the minor finals.
I mean, so the junior 16 single sculls, first 12 to semi-finals AB, next 24 to minor finals, and the rest are eliminated. That's
harsh.
That's 36 crews of 70. I think it was 73 that we counted, or 78.
It's George Watson's College, 157.
And so, there's not a lot of room for mistakes there. So H. Utchins of Hartpury University and College, I will keep my eye out to see where he places in the time trial. Crew 152 from Worcester, the ace sculler, H. McDonough. .161, I think that is a Rob Roy unisuit.
Well spotted, indeed it is.
Yes, Rob Roy's C sculler, followed by, from Berwick, 155.
Now there's another name that I don't think I've seen this weekend yet. Berwick, is that the first one for me? It's certainly the first one I recall talking about.
Yes, I think so. I was trying to think about where I had seen it, and I saw it on our list of pronunciation documents, so I really hope I've got that right. Berwick, yes. Crew 159 there, I think. Sudbury Rowing Club. I think that's another first for me this weekend.
Oh no, I've seen Sudbury yesterday. There were quite a few Sudburys yesterday.
Were you on the time trials?
Yes.
I think that's the thing, is when you're on the time trials, you do get to see all of the clubs, which I think is really nice. Obviously, it's
some people don't like time trials. I quite enjoy watching people in a time trial, just because it gives you an idea of who's going well. As we talked about earlier, it gives you an idea of thinking, I wonder who I'll see, where do you think they're going to end up being placed? And, every athlete is putting it all out there. So 160, we have Nottingham and Union.
162, Notts County Rowing Association.
There's a beautiful wooden boat now. Looks like a Carl Douglas, just from the shape of it.
I mean, it's so streamlined, but also it's being rowed very well.
Absolutely.
And sculled very well. 153 there, Northampton.
And still all these single scullers come, more and more of them.
154, another Molesey Boat Club sculler. I think that is another one of our Christchurch Rowing Club massive, Crew 165.
Well, thank you for that. I knew I'd seen the kit earlier, and I just couldn't remember where I'd seen it, but it was there a lot of Christchurch G18 women's scullers.
Yes, absolutely. Crew 163, Tees. I always recognise it and I never remember it, and I don't know why. Crew 164 though, City of Cambridge. I feel like we should have a commentator's Christmas dinner or something like that, where the Christmas quiz is just all of the blades / kit, and we get tested to see who...
the 3-letter abbreviations.
Yes.
Because that's always a fun one. But I wouldn't put Camilla in there because she's so good.
She is. I think she wasn't allowed to play fantasy rowing at Henley because she was just going to sweep the floor with everyone. And I know that she sits in the... Fergus was saying at the last which championship? I think it was World Cup 3 that they were at together in Bulgaria, and they were all sat in a kind of Bulgarian gas station looking through all of the blades of all of the different countries, and so I wouldn't be surprised if she has the same for domestic rowing clubs.
A sad person I am. I do like it when you see the blade colours printed, because it just... And yes, I know it's a pain because a lot of clubs don't do it anymore, but it is nice to see a beautifully painted set of blades, and gives you an indication as to which club it is.
Absolutely. And we had Royal Chester just there, followed by Hinksey Sculling Schools Drake, and I think the yellow of another Christchurch Rowing Club sculler there. But yes, I think it's almost a lost art. It's lovely to walk around Henley and see the blade painters out in full form, isn't it?
Yes.
Kind of refreshing blades, getting everyone into kind of their rowing best to make their way down the course.
But it always used to be a thing. You'd always paint blades for the major championships and just make sure they were, you're representing your club, taking pride in the club.
Absolutely. Molesey Boat Club there. Crew 158.
And then that's the time where you just wish that you'd chosen a really simple blade colour to paint.
Well, see, this was the thing, is that I was always very impressed with the Hatfield blades when I first saw them rowing along, because I thought, oh gosh, that's a very intricate lion that you've got there. And then I realised it was a blue blade with a white chevron on the back and a lion sticker on the front. And it looked really good, it was very distinctive, and it was very easy to do.
Yep.
I say that my boatman probably would have said otherwise. I think it was quite hard to get them lined up perfectly, but... Crew 156 there crossing the line, Evesham Rowing Club.
And it's 168 over the far side, Stratford upon Avon.
I think we're into the final few single scullers of this Open Junior 16 category. Crew 170 there, Durham Schools A. Kerr, just crossing the line. He's gone for the George Bourne look, streamlined and aerodynamic.
Oh, it's one of my children told me it saves money. You get it done like that, and then you just don't have to do it for another while. So.
Absolutely. Do you know, I think that... I don't know if this is a reference that you're going to get. This is going to test whether we have similar music tastes. I think Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull, has done a huge amount for Flying the Flag for Bald Men. I was lucky enough to attend his concert in Hyde Park last weekend. It was, and I think probably will remain, one of the best nights of my life. And I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed being a bald person for the night.
I saw so many friends there with the gear on, so yes, I did know about it, and I think at least two of my kids were there. So
fantastic.
One drove down from Aberdeen and one flew down from Glasgow. So.
And you know what? I can say it was definitely worth it. I would have done the same. Sunderland just there across the line, followed by Queen's Park Chester. If you hear Carol cackle in a second, it's just because I'm showing her a photo of me in my baldy setup.
Oh, looking good.
Thank you.
What did you do with all your hair?
I scraped it. Well, luckily it was hot enough that I didn't have to worry about any hair gel. I just kind of scraped my hair back into a ponytail, and the sweat glued down my bald cap. A lovely Irish lady whom I have never met before and never saw again came up and said, "You need a mustache and goatee," and gave me one with her eyeliner. And so, yes.
So weeks of City of Bristol went through there. It's an amazing picture. If you see Sasha, please ask her to share, because it is stunning.
Durham Amateur just there across the line there, B. Sculler, M. Wheeler.
And Rob Roy, Sculler 174. As you said, just a few more scullers just to come through. Just some of them just... You can see them just lift it as they come towards us.
I think final 6 we're down to here. 172 coming towards us pretty quickly. Star Boat Club's B. Barnacote. A little bit more of a kind of check on the boat as he's coming across the line, but still looking really nice and smooth.
It's all some interesting different styles, but all sort of just doing what they do to just move that boat, just maximising the length per stroke.
173 and 180 across there. Sunderland and City of Oxford. I think it's hard at a J16 level because everyone is at a very different stage of development, aren't they? You've got some people who haven't quite started really building up the muscle mass, especially in the open categories, and some who have just been hit like a truck and can suddenly bench twice their body weight. 171, perhaps? No, that's another Rob Roy sculler there.
Rob Roy there, 181.
And 175 following swiftly from Camus, the C sculler.
Yeah, I think it's age range J14, J16, as you say, development. starts and finishes at different times, and some people just have a huge spurt, and then their muscles and their bones have to sort of try and marry up together, and then some people just creep up incrementally, very slowly. I bet you have to be very careful about stressing the bones, stressing the weights, and as you say, it's very interesting, isn't it?
Norwich just across there. Yes, yeah, and I think it's very hard to manage when everyone is at a kind of a different stage. I know that I very much went through a kind of a Bambi on ice era for quite a while. I shot up. I was the tallest in my year from about aged 8 to about age 13. I basically shot up to about 5'4" then 5'6". Stayed there for quite a while, and then had another 3 inches when I got to about 14, 15. But yeah, I was very tall. I would have been a great junior rower, I think. I had a lot of leverage, but I had absolutely no control over what my body was doing because everything had suddenly lengthened, and I had no concept of where any of my limbs were at any given time.
I'm intrigued. We've got a double skull coming down here. It was obviously
We do.
Missed their J18 race there. Looks like Molesey kit.
Could be Molesey, could be Tyne. I think it's Royal Chester.
And then I was just about to say it's maybe Royal Chester, but there we go.
So Royals finishing off the time trial from a race ago, and I think we have wound up on the single sculls, other than the beginners singles that we'll see coming down in about half an hour.
We might miss them. I think we might be being ousted, but we'll get the quads.
Yes,
and the mixed club fours, which is always an interesting one.
Yes, I rode in a club, a mixed Coxed 4, and it was very chaotic. Partially because obviously you kind of have to balance, you know, the women and the men in the crew. And the problem is that me and my best friend Hebe, we were from one college, and then my partner and his best friend from his college. We had two very distinct rowing styles. The Hatfield style was very kind of long and loose with a real kind of sit back, but a quick hands away. And the Collingwood one was very American. It was, you know, very upright, kind of head jutting forward, quite aggressive, and just a thunk at the back. A bit of a pause and then a hands away. And so you can imagine that trying to get that lined up was really quite difficult. And yes, as I was saying yesterday, I think that I think it was a conversation that we were having. Yes. Yeah, when you're in a mixed crew, if you're with your partner, I would suggest putting your partner at one end of the boat and sitting at the other.
Very much so. But then there's always the big debate about mixed crews as to where you put the women, where you put the men. To my mind, I'd always put a woman in stroke seat to get the rating up. Put the power in the middle. Yeah,
I'm with you. Well, it's, you know, it's the engine room, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's where you want...
Yeah. And you also, I think we tried different combinations, and when we tried my partner in the stroke seat and me and my friend in the middle, it was interesting because he decided that he was going to go out at rate 47 and stay there for quite a while in a head race. And I basically spent most of my head race putting power down both through my foot plate and into my lungs as I said, please God, slow down. So I think that's another element of it, isn't it? Is you want to have a nice, tidy rating. And speaking of tidy rating...
Well, that's a brilliant intro that you got there, Sasha. I am impressed.
I could
see them coming down towards us, and I thought, they are looking very nice. The Open Club, Quad Sculls, and the first crew going through in the time trial is the Windsor Boys School.
And just... I mean, I remember when I first started getting into rowing, you know, we didn't do any sculling. I wasn't really familiar with sculling as a concept.
It's a dark art.
It's a dark art indeed. And one of my friends who'd, you know, sculled for most of her life said, Sasha, you just have to look at a quad. Just go and watch some quads and you'll understand why it's so beautiful.
Yes.
And that's what I think about every time I watch quads go past. And I think... That was Sunderland, I believe, going past.
Indeed it was, just the pale blue, just racing down. Yeah,
But it's
quads
just...
are, and I used to love watching the lightweight quads at the Olympics because they were technically superb, but incredibly fast. And it's sort of marrying the combination and the boat speed, the technique, it's just brilliant to watch. So we have Nottingham just gone through just marginally in front of Clare's Court School there.
No, you're so right. And I think to have a boat that goes so fast, quads are the fastest of the boats, aren't they? And to have all of the scullers in sync, it's just, it makes sculling an art form, doesn't it?
186.
Globe.
Jigs.
Right, you can do the next 20 minutes by yourself then.
Oh well. No, it's much better to have the conversation, Sasha. And here's
I've been
another,
released from my shackles just in time for Tideway Scullers to make their way into the final few strokes of their time trial. Oh, we've seen not quite the all-white caps of Windsor Boys, but we've got bookended by purple caps. One facing forward, one facing back. I think, can't add a bit of style into the rowing.
Well, matches both canvases.
Absolutely streamlined.
Well, these crews are really going for these last 500 metres or 250 metres or so, just really sprinting for the line.
Really are. Crew 188 there, Gloucester Rowing Club. Now, of these club quads, we have 13, the first 12 to semi-finals, the remainder to C-finals.
All right.
So
2 will appear in a C-final.
Yes.
And they won't have an extra race, whereas the others will have that extra race, the AB semi-finals.
Yes.
So 189, Clare's Court School.
Yeah, just different base layers this time. They're B crew.
That's why I had a little hiccup. I thought, doesn't look quite right, but...
No, a green, I often think that it's normally a lighter base layer underneath a slightly darker uni, isn't it? But I think it's hard to do when you've got a white all in one. Oh, now, see, a full complement of bucket hats. I'm going to use the binoculars to try and tell you people on the bank what is on the bucket hat.
Oh, please tell me. It's St Leonard's School.
I'm going to say it's lemons.
Oh.
But I don't know. See, I would have assumed rubber ducks, but I think that's more Bath. Speaking of Bath University, crew 192 across the line. But it's a black bucket hat with yellow and a little bit of green. So I think my guess is lemons. So
it's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll come and tell us.
I was going to say, St Leonard's, please let us know what are on your bucket hats. Crew 191 there, just across the line.
Grosvenor.
And then I believe that's a City of Cambridge crew making its way swiftly down, crew 193, into the final few strokes of their race. Just a few of the club open quads left before we move on to women's club quads.
Just got the two. We've got City of Cambridge just going through the line. I can see Warrington coming towards us. Just in the tower, you'll see them on your screen shortly. And then behind them, I can recognise the kit from quite a distance. It is Glasgow Rowing Club. Now, I wonder if Fergus has had that one. Fergus was sticking off the clubs from Glasgow yesterday morning. I wonder if he spotted this one for his bingo card.
Well, he's, I think, got pride of place sat in the media hub with Anna, just kind of surveying their Pride lens and making sure that they capture all of the content today, which you can find on the British Rowing website. Go to British Rowing to find out all of the wonderful stories that we've had across the weekend.
And, sitting in commentary, we don't always get all the stories, but you hear snippets of them, and it's lovely to hear just people's journeys to get here this weekend, how they've been racing during the year, because there's been some wonderful stories out there.
I mean, Speaking of wonderful stories, you were regaling us at breakfast about Jakob, weren't you? You
Yeah.
know, if you
It's our club WhatsApp group has gone viral, and he has become a legend in Aberdeen Boat Club for. And if you've missed that one, I think it might be up on the rowing British rowing website. He lightweight championship single sculls, came third, went over the line, celebrated a bit too hard, had an early bath, got helped back in the boat, and then came onto pontoon to pick up his bronze medal. I was delighted for him. He had, interesting, he'd given up on rowing for a while, started cycling just because, and then he and a group of his junior friends got back in an 8th, raced at Tideway, got the small club pennant, and then have come back, and I think when the other group is racing club singles, possibly tomorrow. But
wow,
yeah, so I said that he's given Oscar, who's racing for the club tomorrow, a big act to follow.
Yes.
So Oscar is in interpretation, but really good bunch of youngsters in the club, which is great to have.
Absolutely. If you go to the British Rowing Instagram, I think there is a wonderful reel there. British Rowing in all Mark 1, capturing the wonderful highs and lows of success at the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. Do head over to All Mark 1 for all photos and videos across the finish lines and from your time trials. But yes, they did a spectacular job of capturing Jakob's very well-earned celebration, I think.
I think lots of people caught that one. It will be one. And he's happy about it. He's really, really happy because he got a bronze medal. And for him, that was
spectacular.
Yeah.
I did see Lizzie yesterday, fresh off her umpire's launch, going, send me that photo immediately. It must go up in the bar.
Yeah, it will be. So we now move into the women's club quads with Sir William Borlase' school just coming through in that, not first position because they started the time trial first, but this is the first boat to cross over the line in this time trial.
Second boat to follow Sir William Borlase's is Newark. Yes, so this is now our 4th time trial, I believe, of the day. Women's club quads. So lots of talent out on display, and we've got Hartpury University and College making their way down through the final few red boys, really picking up the pace, really making sure that they can cement their place in an A-B final. The first 12 of these crews go through to an A-B semi-final. The remainder go through to a C final.
So Nottingham just coming into the shot just now on your screens and just going through the finish line. Really attacking that finish there, just lifting it up in those last few strokes.
I'm not sure if it's the same full crew, but I know that the stroke seat there, Molly, I think, was racing in the women's club Coxless Fours yesterday, which I'm pretty sure they won. She'll be out in a pair tomorrow.
I think they did, yes.
Yeah, so brilliant to see that they're able to switch disciplines and be so successful. I think they looked really fabulous as they crossed the line. She was saying that this is a pretty scratch crew. I think Nottingham have had a bit of an up and down season with quite a few people moving on, but you often get that for a club, don't you? You get towards the end of the season and you lose people. There are ebbs and flows for everyone, and so they're doing a spectacular job.
201 Trent. There's another one that I haven't seen this regatta, I don't think.
I think I might have seen Trent yesterday, but at the same time, I could be making it up. As you say, these things kind of just blend into one. Was it Henley Women's? Was it Bucks? You never know.
202 Sir William Perkins School. Now these two quads, I could just see out the corner of my eye, are pretty side by side, so they'll be giving each other a good push. And it's the University of Birmingham. We could just probably catch the
shouts of
AB Severn crew just out of their peripheral vision and just use that as an impetus to pull you on. It's often nice to have somebody close by in a time trial just to give you that impetus. And Severn will be pushing off Birmingham just to push them on. Then we've got crew 206 from Lee Rowing Club.
I know Charles said that he was looking forward to a nice lie-in this morning, but I wonder if he's made it out onto the banks to cheer them on in the final stretches of their race.
It's Charles. I'm sure he's there somewhere watching, despite what he said.
Charles Barry, our wonderful head of commentary this weekend, who has done a fantastic job of organising us all, as well as also being club captain for Lee Rowing Club. So if you hear some very unbiased commentary towards Lee and a lot of excitement when they cross the line first, that'll be Charles just really happy that all of his hard work is going to plan. Tideway Scullers there just across the line.
Some really nice rowing. We've just got a couple of more quads to come down. We've seen the Tideway Scullers. We've got you'll see the green of Notts County Rowing Association just appear on your screen. Just there they are, going through their line. And the next crew that we're expected to see will be Leeds. And after that we're going to move on to the mixed fours. And I'm always intrigued as to how people sort of put their boats together, how they decide who's sitting where the power is, who's stroking, whether they put a bucket in it or not, or just all these interesting things. It's not often a boat class we see anywhere else. You sometimes see it in Masters events, certainly the eights, doubles, but you didn't used to see it at the Club Champs, which is a great addition, I think.
And I think it's just a testament to the organising committee and to British Rowing is just the constant innovation, bringing their championship events to more audiences and just making them more accessible.
And some clubs don't have a lot of athletes to pick and choose from, so to be able to put a mixed four in is just a huge asset. So here we have Leeds, our last women's club, Quad Sculls. I can't really see these mixed fours up at the top end yet.
They're just, I'm sure, warming up, making their way down steadily as they kind of settle into their pacing together. Hopefully not all scratch crews, otherwise we can see some very exciting movement. But yeah, that Leeds crew just across the line there, rounding off the women's club quads. Actually, two of them part of the development Coxed 4 for Leeds at Henley Women's. So narrowly missed out on side-by-side racing. But I'm sure that they'll be here trying to see whether they can do better in the quad.
Just looking over the far side of the course, there's all these double sculls heading on the way up. So the women's beginners, I'm assuming, will all be up there. This is the women's junior 16 double sculls, just preparing themselves for their time trial, just doing that warm up. The sun's threatening to break through occasionally, but at the moment it's still this nice overcast conditions. Good rowing conditions.
Good rowing conditions. I think also good for us. I remember yesterday getting towards the end of my shift and wondering why I had a headache when I'd been drinking so much, and then I realised I'd had the sun pounding into the back of my head for my entire shift.
Just see the first of these mixed clubs fours just coming towards us. As I say, it will be one that I'll probably sit down and watch, and I think I'll be coming back to watch the eights as well.
Oh, absolutely.
That'll be fun.
You could not drag me away from an eights race. Whether I'm up in the tower or right on the banks, I will probably cement myself onto the pontoon to the annoyance of everyone around me, just to kind of watch them across the line. I think that an 8 sprint to the finish.
Oh, definitely.
It's nothing quite like it. The noise, I think, is what really gets me. It tickles my brain.
But it's not a bad noise. It's a synchronised noise. It's when you hear the blades all clunk together, and you know that they've all done that movement exactly together, and up the front end they clunk together, and you just think,
it's like thunder, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
I remember quite clearly the moment when I went, God, I think I'm probably going to stay with this for life, aren't I? Was when So I learnt to row in the May of my first year at university, and kind of 5 weeks later did my first regatta, did very poorly, had a wonderful time, I was set. I came back for head season, and, that was a little bit of a shock to the system. And I remember I think it was my first evening session, it was about 7 p.m. or something like that, and it was completely dark. And you could just, you would see the occasional light bobbing along, and that was it. And I heard this noise, and I thought, oh my gosh, what is that? I was walking to the boathouse. I thought it must be a boat, but what is that noise? What is that noise? And I just kind of saw this shadow go past really quickly on the river. The flow was quite high, and the noise that came with it, it gave me goosebumps. And it when you have that feeling where your skin feels like it's electrified. And I thought, gosh, that's a silly feeling to have about the noise of a boat going past. I think I'm stuck here for life, aren't I?
Well, you are. Sorry.
Yep.
And to be sucked in that soon in your rowing career is quite impressive. Just to get that feeling. And there are times I've been in a tideway course rowing tideway, and you just not in a mixed boat or whatever for the vets tideway, and you sometimes just hear one of these amazing boats go past, and you think, wow, and it is a wow, and you actually want to sort of stop rowing and just watch them, but nobody else in the crew wanted to. So
there's always one. It's all right, Carol.
It's always me.
Other eventually.
But yeah, it's a noise, and sometimes watching, and I spend a lot of time watching races if I'm sort of towing trailers or that. I'll just stand and watch because I'm quite happy to stand and watch.
Yeah.
Sit up at the start. I love being up at the start of a race, especially 8's race.
Again, the starts are spectacular, aren't they?
They are, and we see the finishes, we see that end of racing, but side on when you see 6 or 8 8s starting all in the line, beautiful.
No, I have to say the thing that then really kind of brought me in, I had that head evening kind of session. First of our mixed boats crossing the line, University of Birmingham, crew 210. But I was then rewarded at the end of my regatta season of that year. I'd just won Durham Regatta in my 8. I was absolutely ecstatic. The best row I've ever had was the row from the finish line back to the boathouse, and all of us were completely silent because we were so happy. We were just kind of like, oh, we have to contain this energy until we get back. So smooth, and it was just that clunk and then the little fizz, the champagne bubbles as they went along, and that was a good moment.
A beautiful feeling, that one.
A different combination here, Newark, but stroke pair are the men, bow pair are the women.
And a bucket in the middle as well.
Yes.
Interesting combination. Maybe we should do a ranking of all of the different combinations you can get in a mixed four, see what is the... It doesn't matter about the combination, it matters about the boat speed.
Oh, absolutely.
So every crew will work in a different way. So here we have, I think it's a North Staffs, just another different combination.
Yes.
Oh no, it's back with the woman sort of bookending the powerhouse in the middle.
It's a stern-loaded four there. You don't see many of those anymore, do you?
We've got a lot of them as club boats. They're brilliant for coaching from within the boat, because if you've got a bow loader, you can't see, especially in beginner boats, you can't see what's happening. Well, you can feel it, but you can't
it's
necessarily
not quite the same,
name and shame.
Yeah. You have to know the people in the boat very well to know exactly what's going on.
It's an Imperial. Here's another one for the bingo card I haven't seen this weekend. 214.
Oh, I think that this might be my first sighting of them this year or potentially ever. Itchen Imperial. Where are Itchen Imperial based?
Southampton, I think, isn't it? Itchen is the river at Southampton.
I have to say my British geographical knowledge is incredibly poor. So I'm very bad at pinpointing anyone, even if you have the city name in your title. I spent a lot of time thinking Bradford upon Avon was up in the north. So, no, definitely not. But
it's part of the living and learning. It's
exactly.
part of the whole tapestry.
Well, we've got 6 crews in this mixed club, Coxed 4, as William Borlase is scratched. So, yes, just a few to go for 3 more, I think.
Well, I can only see 2 on the course, which is sort of giving him a bit of...
Oh.
There's one there, and I think we're going down to single sculls just after that. So 216 Furnival, Sculling Club.
Potentially another Furnival crew up there. The first place on the time trial will go through to the A final. The remainder go to a repechage. And Carol, I hate to say this, but I think that our shift might be slowly ending. I have to go have a chat with a camera. I think we've got Poppy and Pete ready and waiting to take over from us.
Yep. Oh, I really like Poppy's bag.
Very nice bag.
So it's got pictures, for anybody who can't see it, it's got pictures of rowing boats on the side of it.
But very tasteful rowing boat. It's kind of navy bag, white, kind of bird's eye view of an 8.
A drone view of 8s.
Yes.
It's a drone view of the 8s.
Very minimalist.
Yes.
And that's your reminder to make your way down to the event village. We've got a lot of wonderful rowing stash on offer, as well as some lovely food retailers. I always have to put forward the ice cream as an option, because I think that ice cream on a regatta day is a necessity. So
I'm one of these really weird people who don't like ice cream.
See, I'm on the other end of the spectrum.
Well, my husband is. He will eat ice cream when there's snow on the ground, when it's deep snow, when it's -2 outside. He will go and have an ice cream. I can't think of anything worse.
I mean,
occasionally, once in the summertime, I might have an ice cream. I had one at Nat Schools because it was so hot.
Well, yes, Nat Schools, I think you had to have an ice cream.
So that's the second one from Furnival. Just finishing that mixed club 4s. I think we are
that
on
rounds us
to
off.
our open beginners single sculls, and I think it's probably time to hand over to Poppy and Pete, who will be entertaining you for the rest of the time trials. Wow. So I think Sasha and I are both on for some of the finals later in the day.
Yes.
But we're off to do other things, and
we're off to go watch the 8 time trials.
So you can't keep us away from the riverbank. So we will join you later, and we'll hand over to Poppy and Pete.
Good morning and welcome to the rest of the time trials here at British Rowing Club Championships. This is the day 2 of action that we're going to be seeing out on a course here in Nottingham, and we're continuing on with the open beginners single sculls. With me in the commentary box is Poppy. Good morning to you.
Hello and good morning. And yes, looking out on the lake, we've got some scullers rapidly approaching the finish line. We are picking up with the open beginner singles, and it looks like we're starting with Wallingford Rowing Club, E. Potter.
So beginner singles, this typically means these guys have limited experience out in the boat. This will be one of the first times they get to race the full track down here at Nottingham. And obviously these qualifying time trials will be offering up a progression into the latter stages of the draw, such as the semi-finals and the finals this afternoon. Second through the line, we've got a local athlete from Nottingham, that's R. Carey, and he is closely followed by his other counterpart from Nottingham as well, Strzelka, which is, I recognise, as a Polish name.
Yes, both of these crews look to be sculling very nicely, and especially beginner rowers, having mastered the single scull in probably quite a short time since they started rowing, is really quite phenomenal to then take on the British Rowing Championships at the end of their season.
It's quite a task, isn't it, to be able to master everything about the rowing stroke and the race strategy, and obviously balancing technical approach and just being responsible for your results. Next through the line we'll have Nuttall from Agecroft, and he is quite side by side with University of York Jay Robinson.
Yes, I think sometimes it's nice in singles to time trial almost alongside someone else. It gives you a bit of a marker to press off. Sometimes when it's just you in the boat, you can find it a bit harder to keep working and to keep pushing through the race when you don't have your teammates to race for. But if you've got a nice marker in someone else, another boat following you perhaps, or someone in a lane next door, it can be a good push and a good mental marker to use.
Definitely is. With the conditions out on the course, we've got a slight bit of tailwind, so quite favourable for producing good times. Next through the line, we've got Hyde from St. Peter's School in York, coached by Steve Gunn, an Olympic coach from the 90s. So obviously, we're seeing exactly how much effort it's costing these athletes to get themselves over and through the line. Not too many sprint finishes at this stage. I wonder if that's a strategy to conserve energy for later on.
Yes, I wonder in the time trial, perhaps you send it every stroke, and picking up towards the line is not as common as I think a sprint finish is more trying to edge out other crews and get into the line first, whereas in your time trial you just want to get down and put a good solid time down before your final.
We're seeing a good situation here. Two athletes from Cardiff Met University almost side by side, so in that lonely time trial you still got a competitive element, and you can almost use your clubmate here as a pace boat. Slightly bigger gap ahead of the next finisher through the line. That'll be Folks out of Hartpury University and College. Sunderland University, York City and Falcon Boat Club. Just cruising through the line. At the moment we've got Sunderland University T Strong, who seem to have overtaken the other time trialists here with the starting order.
Yes, I think sometimes in singles the start order can be quite varied, as it depends very much on different people's race experiences throughout the season. And this can be some people's first race in singles. It can maybe some people have raced earlier in the season in their beginner singles. So therefore there can be crews at the back who are faster and will come through and overtake. Especially in singles, your time trial results can be really quite varied as we come through there. And this is the Cardiff Met University sculler Owen Nathan, who has come through from the back of the pack to go through. And he's come through ahead of the City of Cambridge sculler T Pathitas.
Still got a couple of finishes left in the open beginner singles categories. In front of us, this is the Hartpury University and College scholar S. Fowkes, just cruising towards the line here. Maybe about 5 strokes left to go. There's a slightly larger gap between the next finisher. So, Poppy, have you done many time trials in the single?
I have, actually. I raced in single quite a lot last season, so I know the strategy and everything that they have to do mentally to get through these time trials. In fact, I raced into quite a strong headwind last season, so I was pretty pressed in my race plan. I thought I was going to go for a nice solid 8-minute 2K plan, and it turned into slightly over 10. But that was something we had to adapt to on the plan, and I'm sure these beginner rowers will be finding that out as they're working through. Potentially this might be their first regatta over this sort of distance, so they'll have been talking to their coaches, developing their race plans, and really working through their own strategies and finding what works best for them. I think 2K race plans are quite individual sometimes, and what things that work for one rower won't necessarily work for the next. So working through your beginner season is always a good way to try and find what works for you. Are you better to push at 750, or can you not maintain that to the end, and then you have to work out if you need to maybe start a bit slower so you can conserve your energy and make it and need that sprint finish towards the line.
Certainly, yes, it's really individual, and that's the nature of rowing in a single. you could be prepared for a time of 7 minutes 10, and then because of a strong headwind, you're finishing over 9 minutes, and then you have to combat that lactate firing through your legs over an extended period of time. And what are some of the differences that you would adapt in your technique depending on headwind versus tailwind like we've got today?
Yeah, so the tailwind today, when we were racing yesterday, we were wanting to make sure we were rowing nice and long, staying in the water, and then when we're out of the water, squaring up nice and early, trying to catch that breeze and really use the wind to our maximum advantage. And also that means that the time is going to be shorter and we can press harder and go faster because we don't have to maintain that for as long a time as potentially could do.
That's really good advice.
Yeah, into a headwind, I think you think sometimes about rowing shorter. One of my coaches once told me for a nice sprint race that time spent out of the water is time wasted. So nice high rates into headwind and just staying strong, sitting up tall and maintaining position.
That's certainly the way to go. That's certainly the way to make a single go as fast as possible. Through the line here, we've just seen Falcon Boat Club S. Ross just finishing up his time trial. You will find out his results soon as the draw is published with the final list of orders. And then moving swiftly over to the next category here in the time trial at British Rowing Club Championships, we've got Women's Beginners Double Sculls.
Yes, and it looks like we've got a nice race coming down the time trial already here. I think we can see the University of Birmingham crew and potentially a Nottingham crew alongside them who have come through and gained massive grounds in the first stages of this time trial.
So yeah, Nottingham are absolutely firing forwards. University of Birmingham slightly more composed here. Looks like Birmingham was set off ahead of them, so Nottingham have really taken it upon themselves to get the best possible result in the time trial ahead of this afternoon's semis and finals.
Yes, definitely. I think we can see some really nice technique here from that Uni of Birmingham crew, and it's always good to get that technique set and sorted in your novice year, and really that is a good base to work off. But this Nottingham crew seems to have a lot of power to combat that, and they are rowing together. They're just making their way towards the line now as they enter the last 100 metres of their time trial.
Certainly a lot of power in the Nottingham crew, and it's certainly going to give you a lot of confidence crossing the line, knowing that you've caught up and overtaken the time trialists from before you, so you know you're bound to get a good time. And both of these crews, 232 and 233, Nottingham and University of Birmingham, now through the line. The rest of the racing awaits them later on.
Yes, definitely. I think both of these crews have also pulled out a massive gap to the crews behind them, which is the University of Birmingham B crew and Cardiff Met University. They're just approaching the last 250 metres of their race.
Do you think that will give them more confidence? Could that be the race for the medals later on?
Oh, I think it might be. It might be an early call to make, but it could potentially be, looking at this time trial field so far. And I think definitely having a strong time trial sets you up nicely for the rest of the day. Although sometimes being walked through your time trial gives you that mental boost to think, no, we need to come back and we need to reset, and gives you that ambition to push further. And then you come in as the underdogs.
That's the beauty of being able to rectify your initial result in either a repechage or a semi-final later on.
Yes, so approaching the line now, we have Hartpury University and College coming through, 236. They seem to have overtaken a couple of crews in front of them as well, and they do look to be quite strong in the water.
So behind them we've got University of Birmingham, that's the B crew. A. Smith is the bow person. And 234, just about 2 strokes from the line, and on the surge now they solidify their position in this afternoon's draw.
Yes, these University of Birmingham crews seem to have very nice technique, looking very clean and at one with their boats as they're coming down.
What are some other techniques that you should develop that you should definitely take with you into the time trial? Certainly steering straight is going to be one of them. You want to minimize the distance that you travel.
Oh, definitely. Yes, taking a course straight between these buoys is exactly what you want to be doing. You don't want to be weaving. You don't want to be adding extra meters to your race. You want to take the shortest possible path, and you don't want to clip any of the buoys accidentally, because that will really throw you off balance as you row, and that can add seconds to your race.
Certainly can. And 238 now through the line. That's Globe Rowing Club, the Dolzy cover. Is the bow person behind them. We've got Bath University, H. John, and closely followed by Sunderland University, Krasowska. Yeah, in this beginner category, obviously we're going to see varying gaps in between the different crews, as these athletes, as we mentioned, will have limited experience on the racetrack, so they'll still be figuring out exactly what makes them go the fastest, so that spread is naturally going to be quite diverging.
Oh yes, definitely. And I think sometimes athletes coming in with previous sporting experience from other sports perhaps tend to have somewhat of an advantage if they can keep their fitness and they can maintain. Rowing being obviously a very fitness heavy sport, you must be really quite active to make it through this whole time trial nice and strong.
And that's Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. Now through the line, behind them is Strathclyde Park as well, so a couple of Scottish crews.
Oh, yes, that's quite a distance to travel for this event, but obviously the British Rowing Championships is worth it and an amazing day to compete at. And then through the line here we have 235 Cardiff Met University.
It's M. Jones is the bow person here. And then that slight gap that we talked about has just opened up ahead of the next finishers.
Yeah, we have a slight gap back to them, and then there is a slight gap back, and then three crews coming in quite close together.
So assuming these crews will have about 3 to 4 hours before their next race, what are some of the recovery strategies that you like to take in your crew specifically?
Yeah, so in my crew specifically, we like to obviously get our boat back to the trailer, and then we immediately will debrief our races and work out if anything went wrong, what went wrong, and work out how we can improve, if our race plan worked, if there's anything we need to alter about it. And then once we've debriefed, done all that, it is time to refuel and stretch and really hit that rest and recovery hard before our next events. Making sure you're taking on all your carbohydrates, all your proteins, everything, and rehydrating is especially important. And also later today, hopefully when the sun comes out, like it did yesterday, making sure you've got sun cream, you're finding shade, and you're keeping out of the heat.
That's really good advice. I really like the focus on introspection as well. It's not just about the result that you got, but it's how you got through to that result. And it's important to analyze what made you go fast or slow and what you can improve for the next race. Really nice. Through the line now, we've seen a couple of crews. We've had Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Kay Broadley, 243, as well as Henderson from City of Cambridge, and the composite of Cardiff Met and Cardiff Uni, G. Shafi.
Yes, we just have 247 coming through the line now. This is City of Cambridge C with M. Edmonds in the bow seat there. But I think that potentially is the end to the women's beginner double time trials.
So looking at the speed of the next crew coming down the track, that definitely seems like a slightly more experienced combination here. Just judging based on the rowing style, the rhythm. I mean, what are some of the things that you're seeing, Poppy?
Yes, definitely. I think it is the Sir William Perkins's crew out in front, and they've taken a nice straight line down the course. They're looking very nicely in together. Their catches are going in nice and strong and sharp, and they are definitely starting to wind towards the line. They can see these 200 and 250 metre markers on the side of the lake, and they will start to hear a lot of crowds of supporters as they approach the finish line. Both of these things will be cheering them on and letting them know that they are just about at the final stages of their race and it's time to empty the tank.
Yeah, really nice sprint finish sequence coming together. certainly putting forward a strong statement ahead of the semis and the finals later on. So William Perkins, obviously coached by Chris Boddy, Natalie Holden, a very talented group of coaches and athletes as well. Huge results on the domestic scene as well as some under-19 GB selection coming out of Perkins. So great to see them cross the line and absolutely exhausted, aren't they?
Yes, it does look like they've given that time trial absolutely everything. But they do seem to have drawn out a slight gap in front of the City of Bristol crew that we are going to see cross the line next. So William Perkins is obviously an amazing junior sculling program, consistently producing amazing results, as we've just said. And another crew, City of Bristol, coming through the line, often quite competitive within these small sculling boats at a junior level. And that is T. O'Reilly in the bow seat.
Yeah, really nice leg-driven rhythm. Certainly high peak power curve force being put down there by the athletes from Bristol. Certainly going to get a good result. That was a pleasure to watch. Next through the line, we've had Notts County Rowing Association in the light green kit, 250. And then 251, City of Cambridge, El Margot coming in just behind M. Keane from Notts County.
Yes, that City of Cambridge crew looks to have caught up on their opponents potentially, and they've just dropped their local rivals from Rob Roy.
That's good knowledge there. Rob Roy is another Cambridge-based crew. Also rowing really nicely together and in unison.
It's definitely, they've just crossed the line now, and they look also quite tired after these time trials. But it is the sprint you want to be doing. You know, you want to guarantee that you've got that final later, and this time trial is probably the most important race of your day.
Could very well decide how you're going to be seated ahead of the rest of the competition. So William Borley is now heading towards the line as well. There's Grice in the bow seat. One thing that I wanted to note about that Rob Roy crew is really nice dynamic movement of the back with the hands, really setting the boat up for further acceleration rather than being lumpy and heavy and slowing it down. So this is really nice to see. Now 254, we got a crew from the Northwest, Royal Chester. Great to see them cross the line now, also exhausted, but they'll be certainly pleased with that performance. They had to chase off a charge from Chesley Street, B. Gritton.
Yes, Chesley Street there, really winding it up into the line. They've just picked it up and their boat was absolutely flying in these last couple meters. Then coming in next we have Brentford Rowing Club. This is 256.
That's Zamani in the bow seat. 2 strokes left and that bow crosses the line. 257 behind them, Trafford Rowing Club over from Manchester. So quite a good spread, geographical spread here when it comes to the club origins and when these athletes will be training day to day.
Oh yes, definitely. And approaching the line next is Strathclyde Park, another quite geographical far away crew coming down from Scotland to join us today.
Yeah, Strathclyde is a nice place to row at, isn't it?
It is definitely a very nice look, very scenic.
Also home to British Rowing Club Championships every few years. You can see, I'm just looking at the flag, the windsock on the other side of the lake, and it does seem that this tailwind has picked up slightly, so I wonder what kind of an effect that's going to have on the time trial results now. It's important to still keep your head down and push those legs down as hard as you can to keep accelerating that boat, and that's exactly what City of Bristol B crew are doing now that they're crossing the line. M. Ross, and behind them is E. Shepherd from Morsey Boat Club.
Yes, I think Morsey have realised that this tailwind is picking up and they're squaring up nice and early, trying to catch all the wind they can into these final stages of the race. As you tire, it is more and more important to use the conditions in your favour to really try and get every single second you can.
Well, they must have been listening to your advice on the way up to the start.
Oh,
because that's exactly what you're talking about, how to maximise their tailwind. Next up through the line, George Watson's College over from Edinburgh. That's F. Wilding. A lot of Scottish crews. That's what I really like to see here in Nottingham.
Yeah, a lot of Scottish crews have made the trip down, and that is really good. They have really enhanced the competitions today. They picked up quite a few medals yesterday, and that was really good to see, especially dominant in that women's J16 singles category, which I can see a lot of athletes are racing again today in this doubles category, notably in that Falcon crew. That bow seat was definitely in that women's J16A final yesterday.
Yeah, we had a little boat race going on there. St Mary's School from Cambridge against Falcon Boat Club from Oxford. So nice to see those crews push each other on in the time trial, as well as the B crew from St Mary's School in Cambridge. So Falcon were in a bit of a Cambridge sandwich right there.
Oh, definitely. That seems to me that the St Mary's School Cambridge crews would probably have been racing as a quad for the majority rest of the season. They've got similar racing points. That's why they're in similar starting point on this grid, on the start order. As we've seen coming through the line now, that was Hartbury University and College Boat Club.
Lybrand there in the bow seat. Another finisher of the time trial. Next up, Lee Rowing Club in their not so distinctive, as we've been told not to say, the orange kit, as they're going through the line as well. Couple strokes left. Linda Hop.
Definitely, they look to be really flying through the line there. I'm guessing they've wound it up in the final stages of their race, but this is really amazing quality of rowing that we're seeing from all of the crews, even as we're moving down the start order of this time trial.
A really nice bit of grit and determination here from the stroke seat of the Peterborough City crew. A. Williams is in the bow seat as they crossed the line there. Just couldn't wait for that final yellow buoy to cross before they could wind down.
Oh yes, definitely. The final stages of these races, you'll often see crews looking out to the side, trying to find any landmark that they can to see just how much they've got left of this race. And just saying that, we've got Evesham approaching the line here, both of them staying very focused, very together within the crew.
What are some of your top tips, Poppy, to not look around and just to measure the distance of how much have you got left, particularly in the coxless cruise where you don't have somebody telling you?
Yes, I think in the coxless cruise, generally having a designated calls person to make the calls and make the changes is really good, and then keeping everyone else really heads in, really focused within your cruise, looking at the people in front of you in your boats, and that stroke seat is directly set in the boat. You don't want to have heads out the boat and looking around. That can throw your cruise off and throw your rhythm, but sometimes we are all guilty of that.
Well, definitely every look that you're not looking directly in front of you could potentially hinder your boat speed or certainly your power output for those strokes. That's not what the crews from Bedford and Eton Excelsior were doing. They were really focused as they crossed the line. Bedford Rowing Club B. De Serpa Pimentel and Eton Excelsior I. Stevenson. One of the coaches in Eton Excelsior, John Collins, former GB Olympian in the sculling boat category, so certainly a lot of coaching pedigree and knowledge to be passed down there to these young athletes training near Windsor.
Yes, and just through the line now we have Wallingford Rowing Club. They look to have overtaken Millfield School as we approach the line, who are also being overtaken by this Brentford C crew on the near side, really putting in a push to the line here. They can see that they've got a crew that they want to overtake, and they're using that to their advantage to really send it into the final few strokes. And that is that Millfield crew coming across the line now.
Wow, that was such a quick finish time from Wallingford as well. Talking about lots of coaching pedigree to pass down. Obviously, one of the coaches there is Katie Greaves, who's a silver medalist as well, and just GB Olympian in general.
Yes, the Wallingford crew is really gaining momentum in these last couple of years. They are constantly competing at the top levels of both men's and women's junior rowing, all across all the different boat categories, through sweeping, through sculling, small boats to big boats. Right, coming through the line here we have 274 Falcon B.
Eschiara.
Yes, and they are just continuing well past the finish line. You don't want to stop early in your time trials. It is much better to keep going until you can see and you are 200% sure that you are past the finish line.
Really nice rowing also from Dart Totnes crew, 276, just crossed the line, and you could see those sharp catches, that really quick pickup of the boat, not letting it decelerate too much, has granted them a fantastic result here ahead of this afternoon. Behind them, 275, was Molesey B, T Ravenscroft.
Yes, and both these crews just seem to have pulled out a slight gap to the next crews coming down in the time trial. And the next crew will be from Shanklin, Sandown, E. Hayden. They're just in the last 100 metres, 150 metres of their race. And they look really quite strong as they're approaching their line here. Potentially slightly tired from the rest of their time trial, but they are still making sure every single stroke counts to the line. But just behind them, it looks that we have quite a battle going on between Leeds A and Leeds B. They are going side by side. Looks like the B crew was set off just before the A crew, and the A crew have made it their mission to come back and take what they think to be theirs, and they are going side by side in the last few stages of this race.
It's almost an internal seat race going on. That's always nice when you know who you up and racing against, and even though those crews did not start side by side, you could barely pick up which bow crossed it first.
They were definitely, would have been a photo finish had it been an actual side by side race, but congratulations to the Leeds crew. Their C crew is, no, sorry, their C crew does not exist. It is the Falcon C crew that is coming through the line next, just in the middle lanes of the lake here. And they're holding off another quite strong charge from Camis and Broxbourne Rowing Club.
Certainly that would keep the umpires busy if we had those photo finishes with every single race, but that would just mean more close rowing action to sort of follow and commentate on, which is always very exciting. So that was, like you mentioned, Falcon, Canberra and Broxbourne in close succession, 280, 281 and 282.
Yes, and then they've pulled out a nice gap between them and York City, who should be approaching the line next. And there they are, they've just crossed through. Stay nice and strong.
This is great. This looks like a Durham and Infinity Boat Club composite to crew 285. That's S. Wang there in a bow seat. Really powerful, strong strokes
Yes,
at the
definitely.
finish of that.
It looks like they've got that composite nice and strong together. Sometimes doing a composite at junior levels can be slightly harder when you don't have that time to train together, but that crew looked very much in sync with each other. Potentially they've been rowing this composite for a while.
Next up, we're seeing Tyne Amateur Rowing Club crossing the line. Really nice progression throughout the stroke in order to add the most.
It's definitely holding
power.
it in at the finish there.
Yeah, there was definitely the most acceleration going on a boat towards the latter part of the stroke, and we're seeing the same thing from 287 as the Glasgow Academy and Strathclyde Park composite. Rapid rhythm, really strong on those legs and hips. They'll certainly get a good time here.
Yeah, they are charging to the line there in that beautiful purple boat as they cross through, and they have overtaken that Windsor Girls School crew that have just crossed the line now.
So K-Steer from Windsor Girls School have just booked their place in this afternoon's racing, completing this time trial. We've still got a couple of doubles left out on the course at the moment before we move over to the next category. Those look to be Exeter Rowing Club as well as Eton Excelsior.
Yes, Exeter Rowing Club just in the last couple strokes now, and they've put out quite a decent gap over Eton Excelsior B crew.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of determination and power and will to move that boat there in a crew 288.
Yes, definitely. I think time trials is a very mental aspect of rowing. You don't have those other crews side by side to push you on, and you don't have anyone else for majority of the course here at Nottingham. It is highly concentrated in your last 250 metres of support. But up before that, if you don't have your coach cycling alongside you, it can be very, very bare.
And it looks like next up we're going to have some coxless pairs action on the course. Quite an exciting category, really difficult to master technically, isn't it?
Oh yes, definitely. You have to find that perfect pair partner in someone else that means that you can take that pair in a nice straight line and continue going directly down the course as you want to do in these time trials. You don't want to be weaving about or anything. You want to keep it nice, dead straight.
So Eton Excelsior, last finisher of the women's J16 double sculls, here trying to cross the line ahead of Westminster School. Crew 290 who are racing for the Open J18 coxless pairs and absolutely flying rhythm, Poppy.
Yes, this Westminster School have pulled out a massive gap over the other crews following them, and they have just absolutely drawn in these women's J16 doubles ahead of them, and they just look to be really long and strong in their rhythm as they approach the line. Their boat is absolutely gliding through the water, and that looks to be an exceptionally strong crew for this afternoon.
Next we're seeing Wallingford, crew 292. Not much to pick apart either. Really nice, powerful rhythm there.
Yes,
a lot of boat run towards the finish of that stroke. That bow is just surging out of the water. That's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, they've got a beautiful bounce on that boat as well, making sure it runs really smoothly through the water as they've crossed the line. Next down the course, we've got Tideway Sculler School coming down the middle lane there. They also look to be really moving this boat. They're shifting it with absolutely every stroke, and they're beautiful technique as they approach the line.
Don't let the name deceive you. Tideway Sculler School, but they certainly know how to sweep. Certainly know how to teach their athletes to work hard as well. The size of those puddles coming out of that boat is just a testament, really, that they're bound to get a good result in this time trial. That's crew 293. Next one up, we've got Great Marlow School. Slight bit of steering going on. It's always difficult in a coxless boat, particularly when you have to row and steer at the same time and manage your power output. But they will safely cross the line there. A bit of extra distance travelled, but I'm sure that will not faze them. Extra bit of warm-up ahead of the semi-finals.
Yeah, they are just getting their money's worth for this course, and they just wanted to absolutely maximise it as they were going down. But I think foot steering in a pair, it can be very, very hard to keep it in a straight line and not to overcorrect once you've done initial wobble. But they did a fantastic job of just keeping it in their lane towards the end.
Camford School, next through the line here with maybe 3 strokes left. Another nice bow surging out of the water in between every stroke. It's always nice to see that good rhythm and athletes using the boat to do a lot of the work for them whilst they suspend and accelerate with every stroke. And next we also have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Yes, I think the crew that just crossed the line was the Aberdeen A crew, who have taken it through and just stormed through that time trial, and then they're followed by the Camford School crew and the Aberdeen Schools B crew here.
You're correct, Poppy. Have you had the pleasure of steering, foot steering a course, a rowing course before?
Yes, I have. I do foot steer quite a bit, but in a quad, which makes it a bit easier to foot steer.
A little bit easier.
Going in a straight line, I have not attempted foot steering a pair yet.
How much of that mental capacity would you say it takes out of your race, just having to focus on keeping that straight line? Obviously, it's not to be discounted. It still counts as a huge portion of what the boat does overall in the end.
Yes, I think foot steering and taking that focus away from sometimes the rest of the calls being made in the crew can be really quite consuming for a bowsy, and it does take a lot of time to perfect and to really get that secure in your rhythm. But once you're set, and if you've got that foot position going in a nice straight line and you can keep it down the course, it can be really quite good, and it can make you feel quite nice at the end of the race when you know that you've just completed it and you've given your course a good line.
Especially is worth sort of laying off the power at about 5% just to make sure that line is absolutely as straight as possible, because ultimately that's still contributing to the boat speed. We've seen in quick succession Canterbridge and Nottingham N Union, that's O Armson and E Line, cross the line, 298, 299. Closely behind them, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association C Crew, Thrythall, bow number 300, and then another Scottish crew next to them, 301. That's Glasgow Academy. I love that purple kit. Love the purple boats. It's so on brand.
It is really beautiful, that is.
It's nice.
Yes, and then approaching the line now, we have Stratford upon Avon pair. Now I know this pair really quite well. And they are shifting the boat now. They're just taking the finish line now. Just in the really nice wind and the nice final stages there. And it looks really, really good racing from them.
Tell us about them.
Yeah, so that's Xavier in the stroke seat and Seth in the bow seat. They've been training together in this pair for a couple of years now, and they really, really enjoy rowing together, and they're both lovely lads.
Great, we wish them success.
Great race from them, yeah. Well done.
This afternoon's racing. Next crew, 303, the penultimate crew of this Open J18 Coxless Pairs time trial. That's Monmouth Comprehensive School, Elle Baker. And the last finisher through the line should be Rob Roy, Rowing Club F. Agar, crew 304.
Yep, and they're just approaching the line now. They have really quite a strong send on this boat. They're maybe rating slightly lower than some of the other crews, but they are really working the legs to make up for it.
That's definitely caught my eye as well. That boat displacement of every single catch is substantially larger than what we tend to see in the Open J18. So there's a really good amount of distance per stroke. And just as the Finnish present, they managed to hit the bow wall on the buoy, but sometimes that's the kind of luck that you need.
Yes. Once you're over the line, steering doesn't matter anymore. Once you're finished, you're finished. All right, moving on up the course, we are moving to the Women's J18 Coxless Fours.
Now that's an interesting category. Half of an 8. I wonder how many of the 8 crews will be seeing double up in this competition as well, just to see if they can get another shot at the medals. And obviously not the same things that make you go faster than 8 make a 4 go fast, and likewise with doubles and other 4-oared boat categories.
Yes, definitely. I think the Coxless 4 is a hard boat to master, but once you've got it, you can absolutely fly together as a crew. And I think this crew approaching the line is the Glasgow Academy crew here, 307, who is supposedly third to start this event, but it looks like they are going to cross the line first.
You can't mistake that purple kit. They are absolutely sending it forward. Really nice, good reach at the front end of the stroke. Nice cohesion throughout the back end as well. Those blades are catching together. It's clearly not their first outing in that crew. Really nice rhythm. Little look over from the bow girl, and now they've crossed the line. They called down, and they'll be so pleased with having such a that's a hell of an advantage.
That was a beautiful row from the Glasgow crew there. Absolutely all in sync together. You could not put them apart. And then following them, we have Nottingham and Union, crew 308, just approaching the line here. Local to Nottingham, but not to home Pierpont at the moment, but they are just surging towards the line here. Nottingham Union taking the win in the Women's J18 doubles yesterday.
Another good finish there from 309. That's Lambton and Tyne United Composite. Training out of Newburn stretch of the river, of the River Tyne. It's a tidal venue, so there's a lot of challenges and obviously quite a lot of wind exposure as well, so they'll be used to any conditions thrown at them. Next through the line we've got crew 310,
yes,
Great Marlow School.
Great Marlow School is really coming up and being quite a competitive category sometimes. They've claimed wins over the last couple of seasons in these junior events, and they are definitely on the charge to make themselves known in the school rowing world. And then following them, we have Wallingford Rowing Club. Again, another strong crew would definitely be targeting the podium in this category.
Bit of a side-by-side contest going on once again between the next two finishers. I can see Hexham and Queen Elizabeth High School. Now, they both train out of the same boathouse, out of the same stretch of the river. But you're pointing out to me this might be Clare's Court School actually catching up to Queen Elizabeth here.
Yes, I think it's think it might be Hexham on the far side, and then Clare's Court School on the near side, who have just taken it all together, these crews. And then I can't see Queen Elizabeth School on the course just yet. But that is definitely a nice race to the line from both of those crews, keeping it really strong and together and getting that mental boost from each other.
Now, Hexham have got a fantastic bridge right next to their boathouse. The views out of that stretch of the river are quite something. And I hear that they don't get affected too much by floods or sort of windy conditions during the winter, so they can spend a lot of time on the water, which is just fantastic.
Yes, that is a massive advantage if you can row year round. And I think this is crew 315 from Weybridge, who've just crossed the line there.
And that's H. Wang through the line. 316 Calpe Rowing Club. That's I. Martinelli in the bow seat there. Sending those arms towards the back has given a really nice bounce up on the surge and a good bit of acceleration. Certainly a lot of composure from that crew, using their core nicely to rock over and keep that run alive.
Yes, coming over from Gibraltar, these girls have probably not come to play around. They want to come here and they want to show exactly what they can do. And it's quite a long trek to make to race here at Nottingham. And then we found our Queen Elizabeth High School crew just approaching the line now. A very distinctive yellow boat there. So just coming through.
A lot of effort going in there. Couple of strokes left. A little look over from the bow. And we've got the next finisher of this time trial, Queen Elizabeth High School, training out of Hexham. They can wind down now. They've crossed the line. Great to see them ahead of this afternoon. And we've got 3:17 as the final finisher of this Women's J18 Coxless for Strathclyde Park Rowing Club.
Yes, but they are being rapidly chased by the leaders of our next category, which is the Women's J16 Coxed Fours. And this is Wallingford Rowing Club A coming through the line here. Now, the difference between coxed fours and coxless fours is really quite something. You know, these girls, they don't have to worry about their steering anymore. That is what their cox is for. They have their motivation. They have their calls set out that their cox will know very, very well. And they also have an extra stability of that added weight in their crew that will just help them really balance the boat and keep them settled into their rhythm.
Now, that's a really interesting point that I don't always hear when talking about coxed fours, that element of balance with the added weight. I think that's definitely not to be discounted. Will certainly count for something. 320 through the line. Sir William Perkins, A. Evans. And it looks like St. Paul Girls' School on the far side, just also cruising towards the line. 319. That's A. Castellic. Now, do you prefer rowing in coxless or coxed boats, Poppy?
Ooh, I think both have their pros and cons and benefits and everything, but I do prefer a coxless boat. I think the send you can get on it and the surge is just really quite something. Once they're up and running, it can be absolutely fantastic to row.
Despite the added responsibility of having to make calls and obviously continue with the race plan and make steering arrangements at the same time?
Yes, I think sometimes obviously that can be quite stressful, but I think the added speed you can get is sometimes unmatched. And that we have Henley Rowing Club across the line there, 321, and also St. Paul's Girls' School here, that is Molesey Boat Club, 322 across the line.
Absolute exhaustion from Molesey. Those girls gave their everything during this time trial. Now they've got a few short hours to recover before they go again, and it's go time. But with the amount of training these athletes do, even at the J16 level, they will be doing about 8 to 10 sessions a week. Plenty of mileage, so their cardiovascular system will definitely be comprehensively trained and prepared in order to sort of handle the difficulties that come with 2,000 metre racing, as well as they will for Wallingford Rowing Club B crew, E. Matthew. Now 324, cruising towards the line, about 3 strokes to go. Their cocks little look over at the finish line, and through they go. Now they can wind down.
Yes, definitely. I think having a Cox is a nice advantage in this race. They can give you the exact distance you've got to the line. They can make those calls for you, and you can focus on just laying down the watts and getting that power into your crew. No other responsibilities. Literally nothing to think about other than keeping in time and getting that blade in the water.
I like where your focus is at. It's all about the watts and just being able to apply as much power to propel that boat forward as possible. And that's what we've seen from the other great Marlow School crew, C. Stewart, as they cross the line, 3:25. We're about halfway through this women's J16 Coxed Force time trial.
Yes, and I think this is 3:23 approaching the line here. St. Paul's Girls' School coming now. They look to be really quite strong in their boat. I wonder if they started potentially slightly out of order, as they do look really quite strong through, and I doubt they've been overtaken by 2 crews ahead of them.
Certainly not by that margin, that's for sure. 3-6 behind them, there's Nottingham and Union, A. Duncan. Now, in Coxed Force, the Cox will know what makes their crew tick and what they respond to in order to produce their best result. What are some of your favourite calls?
Oh, well, I love a good call all about the hips and syncing up our hips together. I think getting that send around the back end of your stroke, especially in a coxed boat, can make that feeling of potentially dragging a cox along, making the boat a bit heavier, make it feel that just that bit lighter. And it really helps my crew specifically sync up together, and getting that send together really picks the boat up and makes us feel a lot faster, a lot stronger than potentially we were 5 strokes before the call.
Exactly right. And as you were saying that, I was watching this Kingston Rowing Club crew 382 head towards the finish, almost executing everything you were talking about perfectly. That's great to see. C. Orsinger in the bow seat of that crew. And behind them, we've also had 327, that's a crew from Lambton. So Kingston might have started out of order, or they just made up about a minute of advantage here. Whichever it was, they'll be pleased with that row.
Oh, definitely. They look to be flying towards the line here. Kingston Rowing Club, quite a competitive crew. So hopefully they will be looking forwards to their semi-finals and finals later on today.
And looking at the windsock as well, the tailwind's still ever so slightly there, but it's mostly flat now. So the times should be quite even in between the different events and how they're spread. 3:30, you can see Weybridge Rowing Club G. Whitfield now crossing that line, and look at that, the Cox is in front of the stroke rather than in the bow loader position.
Yeah, it's quite uncommon potentially at this level of competition. As we see the Leeds crew there, they have a bow loader 4 coming through the line. But that stern loader, I think, is really quite good when you're in your initial stages of getting together as a crew. Allowing your Cox to see you and to see how your crew is rowing helps them make those technical calls that will help you advance. But then once you get the feel for the boat, once you get your technique down, getting that Cox in the bow loader position is optimal.
And then obviously there are implications, weight implications to having more people way down on the stern rather than the bow. So that could be something to be explored if you're looking for extra couple of seconds of speed. Surely that's not going to be the case for them. They looked really well put together, like he said. And so the crew from Evesham, now 3:31. Nice rhythm together, certainly well-drilled crew. And same goes for crew 319. That's the St. Paul's Girls A crew. They must have started slightly out of order, but they sure have booked themselves the place later on. And Sir William Borlase as well, Poppy.
Yes, Sir William Borlase is rounding out this field now, just as they approach the line. They also look really strong, and they're sitting up tall as they approach the line, something that can be quite hard to do after this 1.5k time trial. Right.
And it looks like that was the last of our women's J16 Coxed Force. Race 112, the time trial for that is now concluded. And we swiftly move over to Open J16's Coxless Purse. We've seen J18s race in that category. Now we move over to 2 years their junior. First through the line we can see it will be Shipley College. That's J Weeks. Really strong program coming out of that system. Really good to see the number of athletes that they field, both for the GB selection as well as domestic and some international success as well. And look at that, absolutely charging forward. If you didn't know they were J16s, Poppy.
Oh yes, they would have fit right in the J18 category earlier today. They are really sending it into that finish, staying nice and strong in the back end, and they are absolutely flying towards the line. This is some superb rowing from these J16s, who probably only started sweeping just last year in their seasons, and they've really picked it up and they've mastered potentially the hardest sweep boat to get. And they are followed by the Aberdeen Schools A crew, just on the far side of the lake. Also some amazing technique coming out there and flying into the line.
A certainly motivated Shiplake to try and keep their bows still ahead of Aberdeen Schools, who are relentlessly charging at them. It's good when you can work off another crew in a time trial. You can still measure your speed. It's not necessarily a carte blanche that you get for your timing there. We now see Tideway Sculler School, a Beveridge, 3:34, heading towards the line, and they are being chased by the D crew from Wallingford Rowing Club, a Benar.
Yes, and I wonder here whether Wallingford, they've entered 4 pairs into this, and I wonder, could this potentially be the 4 pairs in their open J16 8 that sometimes they race? And this would obviously be a good way of training them together and getting that balance and that sweep technique just right in the pair, which makes them go faster in the 8s.
Now that's certainly a really good way to develop the boat feel for the athletes, is to break them up into these small boats and allow them the opportunity to show how you can work together as just the 1/4 of the entire unit that makes the 8 go so fast. And Wallingford A, Elsmore Wickens, that just finished just behind the Wallingford D crew, they've certainly made up a lot of water in order to be within just a couple of lengths of their club mates.
Oh, definitely. They were flying into the line there, and they have really stayed strong in their rhythm. I think it'll be exciting to see the results between these A, B, C and D Wallingford crews, and really see how they can live up to their letters and see where they stand in amongst each other. I'm sure the athletes will be curious to that as well.
Now, is it more of a motivation or a duty to beat your club mates whenever you're doing a time trial, Poppy?
Well, I think as the B crew, it is your motivation, isn't it? You want to get it back in. You have absolutely nothing to lose by beating your A crew. And as your A crew, you go into it knowing that there is a crew really wanting to chase you and hound you for that position. And, well, yeah, I think sometimes on race day anything can happen. But it's definitely on my mind when I have another crew from my club in the same category. I always like to think, like, gotta push, gotta beat the other people, gotta stay ahead. But
so it's both a duty and motivation, depends on where you're sat.
yes, I think definitely depends on your position.
Well said.
And that is Queen Elizabeth High School through the line here, 338. And they look to have potentially overtaken 337 Wallingford B crew here. Or potentially they just started slightly out of order.
You could just really see the difference in speed, obviously, between the Wallingford A crew, the D crew, and the B crew. Both, all 3 of them, a really nice result. Barn Elms now, 339, crossing the line in their white and green Swift racing boat. Really nice.
Yes, I quite like the Barn Elms boats. Their boats are all named with green puns. Like, I believe one of their quads is named Cactus If You Can. And whenever I see them around the events, they always make me laugh, always make me smile. So that is fun facts about Barn Elms.
I'll look out for that. That's a good fun fact. Another crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, crew 340. That's B. Cowie there in the bow seat. Heaving on that oar towards the end. Nice stroke rate, a little bit of a push for the sprint finish as well. And now they can wind down and start their recovery process that we've talked about for later on. And there's quite a gap now between the Great Marlow School, which is just in 341 behind them.
Yes, I think the other crews ahead have just drawn out, and I think pairs, very much like singles, they can be really quite varied on their speeds depending on which crew and also the steering line they've taken. But as I mentioned, steering the Great Marlow School crew, looking back at their track up the lake, has been dead straight between these boys. And that's really quite impressive for these J16 pairs to manage as they just cross the line there.
Very experienced leader of that Great Marlow School, Piers Barnett, leading that program there. 3:42, another crew from Wallingford, that internal seat race we were talking about, or just a decomposition of their 8. I wonder which one it is. I'm going to try and catch up with their coaches to find out, as that has really piqued my curiosity. Next one, Walton Rowing Club. That's the A. Mickleborough there in the bow seat.
Yes, I think Walton are quite a small club, but one that can produce really quite good results for their events. They enter. They quite often end up with some medals at national competitions, and you do hear their names sometimes at the top of the timing sheets. But as I look down the course here, we have a good race going on between Glasgow Academy and King Edward School, Stratford upon Avon. And it looks to be that King Edward School crew that are really pushing through and drawing to the line here as they overtake the Glasgow crew. And I know a little bit about this pair, that they have not been together for a very long time. They only picked this up a couple of months ago, but you would not really be able to tell watching them race, and they've done an absolutely fantastic push to the line there to take it through and go on past that Glasgow Academy crew.
I'm sure they'd love to qualify for the A final later on and try and get their hand in for the medal fight. That could be possible. We just need to await the time trial results to see how they fared up in this pursuit of going from A to B the fastest time that you can. 3:46 behind them as well, Warrington. That's L. Wainwright. And the last one of the J16 Coxless pairs, Glasgow Academy, the C right there. And that will be closing out this time trial. Now, a couple months in a pair, it seems like it could be a lot of time, but it's not really to gel with the other person.
No, it is not, and especially these J16 rowers, they will have just come off the end of their GCSEs in school, which means some of these rowers obviously will be dedicated and will train the whole way through their exams, but some of them will have taken some time off for academics as well, and so that might play into the final results here. But I mean, personally, I would say the pair takes more than a couple of months to masters, but I think Will and Ewan did a good job there coming through.
Particularly when you consider that these athletes will be still going to a school, and half of their training will presumably be land-based. So how many opportunities do you really have to go and work on your technique and that gelling aspect that we were talking about?
Yes, I think working on technique and getting that technical time on the water can be quite limited within junior programs sometime, especially for, well, putting it in perspective, that Stratford King Edward School crew, they really, the water time sometimes at Stratford is limited, and especially the stretch of water that we row on can be a lot shorter than some of the other clubs around the country have. We really do not have that great a stretch down at Stratford upon Avon, but they've really pushed hard and they've worked it with the time they've been given and with the coaches, who've been absolutely fantastic.
So tell us about it. What are you working with at Stratford? What was the stretch like?
So we have a 500 metre stretch downstream, and then we have separated by a little road bridge which is too narrow for boats to get through, so you have to do what we call bridge training, and you go through, and when you get to the bridge you pull your blades in, send it through and hope that you don't crash, pretty much. And then once you're through that, we have a nice slightly longer 1.5k upstream, but it's convoluted to get to, and we don't train up there until J15 level.
Wow, so a lot of difficulties that you can't just sort of set off and do 20k.
No, it is not. It's not just a nice casual tideway stretch. It's got its challenges, but it's very picturesque and very historic. Yes.
Building as well as.
Oh, definitely, definitely character building is a good way to put it.
So, women's J18 8 ahead of us. Wallingford Rowing Club, F. Scalisi in the bow seat there. Really nice strong rhythm from Wallingford. You can see the emphasis on that power towards the back of the stroke, hands moving quickly and setting you up for the next movement. You can see that crew's definitely been practicing their sprint finish a lot. It's really great to see. And now they'll be looking to get their best result ahead in this afternoon's racing. Only 4 crews in this time trial.
Yes, and they come in ahead of the Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club composite here. Just one athlete from this crew representing St Andrew Boat Club. There's Katie McKendrick coming across the line there.
And that was Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And you can see that both beat of the drum. We have seen it race at Henley Women's Regatta. We have seen it race at Henley Royal Regatta. I believe the crew from Brown University has actually won using that boat. I had the privilege of commentating on that, and there was a really strong rhythm, and those athletes from Aberdeen Schools certainly adopted a portion of that. So this time trial is a race for lanes more than anything else. You can see the next crew through the line, the Leeds Rowing Club, the rating slightly lower than their opposition, to say the least.
Yes, I think that Leeds crew have come into this knowing that they're going into the A final no matter what, so therefore they've taken it as the opportunity to get a good pre-paddle morning rowing. They're looking strong in their stroke, but they have taken it at a relaxed pace compared to some of the other crews like that Hexham, Queen's Park Chester and Warrington composite that has just crossed the line as well.
Now that's quite a composite, isn't it? You can see 3 different bits of kit there in that boat, and rapidly, no time wasted, we've got Open J18 8s, and Reading Bluecoats seem to be the first ones through. That's the Leeds Rowing Club B Marshall, first ones through the finish line there.
Yes, and that Leeds 8 was absolutely flying as they followed their girls 8 down the course there. Definitely, they've gone for different strategies here, but there are more entries within this Open J18 8s.
Do you think that would have been a call from the Cox to try and catch up to the girls 8s?
I think potentially it could have been, this inter-squad competition is definitely running rife, I think, and this is the Reading Bluecoat school that has just crossed the line now.
Nice, coached by Bethan Thomas, her inaugural year in charge of the Reading Bluecoat. Some great things to be seen from that program over the next few years, and we've also seen Wallingford Rowing Club S Conway 353 go through the line. Absolute exhaustion there from a number of crew members, number of athletes, sort of gasping for breath.
Yeah, and then looking back up the course, we have the Windsor Boys School crew coming through the line here. Windsor Boys School, often synonymous with sculling, but they do appear in this sweep category, and they do look really clean, really sharp, really together. You would not know that they specialise in sculling with that 8.
Now that's quite a gap they've worked to stay with the peloton in the sort of the top half of the time trial list here, and I saw the stroke, absolute exhaustion, almost head down as he was taking those last few strokes, but before he allowed himself to collapse, turn the stroke coach off, because you have to make sure
time.
You need the time, absolutely. So certainly got his priorities straight there, and that's just great to see that even in the face of breathlessness. Yeah. So, Clare's Court School, T Beaver, 357 now, heading towards the line. Really nice big puddles there coming out of that crew. And again, almost a bit slower to the catch, but not to say late, that's to say patient, because they know that ultimately the power is coming through that hip swing and that peak power force there.
Yes, definitely. Slower into the catch, but they were definitely still making sure they had that connection, that draw through the stroke. And we can see here, this is the Queen Elizabeth High School crew coming to the line here. Potentially, they know that they're going to semi-finals no matter what, and they've decided they don't really mind what lane they're in, and they have just taken this time trial at a nice leisurely pace.
So sometimes during time trials, if you know you don't have to race, and you're still going to have to go through a semi-final, perhaps you may just practice a couple of pushes through the middle of the course, but not race the entire way through. As we know, there's only a short number of hours until the next endeavour out on the course, so they'll be looking to conserve that energy, which you never know could be the difference between making the A final or winning the B final.
Oh, it definitely could be. I think your legs after 2Ks versus after 1 2K, very, very different. So I think conserving the energy, potentially a smart strategy from them.
In the last 2 finishes here, we've got Leeds B and Patel, closely followed by Brentford A. Gill. They're in the bow seat. Look over from the Cox. They're nearly there, and now cross the line. They can start to wind down and begin their recovery. Now, quite a large gap between the next competition. You can just see the speed of those 8s. Now, if you were to row in an 8, Poppy, where do you like to sit the most? Because obviously each section of the 8 it carries different roles and responsibilities.
Yeah, so can't say we row an 8 very often at Stratford. Stretching River doesn't really allude to it, and our squad sizes are particularly small, but on the off chances that I do quite enjoy a 7 seat, actually. A bit out there, bit different, but I think I enjoy being at the front of the boat, helping set that rhythm, and that stroke pair, very, very important, especially that 7 seat, translating the rhythm from your stroke seat to that bow side of the boat and really passing it down through that side. I think it's a very important seat to be in, but also not one with too much pressure.
I would say there's so much pressure because you are directly that link, like you said, between the stroke and the rest of the crew. So if you don't translate the rhythm well and respond and be able to work with your stroke seat, then the boat could fall apart in the middle. I like that you think that there's less pressure. Perhaps it just depends. If you can be in that flow state, then of course you can just be lost. There's not too much distraction. You can only see one person plus the cocks in front of you.
Yes, potentially. I mean, I was in the stroke seat last season. We did an 8 at School's Head once, and I think that was quite a lot of pressure, taking that 8 all the way down the course at potentially a rhythm that I thought I can maintain, and then thinking about whether my crew, we could also work together at it and getting that full maximal send, and then working it up towards the end and working with our cocks to work out our steering as well. I think that stroke seat has a lot of pressure, and potentially that 7 seat is just slightly less.
You certainly need a sprinkle of magic in order to make an 8 go fast. And like you said, it's a very good point. In a single, you're purely responsible for your power output, for your rhythm, for the rate and everything. In an 8, though, you could try and go about 45, but is the rest of your crew going to be able to hold on? So that's something that you also have to bear in mind. You're not just working for yourself, but for the benefit of the entire crew. And it's not to be discounted for sure. I quite like the bow seat.
Oh, I would agree with you there. I think the bow seat is really quite fun. Especially, I think, bow seat, working with your communication and the translation between your cocks and your rowers, I think is a really important link with your cocks to your bow seat, and getting those, in particular the calls, and making sure that your technique is absolutely spot on and really sitting up nice and tall, getting it through. Being able to see the rest of your crew as well is, I think, really quite a fun experience when the boat's flowing well.
And you really get to feel that bow rising as well at the end of that boat. You get to feel all that power being put down in front of you, and you obviously get to contribute to it. And like you said, the technical responsibility of the bow seat, bow pair really in general, is quite large. Obviously, you have some of the most effect on the balance of the boat, and it's good. I also like it because you get to look around sometimes a little bit to what's in front of you, and that scratches an itch for me.
Yes. And then obviously we've got the middle seats, the middle 4 with their strong power and really sending it through. Their job is to get that watts down and get their legs down, get their hips moving, and absolutely power it through the course. And really send there.
That's where you tend to put your biggest ergos in the boat, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And then obviously your cocks, potentially the most important seat in the 8, really drawing everyone together, working it through. You've got those steering calls, motivation calls. Really, you have to be able to read your crew really well and work out whether they can handle this push, and also push them so that they think they can, even if potentially they might not.
Well, you're a captain in charge of a ship like this Cox here from York City, absolutely motivating those athletes to row the best they can in time. And that gap they've got on the rest of the field, certainly a statement. It's certainly a statement of confidence just for themselves as well.
Yes, absolutely. They have stride out on the rest of the course. They have left everyone behind. Nobody's even in the final 250 metres yet. And that York City crew are well across the line. And they looked really strong while they were doing it.
Now, how do you keep your composure ahead of the semi or the final? This should be a straight final later on. Yes. Knowing that you've put so much distance ahead of your crew, everyone else is going to try to go as hard as they can to sort of get a mental advantage over you. Now, how would you combat that?
Yes, I think you never want to get too cocky, and you never want to believe in yourself too much. I think obviously believing in yourself is amazing. It's really good, and you should definitely carry that into your race. But potentially thinking about not being overly cocky going into your final is really something. You need to keep yourself grounded, so you still have to go out there and you still have to work. But in the back of your mind, it is good to have that little confidence boost going in.
And next crew through the line we can see is a Cambridge University A crew. but all the athletes are wearing their college kit. So this would be potentially a development crew, some future athletes looking to get their hand in race experience in the boat race.
Yes, so the Cambridge Development Squad, they fielded 2 8s today, their 8 and their B8, which is just further down the course, and they've taken it through nice and strong there.
Now look at those hats of Crew 362. That's another Leeds Rowing Club 8. Is that perhaps a birthday celebration?
I think potentially it could be, and I think that looks quite fun. I think they're all looking very stylish in their party hats going down the course, and every single rower's got one. Wow.
And you know, I really, really like that. The aspect of keeping rowing fun and also light-hearted and not forgetting to enjoy yourself and sort of, it's an extra level of team bonding, you know, not being quite so serious that you won't allow a joke. And obviously maybe that will, if that makes you smile, makes you keep a positive attitude throughout the course, perhaps it will aid your boat speed as well.
Oh, definitely. I think getting that squad bond and really, really celebrating everything together, whether your race wins or your birthdays, is really, really special.
And it's important too.
Yes, and so we've just seen 364 coming through the line here. This is a Exeter and University of Bristol composite.
Sari. And then Cambridge University B crew now through the line in their college kit as well. There's Y Lim there in the bow seat. And that concludes the Women's Club 8. So those were seniors that we saw racing, so athletes who are over than 18 years of age.
Yes. That was a very, very good field, very competitive and a very fun field with those party hats coming through the line.
Now there must have been a slightly larger gap between setting off those two categories, as the distance between them and the Open Club 8s, which will contain some men, is quite large. Obviously we had a scratch from City of Cambridge as Stevenson. They will no longer be racing in today's afternoon's set of semi-finals and finals. We've got Nottingham, Evesham Rowing Club and Dart Totnes. And who have we got in front there? Can you see, Poppy?
Oh, I'm not sure I can make it out just yet. It looks like a dark coloured crew, but that could potentially be any of our 3 crews going down here.
Now that actually looks like Oriel Kensington's Blades, Women's Club 8. So it's still a remainder of the athletes from the previous from this Women's Club 8 time trial that's race 116. I could tell by the pinks on the end of their green blades. That's a very distinctive colour from Oriel Kensington, situated right next to the Hammersmith Bridge, next to the headquarters of British Rowing. Lovely stretch of the river. Obviously very tidal, very unpredictable, but gives you a fantastic preparation for whatever Nottingham can try and throw at you.
Yeah. Well, looking across the lake now, we can see the windsock had slightly dropped, is now slightly moving again, but it looks like the tailwind has slightly dropped away as these crews are coming down. But all of these crews will be on the lake at the same time with their time trial, so the changing wind speeds will only affect each other as much as they affect your crew. So I wouldn't worry about that too much within time trial results. But yes, that is Oriel Kensington just approaching the line now. I wonder if they were potentially at the start, maybe slightly late, and that's why they've been set off at the back of their field. Even so, looking strong as they approach the line here, just taking their final few strokes of the race. That's good. And then we'll pan up the course to the Open Club 8s. Perfect, and it looks like that first crew coming through will be the Nottingham Rowing Club crew. You can see it on that bottom picture of your screen. They're just approaching the line now, coming into the last 100 metres. And they have really got a nice strong send on that boat. They are racing it through, staying really long and strong together, and they look really, really composed. This could be a crew that has been together for multiple seasons, and they've really worked and got that crew and their rhythm strong and together. That is 367 coming through the line now. And then behind them, it is a crew from Evesham Rowing Club. They're just approaching the last 200 metres. They've got a decently lower stroke rate than Nottingham Rowing Club have, but potentially that is a tactic for their final. Being only 3 crews racing, they are racing directly for podium positions here, and I would not be surprised if this crew is just taking it relaxed so they can save their legs for later racing.
Similar tactic being adopted here by the crew from Evesham, almost paddling through the line here. There's no need to race. You'll still be in one of the middle 3 lanes, like you said in that final later on. But then the real test will come later, where you're up to the full pace. So I'm hoping they practice some of the race strategies, particularly some of the middle race pace, out earlier outside of our viewpoint. And then the last crew from the Open Club 8s in this time trial is Dart Totnes. See Bailey there in the bow seat. Really nice movement with the hands around the back, just letting that boat run and breathe and rise out of the water.
Yes, they had a nice strong rhythm we could hear from the commentary box there. Sometimes when you can hear the rhythm with the blades squaring and getting it in past the finish, it's quite nice, quite satisfying.
It's very satisfying hearing that squaring and feathering click of the oars, particularly when done all together as a unit. Makes me want to get out in the boat and race some of these crews myself, but I will be sticking to commentary this weekend.
Yes,
you have already raced yesterday. Now,
I have,
tell us about your experience, Poppy. What's it like out there on the course? What's the feeling like at the Club Championships 2026? What are some of your tips for the spectators, perhaps?
Well, for the spectators, I think potentially making sure you know what lane your crew that you're supporting is in. If they are in lane 6, 5 or 4, you would probably want to be on the grandstand side, on the side with the event village, with the main building on it, so you can really see your crew close. And then if you're in lanes 1, 2 or 3, you probably want to be on the boat trailer side, so you can really support your crew to the max. It really does make a difference for the rowers out there if they can hear your support and they can hear your cheers. So making sure you know what side your crew is on, and making sure, if you also can, spreading out nice and up the banks. Obviously, if you look down the lake here, it gets a bit barren, it gets a bit bare as we go past the 500 metre marker, and to be honest, even approaching the 500 metre marker. And sometimes getting that support spread out and sending some supporters up maybe to the halfway point can be really motivational for your crews as they start to make their pushes there.
And to some of the spectators who haven't had the pleasure to race on this course, what are some of your favourite places to put in a sneaky push?
Ooh, well, that will be revealing some secrets into my race plan, but I will share. So there are a few markers across up the lake. We obviously have the main 200, every 250 metres we have a marker, and there is a row of different coloured buoys as you go up. They are predominantly just a red line of buoys at those markers, and then as you get into the final 250 metres, all the buoys turn to red. And then you have a white buoy marker and a yellow buoy marker as you get into the last 100 metres. But in between those markers, there are a couple of yellow bridges to the side of the courses on your left-hand side that are the canoe bridges. And if you push at them in between, no one expects you to move there. And that can be a nice sneaky advantage to have over some other crews as you go into the line.
Now, why would you not be expected to make a push there?
I think because most people pushes at the 250 metre markers, at those round markers, they know those markers well, and it's been well drilled into your race plan. But if you push in between those, it can catch some people off guard. If you don't stick to a typical race plan, if you move at other times to other people and you start to walk through people before they're making their push, it can sometimes throw people mentally and just get that worry settled in, being like, oh, is this crew going to walk past me at 330 metres to go? It can be quite off-putting if someone's not following that stereotypical race plan, I think.
It's a bit of a Barry and Foley kind of move, going when you're not expected to. Now, how long have you been rowing for, Poppy?
So I've been rowing since my J13 season.
So 5 seasons?
Yes, 5 seasons.
Wow, you've amassed so much race experience and rowing knowledge and so many good tactics. Every time I'm asking you a question, I can't help but agree and think wow, that's really well said. It's a really nice and mature point of view.
Thank you. Well, I've had some really great coaches over the years at Stratford, and I think all of them have played a part into this and everything. I think I've been really grateful for all of that. And I think my older sister was a rower as well, and she was really my inspiration to get into the sport. And she was a really good rower, so I think that was always what I aspired to be, and follow in her footsteps.
Now imagine there's someone here in the spectators crowd who hasn't been out to the boat club yet and hasn't started rowing, but perhaps is looking to do so in the next sort of 2 to 3 years. Now, what would you say to entice them into getting out in the boat?
Yeah, well, I think rowing's a really good sport for everyone to get involved with, like to reach your local community club or just a development club, or if you're a student at university, getting involved into a boat club there is a really, really good idea. I think what sets rowing apart from a lot of other sports is the community feel. Like once you're in a boat with people, if you're working in an 8, you work with them every day almost, and that really sets you apart and you get a really, really strong bond. It's an amazing way to stay fit, to stay healthy, which is also not too exhaustive onto your body. It's not like running, it's not a high impact sport, but it targets every muscle group and it grows your fitness really well, whilst also growing your friendships and your bonds within your squad. And I think there's something just magical about that within your abilities.
Well said. If that doesn't want to make you get out in the boat, I don't know what will. But it certainly would motivate me. And as we're going to take you through the mixed championship 8s here, we've got Thames Rowing Club 370, really nice, gliding through that line here. Unbelievable rhythm. This the maturity of those athletes racing in that Wintec boat there with the Cambridge oars. You can see them give a little wave. Really nice rhythm. They certainly know how to let that boat breathe and run, and it didn't feel heavy at all. There was so much surge on that bow.
Yes, absolutely. The crew looked really fluid, really together. They just looked like they were absolutely flying into the line here. I think these mixed champs 8s is a really good way as well of getting your squads to bond within your clubs, because sometimes when you use your male rowers and your female rowers separately, the men's and women's squads can get very separated or potentially just don't have much interaction. And these mixed champ 8s are a really good way of drawing your club together and getting that interaction between your squads. And they're also, I think, really quite fun to row.
Definitely really fun, and it's one of the newer events at the World Rowing events coming up as of this year as well. 371 Agecroft E-Tub crossing the line. Another nice rhythm, and they managed to hold off the advantage from the 372 composite crew of Durham, Leicester Rowing Club, Nottingham and Shiplake.
Yes, that's an interesting composite there. I wonder if they know each other potentially from university, and they've come back to their home clubs and they've decided they want to band back up together and take on this mixed championship 8s.
Could well be.
But they did look to be flying into the line there.
Could also be a home countries crew, perhaps racing
Ooh,
next week. But yeah,
potentially.
it's possible that it is just a few mates that got back together after their season at their universities or schools is over. This is Hinksey Sculling School 375 crossing the line. Nice bucket hat there in the 2-seat.
Yeah. I think what's interesting in these mixed championship 8s is how you position all your different athletes, whether you put your 4 female athletes at the stroke pair and the bow pair, and you put your men in the middle and try and get the power in, or whether you switch it around a bit and put some ladies in the middle, or whether you just do 4 and 4. I think it can be quite interesting to see those different makeups of those crews.
So put your coaching hat on, Poppy. I'm going to go first. I've been asking you a lot of questions. I think I would like to put a guy stroking, but then have an alternative male-female combo in the boat. So that way you distribute the power output throughout the boat, but then obviously you'd have to perhaps do a bucket rig in order to then make sure that not all your guys are on a stroke side and all your women are on bow side.
Yes, you don't really want to end up going in a circle. So I think
The girls pulling around the guys, just to be precise.
obviously,
Yeah.
of course. And then, so I think it can be really interesting the ways you different do it, because I think putting in your stroke pair, I think you just want your strongest stroke seat, no matter what. You want to have that strongest rhythm, and it does really matter about anything else. You want to have a really strong stroke pair, because that can make all the difference. And so you want your most rhythmic rower in your stroke seat. And then moving on from there, you start to think about your power. And like we spoke about earlier in your 8s, you want that strong rhythm at stroke pair, then you want that power makeup in the middle, and you want your technique in the bow seats. So I think sometimes it can work better if you have a mix, if you have like like you were saying, alternate and see how that worked out with a bucket rig. I think bucket rigs are also quite fun to experiment with sometimes. And then, yeah, see how it goes. But I think the most typical mixed 8 rig you find will be 2 women's in the stroke seat and in the stroke pair and the bow pair and the men in the middle. But I think it can be fun to experiment.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and there's endless combinations, and you know, it's a fun new event. It's a fun new way to test your skill and ability, and to be honest, like you said, for the community feel, for the crew bonding, it's just fantastic. I've had the pleasure of racing with Kingston Rowing Club last year, in one of the summer regattas, a 500 and 1,000 meter sprints, and we raced as a mixed 8, both with juniors and masters and seniors all together, and it was really quite something, and definitely. Something that I'll look forward to doing with them again.
Yes.
And now sprint finish from Leeds, from Sheffield University. Although that does look like Leeds Rowing Club.
Leeds. Yes, Leeds, yeah. And I think that is Leeds that is rounding out our time trials for this morning.
Yeah, they paddled throughout most of the course, but they did put a nice sprint finish sequence together. Certainly a little bit of confidence and a bit of restoration. A bit of obviously rest going on before the final. There are 6 crews in this category, and like you did say, Poppy, this is rounding off this morning's time trials, and how fun it's been to talk you through all the different aspects of what it's like to race at the national championships and what different marks make the different boat categories go fast, and obviously to hear your incredible experience from racing just yesterday.
Well, yes, thank you. It's been an amazing morning. I think we've had a great time, and I hope you guys have too, listening to us and watching the racing. I think we've had some great time trial moments this morning, from party hats and picture finishes across the line, and I hope we have some really more interesting racing coming this afternoon.
We'll be back with you soon in just an hour, but as now, like you mentioned, we're going to take a planned break. Semi-finals will start at 11:45, but as for now, we leave you to go and enjoy the atmosphere. I've been Piotr, and this is Poppy.
Yes, and we're signing out now. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
Want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal. 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dry Robe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
Welcome back to Champs Live. It is day 2 of the British Rowing Club Championships, and you're joining me, Megan Chester, here in Nottingham at the National Water Sports Centre. Now, yesterday, the event got off to a flying start. We had some very speedy time trials, some really, really close races with a few photo finishes sprinkled in there. I also got the chance to chat to our new CEO of British Rowing, Tom Salisbury.
We're so excited about the events. They're just absolutely brilliant. And here at Club Championships, with over 169 clubs, I think, here, 300 entries each day, it's just growing rapidly. I think we're up 25% on adult entries. So what next? I mean, possibly an extra day, more racing. And what's clearly coming through to me and the team is that people enjoy the events and they want more of it. So we'll try and respond to that.
Not only those statistics, but also the atmosphere and the ethos. It's just really wonderful to see.
It's lovely. I've been at the British Rowing stand, and being there for half an hour was just great. So many people coming up. There's been so much interest in our assistant coach course. And what's been amazing is that there have been so many young people coming up and wanting to get into coaching, which is just brilliant to see, and we're really encouraging.
That's really exciting, and that coaching element of people, what kind of things are people asking when they're coming to the stand?
Just how they get into it and how they get that qualification. And with Assistant Coach, which is a new product, we've broken down the course into 3 online modules and then 1 in-person module. And the fact that it's bite-sized makes it a bit easier for people, I think. So yeah, people are really excited to get into coaching, which is just fantastic because it's going to help the sport to grow even more.
Those stats and stories are really wonderful to hear, and also really exciting to think what they might mean practically for the future of our sport. Now, I'm joined by Sasha Castelbranco, one of our commentators. Sasha, good morning. And we were actually chatting just last night about coaching and the importance of a coach.
Absolutely. I think one of the wonderful things that British Rowing is doing at the moment is really opening up coaching opportunities. As Tom said, getting more young people into coaching has been really wonderful, kind of seeing all of the interest from, I think, a lot of the juniors that are here this weekend. And when I had a chat with him at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago, he was also really passionate about getting kind of the numbers of female coaches up as well. So I think British Rowing are doing a spectacular effort of just really opening up opportunities for everyone.
It's really lovely to see. One of the things I get to do here, and it's a real joy of the role, is announce the medal presentation ceremonies, and you also see the coaches kneeling down and getting their medals at the side of the boat on the pontoon as well. So if you are here in the venue, do come along later on to see that. And it's really special to see those kind of bonds and to see what an impact a coach has on not only the sporting development of an athlete, but also their personal development as well. So speaking of yesterday and all the medals that were given out, there's more to come today. You've already been up in the commentary tower earlier talking through time trials. Tell us a little bit about what you're looking forward to in the day ahead.
Well, the J16, I think I mentioned yesterday, we've got Rowing Club, who did a spectacular job. He got into the B final yesterday of the J18 single sculls, so he was racing up at an age category this day, Saturday, Super Saturday, I think you said it
Super
was.
Super
Saturday, he's racing in his own age category. And I was sat up there with Carol, and Carol said, "Oh, Sasha, let's keep our eyes on the lake. There is a very impressive single sculler coming along." And I went, that is Aidan Lawler, Quinn Mosley's protege. Quinn now training at Caversham after doing a spectacular job last year. I think Aidan is just trying to follow in his footsteps, doing a really wonderful job. And I think that there are a couple of scullers in that age category who I think should be watched. A lot of Rob Roy going on out there, a lot of lovely Red from Cambridge. I think after yesterday, I'm just really excited to see the finals, to be honest. There was, as you said, so many close finishes. There was one, I think it was the junior 16 women's singles. We had Alva Clements, who just went straight out. I think she was about 8 seconds clear of the rest of the field, but then I think it was Lily Margot who was at fourth pretty much the whole way, and as she got into the red boys, she put in a huge sprint finish, and it was a photo finish. We weren't sure who had won up in the commentary tower, but she had pushed through. I think she's from Sir William Perkins's, and God, it was just spectacular. And I think seeing so much junior talent at such a high level has been wonderful. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that today.
Those sprint finishes were really quite special, weren't they? And you will see more today from the best seat in the house. Tell us a little bit about your role as a commentator and, what you get to see from up there.
Well, I always say that, it's quite a long day, but I think I'm probably one of the luckiest people at this event as volunteers go. I get to sit at the top of my lovely little tower, and I think I have the best seat in the house. You can see the athletes coming from 2 kilometres away, and you get to feel like you're almost part of that finish. You're right by the beeps. You can hear them as they cross the line. The closer they are, the more adrenaline you get as well. And it's just wonderful because you can also be part of the celebrations. And I think I feel very privileged to have the role as a commentator, because it just, you get to bring those stories alive.
Well, we best let you go and get ready for the next commentary shift. And it's time now for us to turn our attention to the water and get on to some semi-finals.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the racing here at the 2026 British Rowing Club Championships here at Home Pierrepont. We are on the stake boats now for the first semi-final AB1 of the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls. We've got 8 scullers in this category. Lanes 1 to 6, Nottingham and Union. Lane 2, Minerva Bath. Lane 3, Hartpury University and College A. Lane 4, George Watson's College. Lane 5, Barn Elms. And Lane 6, Warrington. And we are underway. It's race 119, the semi-final AB1 of the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls. And these scullers will be racing here today to get that all-important lane in their final later on today. And these scullers now are making their way down this 2K lake here today. They're just over a minute into their race. I imagine they'll all be settling into their mid-pace rhythm now after getting out of the blocks. Great conditions here this afternoon at Home Pierrepont. And a lovely shot there of these scullers making their way down the course. They will be storming towards that all-important first timing marker at the 500 metres. We'll hopefully be bringing you some times very shortly. These scullers will have raced in their time trial this morning to get themselves into this AB1 final and to race for the lanes as well. And here we go. We've got some times for you. We'll hopefully have those back on the screen for you very shortly. And here we are coming through the 1,000 metre mark. It's Hartbury who are leading at the moment. Great side on shot there, seeing the scullers move down the course. Halfway now, they'll be putting in a big push here. And Millie, talk to me, you raced yesterday. When you're at the 1,000 metre mark, what's going through your head at that point in the race?
It's definitely a matter of making sure that you keep calm and controlled. It's not the time to let it drop off. It's the time to start really making sure your legs are connected and pushing down so that you stay in the pack.
Yeah, definitely. And in a single scull, I'll have to say I can imagine, as I've never done that myself, but I can imagine it's really a mental game in the single scull. You've got to keep talking to yourself, pushing yourself forward, and you've got no one else in your boat to help you or to talk to you. So you've just got to try and stay connected with the other crews side by side and use them to push off as much as possible. And we can bring you some times from the 1,000-metre mark. It is Hartpury University and College leading the field, followed by George Watson's College, Minerva Bath, Barn Elms, Nottingham and Union and Warrington rounding out the field.
If you are watching from the bank, you'll see these single sculls start to come into the picture as they enter the last 500 metres of the race. We see the top 3 singles here in contention still, but I would say that there is a wide sort of distribution of these singles, but all are still in contention. The top 3 look like they're coming into a sort of a decision point. They've got the last 500 metres where they need to decide if they're going to push now. It looks like they are, and starting to wind that rate up now.
And as we come through the 1,500 metre mark, 500 to go, it's still the sculler G. Janes of Hartpury leading the field, followed by A. Clements of George Watson's, followed by O. Greenwell of Minerva Bath. And we can see here, you can see on the screens, and we can see from the commentary tower, fantastic view here. Great shots of these scullers. They are making their way. They are almost at those all-important red buoys. It's the final 250. Will the order of Hartpury followed by George Watson's, followed by Minerva Bath stay the same? Will anyone else be able to get in that top 3 as they come through? It's the final 250. They are increasing their rating. Great shot there of that sculler G. Janes from Hartpury there in the bottom of the screen, in the middle of the lake. Really nice and calm and controlled still, ever so slightly bringing the rating up. And we can see at the top there, the sculler. There we go, they're coming towards the line now, and it is going to be Hartpury taking the win in this semi-final AB1, followed by George Watson's Minerva Bath, followed by Barn Elms, Nottingham and Union and Warrington. And next up, we can see already underway is semi-final AB2. Millie, take us through the lineup in this race.
So in lane 1, we have Hartpury University and College Boat Club. In lane 2, we have Hartpury University College Boat Club. In lane 3, Bradford Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 4, Hexham Rowing Club. 5, Barn Elms Rowing Club. And 6, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club.
And it's great to see 3 Hartpury scullers across semi-final AB 1 and 2, just showing the depth in their squad, and also 2 scullers from Barn Elms. So we've got Barn Elms A in semi-final AB 2, and Barn Elms B was in the previous AB 1. So great to see that they've got lots of entries here today, and we can see the times now as we come through the 1,000-metre mark. It's Hexham who have been leading since the beginning, followed by Bradford, followed by Barn Elms, Hartpury C, Stratford and Hartpury B rounding out the field. So that's been the order of events all the way through the 500 and the K, and we can see on our screens now they're coming through the 1500. Great side view there of the crews battling it out. And it's going to be interesting to see if the order changes as we come through the 1500 metre mark. It's still Hexham leading over Bradford, over Barn Elms, Hartpury C, Stratford and Hartpury B. Now, I don't know about you, Millie, but it makes me smile when I see a C or D sculler beating an A or a B sculler. It makes me think, I bet they're thinking to themselves, that I'm going to show you, I might be a lower number than you. But it's sort of, I think it pushes you on. If you're not the A crew, it pushes you on to really work harder and prove yourself to get that letter next time.
Absolutely. I think being a part of a B crew in my time in rowing, you definitely get that feeling. It's when you may have a piece or a race where you beat your A boat, it's definitely a very fulfilling feeling. And I'm sure these scullers are feeling this right now.
Definitely, and absolutely not taking anything away from them. It's simply because there's lots of them and somebody's got to be on top. And as they come towards the final 250 metre mark, they are all taking up their rating now. We can all see these scullers really going for it. Look at that fantastic shot there across the lake of all of the boats and the umpires launch as they come through the final 250.
I think we're seeing the sculler from Hexham, E. Nicholson leading the pack still. And that is followed by the scullers from Bradford and Barn Elms. But our Hartpury C boat is still in contention for this third place.
Look at that, as super close as they come up to the line. I think that sculler from Hartpury C might have actually come through to second, potentially even to first. There, they've definitely put a great shift in at the end. We will wait for the official results, but it looks as though the sculler from Hartpury C, E. Jenkins, put in a phenomenal push there at the end to come through from third to, well, fourth, I think they were actually, to potentially second. We'll just wait for that to officially come in. What a great sprint finish there in that semi-final AB2 of the women's Junior 18 single sculls. It's great to see the strength in these races, and these are the athletes of tomorrow. These are the potential, future Olympians and world champions. So it's really great to see the next cohort coming through, and we move swiftly on to the next race on our screens now. It's the semi-final AB1 of the Open Junior 18 double sculls. We've got Windsor Boys B, Hereford, Windsor Boys A, Hinksey Sculling School, Durham School and City of Oxford.
Now these are races that I am especially looking forward to. I love competing in a double scull and I love watching a double scull. I feel like there's so much that could go on in this race, so this is definitely a category to watch.
Absolutely, and I don't know an awful lot about these particular crews, but we've got two crews here from Windsor Boys. I imagine they potentially might have split a quad to come into these doubles, perhaps. We often see Windsor Boys racing at quads throughout the year at a high level, including at Henley Royal, so I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We can see the Windsor Boys crew at the bottom of the screen there. I believe that's the B crew? No, that's the A crew there, isn't it? At the bottom, looking very strong there. But look at this crew coming through in lane 2 from Hereford, looking really strong there. And we're just going to get some times for you very shortly.
We are seeing the crew from Windsor Boys in lane 3 coming through in first, and it's showing that they're a few seconds ahead of the pack, and there is quite a distribution in this pack. So they are followed by Hereford Rowing Club, only separated by 3 seconds. So, and then the third place is Hinksey Sculling School, also 3 seconds behind that Windsor Boys crew.
Yeah, it's great. That Windsor Boys A crew in lane 3, they started off in second at the 500 metre mark, with the crew from Durham School who were leading the field. So they've put in a great shift in that second 500 to lead the field all the way through to the 1500. And we can see now in the stands they are coming towards the final 250. Great shot there of this crew in lane 3. Windsor Boys A looking really, really strong. And look at that. I love these drone shots. We're so lucky to get these shots here today. And look at all those crews. Look at those puddles. They are all charging for the line. I just love watching sculling. I think it's really amazing to watch, especially as they are putting in this final sprint to the line. And what a sprint it is. Who is going to cross the line first? They are all putting the rating up to see if they can battle this crew from Windsor Boys. But I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be Windsor Boys A, really closely followed, I think, by Hereford, followed by Durham School. But that was great there from Hereford to come through from third, back to fourth to third, to finish second in this semi-final AB1 of the Open Junior 18 Double Sculls. And we are swiftly moving on to the semi-final AB2. It's the Open Junior 18 Double Sculls again, and we've got Hartpury C, Tideway Scullers A, Lee A, George Watson's College, Weybridge and Hartpury A.
At the 1,000 metre mark, we saw the crew from Lee Rowing Club leading the pack, followed by George Watson's, then Tideway Scullers, followed closely by Hartpury, Weybridge, and then the other Hartpury boat in lane 1.
And there's just 4 seconds here between the crew in first and fourth, with a further 6 seconds between fourth and sixth, so anything could happen still as we come into the middle 1,000 metres of this race. But a great start from the crew from Lee Rowing Club there to lead all the way through. But there's been a few changes at the back of the field. It's been Weybridge in fourth, then dropping back to fifth, with Hartpury in fifth, then dropping back to fourth. So it's going to be interesting as we come through and get the 1,500 metre mark times for you to see if there's any changes in this third 500. And look at that crew there from Lee there in the orange at the bottom right of your screen. Absolutely phenomenal display of sculling there from all of these crews. But just look at how quick in and on those catches are, sending the puddles away. They are not letting off at all. They'll have a fantastic view like we have here of the rest of the field. They're in a great position, but they can see that crew there in the lane next to them. They are not giving up either, so they will have to put their foot on the gas here to make sure that they cross the line first in this semi-final AB2 of the Open Junior Double Sculls.
Once again, we see a fight with 4 boats for 3 places in the A final here. It could be any one of them.
It's great to see the quality of sculling we've got here on display today. And here we go, they're coming into the final 250, sprinting for the line now. But that crew from Lee, you know, they were having a great race. They're probably able to conserve a bit of energy in the middle, and now they've got to give everything to make sure that they can hold on to that first place here in this semi-final. They've not made it easy for them. And here they go, they will cross the line first. And it's really tight, just 1 second there between third and fourth. So it's George Watson's, followed by Hartpury, followed by Weybridge, followed by Tideway Scullers. with Hartbury C rounding out the field.
Next, coming down the course is the AB1 final of the Open J16 single sculls. We see them coming through the first 500 metres now, and we see a crew from Windsor Boys School leading the pack. Zoe, do you want to do a roll call?
Sure, so we've got... yes, we've got Windsor Boys B, followed by Nottingham and Union A, Durham A, Windsor Boys A, Cambus and Rob Roy C. And it's, as we come through the 500, it's Windsor Boys leading, followed by Durham, Nottingham and Union, Windsor Boys, Camus and Rob Roy. And we can see now they're coming through the 1,000-metre mark, halfway down. And it's still the crew from Windsor Boys A leading the field over Durham, followed by Camus, followed by Windsor Boys B, Nottingham and Union and Rob Roy. And we can see here the sculler from Windsor Boys A in lane 4, just leading the field. These crews will be doing everything they can to make sure that they get through to that all-important A final later on today. And we can see them coming through now. Slightly deceptive on these angles, but it does look like that sculler there from Durham A is potentially going to be pushing through to take the lead here. And we'll be bringing you the 1,500 metre times very shortly. And here we go, coming through the 1,500. It is Windsor Boys leading, followed by Durham. But less than a second in it, so still all to play for to get that all-important first place position in this semi-final. And it's now Camus who are up in third, followed by Windsor Boys, Nottingham and Union and Rob Roy rounding out the field. And you'll be able to see on your screens and from the stands now that they are coming towards the final 250. It's the Red Boys. I think this could be a really exciting battle for the line there between first and second, and potentially third as well. It's Sculler C. Murphy from Windsor Boys A, putting in a phenomenal sprint now. Are they going to be able to hold off a Lawler of Durham A in lane 3? They are all going for it now. Fantastic shot there on the drones, but we can see that it is the Sculler from Windsor Boys A who has still got his bow ball out. But Durham A is not giving up, and this could potentially be a photo finish. It will all be down to the surge. I think he might do it. It's so close as they cross the line now. Oh my goodness, I cannot call that. We will have to wait. We can see on our screens provisionally it is the Sculler from Durham Amateur Rowing Club who put in a fantastic burst there to take first. We'll wait for the umpire to give the all-important white flag. And there we have it, confirmation. It is Durham, followed by Windsor Boys. What an amazing burst for the line that was there.
Now we are on to the Open J16 Single Scull Semi-Final AB2.
And in this AB2 semi-final, we've got Christchurch Rowing Club A, City of Cambridge A, Falcon Boat Club, George Watson's College B, Abingdon School A, and Shiplake College. As they come through the 1,000-metre mark, it's City of Cambridge leading the field over Christchurch, followed by Falcon, followed by Abingdon School, Shiplake College, and George Watson's College. They are well into this race now. I passed that all-important halfway marker, and they'll be really digging in that third 500. Now, Millie, I'm interested to know which part of, it's a really difficult question, I know, but which 500 do you think is the most important if you were racing in a single?
I think the most important 500 would have to be one of the two middle ones. I think that's why you can make and break a race. I'd say probably the third 500 is probably the trickiest to navigate, and I can imagine these are quite young scullers and may just not have the same experience as some of the older crews that we're seeing today. So it would be really interesting to see how they tackle the third 500.
Definitely, and that's the beauty of getting to race here today on this amazing course. The experience that all the athletes will gain here this weekend racing here will stay with them for a really long time. And here they are coming down now, and it looks like it's still the Sculler there at the bottom of the screens from City of Cambridge who is leading the field. Looking really strong there, coming through the bottom of the screen. And we'll be bringing you the 1,500 metre times very soon. And there it is. It's City of Cambridge, followed by Falcon, who have put in a great third 500 there to get them into second 500. Sorry, to get them into the third 500 to get them into second place. So great push there, and it's Christchurch who are in third now, followed by Abingdon School, George Watson's, and Shiplake. So George Watson's also had a great third 500 there to jump them up one position, and we can see now they are getting closer and closer towards that final 250, and it's going to be all to play for. It's only 0.7 seconds between City of Cambridge and Falcon as they came through the 1,500 metre mark, followed by 3 seconds between second and third. So it's going to be a really close battle, I think, between City of Cambridge and Falcon. So get yourself down to the finish line, or get your eyes on that screen if you can, because this is going to be a great battle.
Both crews seem to have upped their rating, really contesting for this third place. think it might be the Scholar from Falcon that's just taken it a few pips higher than the Scholar from Cambridge.
It absolutely looks like he's got some good clear water now over the Sculler from City of Cambridge. Well and truly broken him in that last 250 there. What a phenomenal sprint there. And it will be the Sculler from Christchurch to come through in lane 1 in third in that semi-final AB2, and we can hear some applause from the bank, and rightfully so. What a great semi-final that was there for the Open Junior 16 single sculls. And I can see, just looking down the course from the tower, that the semi-final AB1 of the Open Club Quadruple Sculls is now underway. Really excited for this one. We've got St Leonard's School, Tideway Scullers, Nottingham, Windsor Boys, Clares Court and City of Cambridge, and there they are on your screens now, coming down in the semi-final AB1. They are well into this race now. Millie, what's been happening at the 500s?
At the 500, we've seen a pretty impressive start from Nottingham Rowing Club, leading the pack to begin with. They are then followed by Tideway Scullers, Windsor Boys, Clares Court, St Leonard's and City of Cambridge. Very impressive start from Nottingham, pushing about 3 seconds away from the second place in the first 500, so be interesting to see how their race plan plays out.
Great shot there of this crew from Tideway Scullers coming alongside the crew from Windsor Boys. And as we come through the 1,000-metre mark, it is Nottingham Rowing Club still leading over Tideway Scullers by about 2.3 seconds, followed by Windsor Boys a further 4 seconds behind, Clares Court, St Leonard's and City of Cambridge. So no change there in the order from the start through to halfway. But anything could change, especially in these quads. And here they are in that all-important third 500. So it's going to be interesting to see if that crew from Tideway can overturn Nottingham as they come towards the next timing marker.
I think it's very interesting to see in this club event that half of this semi-final are made up of school crews, which is something that is quite, remarkable. These are quite young crews contesting against some that we could say are the best in the country.
Definitely, it's a great opportunity for them to come here today and race against these senior athletes and just really see where they fare in the mix. And there's that crew from Tideway there. Not quite managed to break the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club yet, but there is still time as they come towards the next timing marker. We'll see what the margins are very shortly. And we can see it's still the crew from Nottingham, and they've got about 2.5 seconds over Tideway, so not massive change, just maybe 0.3 seconds more they've managed to push on, followed by Windsor Boys, Clares Court, City of Cambridge and St Leonard's. And we're looking down the course, we've got a bit of a sort of chevron pattern going on there. So I imagine that the crews from Nottingham, Tideway and Windsor Boys would have put in a great time trial this morning to get the best lanes here as they come down, and great shot there of this crew in the middle there, lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club. Really calm, coming towards the line. It doesn't look like they're having to put any much more effort in than they originally were. They've got a good enough margin on the crew from Tideway to get them across the line first. It almost looks like they're sort of taking it down a little bit now, doesn't it? They're just nice and relaxed, conserving their energy as they cross the line.
Super relaxed. They'll be, I'm sure, very happy with that, conserve a bit of energy before their final. Next we see the Tideway Scullers crew coming through the line. Still pretty impressive against that Nottingham crew.
Definitely. I mean, they gave them a run for their money, and there was some points in the race where they had about half a length on them and they were just going back and forth. But, you know, unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. That Nottingham crew was super strong, as were they, and great to see the crew from Windsor Boys really, really close there in times to the crew from Tideway. They've really put themselves in the mix there. And on the screens now, we've got the semi-final AB2 of the Open Club Quadruple Sculls. We've got Glasgow Rowing Club, Sunderland, Globe, Bath University, Gloucester and Warrington. So a real mix of crews there, including a university crew. So it's going to be great to see how this one pans out. And as they came through the 500-metre mark, it's the crew from Globe who are leading the field by about 4 seconds over the crew from Gloucester, with Bath University a further 3 seconds behind, followed by City of Sunderland, Warrington and Glasgow. And as we come through the 1,000-metre mark, it's the crew from Bath University, it looks like, who have taken one position back over the crew from Gloucester. So they're now up into second, with Globe still leading the field. And City of Sunderland have also taken a place, and now they are up into third. So all change in that second 500. Oh, apologies. It's Gloucester who are in third. We'll bring you some confirmation very shortly. But all changing as we come through. So it's Globe, followed by Bath, Gloucester, City of Sunderland, Warrington and Glasgow. So that top three constantly chopping and changing, as they have been in a lot of these semi-finals here today.
You may be able to start seeing these quads coming into view now as they approach the last 500 metres of the race, and it'll be really interesting to see if those places that were taken back earlier have been held.
And we can see here that they have indeed been held. It's still the crew from Globe who have been leading right from the beginning over Bath, followed by Gloucester, City of Sunderland, Glasgow and Warrington. So between first and second, it's about 2 seconds. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the crew from Bath University have got anything left in the tank to overturn them. And from this angle, it looks like they might have done.
Seems like there is 3 crews side by side here, all tussling it out. The Bath crew look very relaxed actually, and the crews beside them seem to be taking the rate up just to see if they can take the win in the semi-final.
I think Globe there just had one last little extra burst in their back pocket there to just take about half length out of Bath as they came up towards the line. So they were able to retain that first place from start to finish. So excellent race plan there by Globe, who have taken the win in semi-final AB2 of the Open Club Quadruple Sculls.
Now we are seeing the crew from Lane 1, Glasgow Rowing Club, coming through the line with Warrington approaching.
And next on the course, you can see on your screens, it's the Women's Club Quadruple Sculls semi-final AB1. Who have we got here today?
In this race, we have got in lane 1, Sir William Borlase. In lane 2, Sir William Perkins. Lane 3, Nottingham. 4, University of Birmingham. 5, Tidesway Scholars. And 6, Leeds.
Yeah, and once again, we've got a real mix here of schools, universities, and domestic clubs. So it's really great to see at this kind of event that we can offer that. Everyone's all mixed together, racing against people that they might not necessarily get to race against. And as we come through the 1,000-metre mark, it is the crew from Sir William Perkins who are leading over Nottingham, followed by University of Birmingham, Tidesway Scholars, Sir William Borlase and Leeds rounding out the field. And we can see on our screens that it's the crew from Sir William Perkins who have been leading from the very beginning over the crew from Nottingham. There's just under 2 seconds between Perkins and Nottingham. So it'll be great to see as this race progresses, if the crew from Sir William Perkins definitely, we can see at the bottom of our screens there in lane 2, that is the crew from Sir William Perkins, and it looks like they have been overturned by the crew in lane 3 of Nottingham, who have got 1.3 seconds over them now as we come through the third 500. So they would have put in a big shift there, and it's Nottingham Rowing Club, followed by Sir William Perkins, followed by University of Birmingham, Tideway Scullers, Borlase and Leeds. It's still all to play for as they come into the third 500. Will the crew from Sir William Perkins have anything left in the tank to overturn the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club? Stay tuned to find out. And we can see on our screens now the crew in the yellow boats at the bottom there. That's the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club, looking really, really strong. So no surprise they have managed to overturn the crew from Sir William Perkins. This crew looks like they've potentially been rowing together for a long time, potentially all season. They look really, really gelled together, as do the other crews. And we can see from the tower the crew from Sir William Perkins still going strong, winding it up. The crew from Nottingham do have clear water over them, but they are holding on phenomenally well in this semi-final AB1, so they'll be going through to the final. And perhaps, stay tuned for the final later. Will the crew from Sir William Perkins be able to overturn the crew from Nottingham again later on today? With University of Birmingham taking third, followed by Tideway. And rounding out the field in this semi-final AB1, crossing the line now, we have Leeds Rowing Club.
Now on your screens, we see the start of the Women's Club Quads AB semi-final 2. And then we have in lane 1, AB7, lane 2, Lee, 3, Hartbury, 4, Newark, 5, Nottinghamshire County, and lane 6, Trent.
And this race is progressing very nicely as we come through the 1,000-metre mark. It's the crew from Hartbury leading the field over Newark, followed by Notts County Rowing Association, followed by Lee, AB7 and Trent. And as they come through the 1,500-metre mark, it is absolutely no change in the lineup. It's still Hartbury University and College leading over Newark. They've got 4 seconds, about 4.5 seconds over them now. As they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was more like 5.5. So they are slowly closing in on them, the crew from Newark. Have they got any more left in the tank now as they come through to the Red Boys and the final 250 to overturn the crew from Hartbury College? And it's the crew from Notts County Rowing Association who are about just over 2 seconds behind the crew from Newark. Will they be able to close the field now? And we can see them coming towards the Red Boys. But on your screens there it is the crew from Hartbury looking really strong, charging down the middle of the lake. I think barring any major accidents, it will be them who will be crossing the line first. They've got clear water now over the crew from Newark Rowing Club. And they look pretty composed. I think a lot of these crews here in these semi-finals, when they can tell that they've done enough to get through, they've been sort of easing off a little bit to conserve their energy. And we have the crew from Notts County Rowing Association who will be coming in third, followed by Lee.
And next coming through the line, we have the crew in lane 1, AB7, coming to take the 5th place, with the crew from Trent potentially taking that 6th.
Next up, it's the Open Beginner Single Sculls semi-final AB2. We've got Sunderland University. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That's the next one. We've got Cardiff Met University, Wallingford Rowing Club, Cardiff Met C, St Peter's School, City of Cambridge, and Hartpury. So again, a real mix. We've got Cardiff Met A and C. We've got some schools, and we have got some domestic clubs. So a real mix out here today. And what's been happening as we've been coming down the course?
So we've just had some times through, some provisional times through for the first 1,000 metres. So we see the sculler from Cardiff Met, I think that's C, coming through in first, followed by Cardiff Met A, then Wallingford in third, St Peter's School in fourth, City of Cambridge in fifth, and Hartpury coming in sixth. Now, what I think makes these beginners events so good to watch, they are a good watch, is the fact of how they manage the conditions here at Nottingham. They can get super windy, and we've got quite the tailwind on us today. So this will really be the make or break of who can maximise that tailwind and make it work for them.
Definitely, and you know, it's a real mix of experience out there. Some of these beginners might have only been rowing for a few months. Some of them might have been rowing for the whole year. So it's really great to see them out here today. Coming out and racing this 2K course in a single is no mean feat. So them doing it here as a beginner is great. And this sculler here looks really strong and confident coming across the 1500 metre mark now. It's the crew, it's the sculler O'Nathan of Cardiff Met C to cross the line first at the 1500 metre mark.
Not only is he showing quite a strong performance here, he has got quite the striking boat with him. A lovely lime green colour really sets him apart from a lot of the other rowers today.
Definitely, and I'm just looking at these times coming in now. The sculler from Cardiff Met A, Mr. Nathan's teammate, is, about 12 seconds he's got on great margin in a single and in a beginner single. To be that far ahead of the rest of the field coming through the 1500 metre mark is really great. So it's Cardiff Met C, followed by Wallingford, Cardiff Met A, St Peter's School, City of Cambridge and Hartpury. And I think we can safely say that the sculler O'Nathan of Cardiff Met C is going to be taking the first place here in this semi-final AB1 of the Open Beginner Single Sculls. Just look at that shot there down the lake. And what a great experience for him to have, to be able to do this race, look down the course, see his competitors that far ahead of him, and I can see now he's just starting to take the racing down. He knows that he's done enough here today. Conserve the energy for later on.
Absolutely, to yield that strong of clear water amongst your competitors, it's definitely the right decision to take that rate down and start relaxing into it and enjoy the atmosphere of being first in your semi-final.
And there he is, crossing the line fast. Just can take a breather now and wait for everyone else to join him. And it's super close for second there between Wallingford and Cardiff Met A. And I think it was just the sculler from Wallingford to take second. And apologies, it's St Peter's School who have come through to take that third place position. So it's Cardiff Met C to cross the line first, followed by Wallingford, followed by St Peter's School, City of Cambridge, and, apologies, Cardiff Met A, City of Cambridge, and it will be the sculler from Hartpury University and College Boathouse who will finish this semi-final AB1.
And now we are seeing about halfway of our Open Beginners single semi-final AB2.
And now we have the University of Sunderland Rowing Club, not in the previous one, along with Agecroft, University of York, Nottingham Rowing Club B, Nottingham Rowing Club A, and Cardiff Met B. And again, great to see how many entries all the clubs are bringing here today. Lots of A, B and C crews. Great to see. We had 2 Cardiff Met Uni crews in the previous semi-final and another one in this one. So great for them to have so many up-and-coming beginners in their squad here today. And as we came through the 500 metre mark in this semi-final AB2 of the Open Beginner Single Sculls, it's Nottingham Rowing Club A who are leading over Nottingham B, followed by University of York Boat Club, Agecroft, Sunderland University and Cardiff Met University. As we come through the 1,500 metres, it looks like it's all change. It's the sculler from University of York Boat Club who has jumped from first to third to first, a phenomenal middle thousand there, with Nottingham Rowing Club A in second, followed by Agecroft, Nottingham B, University of Sunderland and Cardiff Met rounding out the field. So it's all change here in this semi-final B as they come closer to us in the commentary tower here. They'll be preparing for their final 250 sprint. Great shot here of these scullers, all battling these conditions really well here today. great experience for them to go down this course multiple times in between the boys, because that's the other thing. It's not just the mental game of getting yourself down from A to B all on your own as a beginner, but it's the steering, learning to keep them between the boys, dealing with the wind gusts. So lots and lots to learn and gain here for everyone racing here today. And coming up, the final few strokes to the line, it looks like it's still the sculler from University of York Boat Club who will be progressing through first in this semi-final AB2, and followed by, I believe that is Nottingham B? I think that's Nottingham B, followed by Agecroft, Nottingham A, and it will be University of Sunderland, followed by Cardiff Met. And that's it for us now. We've been Zoe and Millie, and now we're going to hand over to Alex and Poppy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your commentary is about to get a West Midlands vibe because you have myself from the University of Birmingham, and we also have Poppy from Stratford-upon-Avon. Poppy, what race is going on right now then?
Yes, so looking up the course, we are starting out with the women's beginner doubles. This is semi-final for the AB1. So in lane 1, we have City of Cambridge C. In lane 2, we have Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have Cardiff Met University B crew. In lane 4, we have Hartpury University and College. In lane 5, we have Sunderland University. And lane 6, we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Excellent. And beginner doubles. Some of these have rowed for longer than others, but everyone would have started after, I think, June the 1st of last year. So pretty new to the sport. And just looking at our live feed at the moment, we can see, I believe, Cardiff Met. Cardiff Met were very quick in the time trial. I think their men were very quick yesterday. So Cardiff Met really attacking some beginner events. This crew was 2 seconds clear of anyone else at the top of the field in the time trial. And it looks to me like they've also gone through the 1500 metre first.
Oh, definitely. Looking out the window, it looks like they have a sizable margin over the rest of their field. They're just pulling away nicely out in front of everyone. And on that live stream there, you just have the view at the 1500 metre marker. And we've just seen Hartpury University and College go through there as well in second.
Now, Poppy, you raced a double yesterday, right?
I did.
Were you ever about 6 lengths clear of the field?
I do not believe we were 6 lengths clear of the field, you know. I like to think that my coaches enjoy my pushes through the field, right on the line, and I wouldn't give them the treat of being out in front by 6 lengths.
It's more exciting to be in the race, right?
Exactly. They enjoy it more when I go from last to third.
Yeah. Everyone likes the redemption arc, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it does look like Cardiff, like you said, just really massively out in front. Who's that we got on the screen at the moment? That's Clydesdale. And
a slight
just
wobble.
grips. Yeah, trying to get to grips with their finishing sprint.
Yeah.
But they're in the mix because it's top 3 to go through. So who's in our top 3 places at the moment as we look out then, Pops?
Definitely. It looks like Cardiff Met University are clear in that first place position. And given they don't capsize, it looks like they should keep there. And Hartbury University and College are in third. But it looks like a race between our lanes 5 and 2 for that third final qualifying position. And that would be between Clydesdale ARC and Sunderland University. And they're both, to me, looking quite level at the moment. There is a slight steering correction going on from Clydesdale ARC at the moment, which will just lose them some seconds in this battle, but I wouldn't mind that Sunderland University are still dead level with them.
And I love watching beginner crews sprint for the line because that is where the excitement happens. So we're watching Hartbury press to the line, and they are being chased down hard by Sunderland University, who are looking to be in the top 3. I think Clydesdale may be leaving it a little bit late, but there's always a chance if they put a massive move on here that they can get on terms.
Yes, definitely. I think Sunderland University have put a massive push in just in this final 250 metres, and they have really gained back water on this Hartbury University and College crew.
Yeah, so we've just seen Cardiff Met cross first comfortably, and I think it does look like Hartbury have done enough to maintain that second place. I'm just looking over to their right. It's Sunderland University, or University of Sunderland, just keeping an eye on Clydesdale. And it will be University of Sunderland that also put themselves into the A final.
Yes, so they are just followed home by Clydesdale ARC, who are just crossing the line now. And then the race for 5th is just between City of Cambridge on the lane 1 and Aberdeen Schools in lane 6 as they just approach the line now.
Oh, City of Cambridge, just waiting for the beep.
Just stopped slightly short of the line, but they are through now. And then it is Aberdeen Schools on the far side just approaching the line.
You've got to save the energy for the B final, right, Poppy? That's
of course,
what you've got to do. Yeah.
It's very tactical, conserve.
Yeah. You just, if you don't take that last stroke, it's like free speed.
Exactly.
For the next
Let
race.
the tailwind blow you across the line.
Yeah, exactly. Use it to your advantage. Next race is halfway down. It's Globe Rowing Club. It's Bath University. It's Nottingham Rowing Club. Cardiff Met. The mighty University of Birmingham. And City of Cambridge. Once again, a semi-final, which means 3 will go through. And who's on our screen at the moment then, Poppy? Is that the Bath crew?
That does look like Bath University to
me. And shout out to Bath Stroke. Emily Shuttleworth has been rowing for 3 weeks, her coach said to me, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And the other rower's only been going about 4 months, so...
Well, that is majorly impressive that they are here today and looking really quite good.
So, Cardiff Met and Nottingham Rowing Club have established a pretty good lead over the University of Birmingham and Bath, which is kind of what we expected from the time trial. So, how it works in terms of different finish positions in the time trial going to different semi-finals. The second and third place from the time trial are both in this, and that is Nottingham and Cardiff, who were only separated by 0.2 seconds, so they were expected to be out in front. And then the next 2 in here are the 6th and 7th crews, which is Bath University and University of Birmingham, who were separated by 0.4. So those are the 4 quickest crews in here, and they were the 4 quickest through the 1K.
Perfect. So that is shaping us up for some nice quick finishes there. Hopefully some very tight racing in the final stages. But it looks like we could have Cardiff Met University putting on just a bit of a push over Nottingham here to try and see if they can claim their lead now and don't have to fight for it as much in the final stages.
Well, if they do that, I mean that Cardiff Met have won both semi-finals, so I think they'll be keen to do that. And also that will mean they will have overhauled the time trial result which had Nottingham Rowing Club just fractions of a second ahead.
Oh, definitely. I think Cardiff could be excited at the prospect of a 1-2 finish in these women's beginner doubles.
So looking at these beginner doubles, like we said, they've only been rowing a little while. What do you like about what they're doing then, Poppy?
I think they're really well focused on keeping in time with each other. Like both of these crews that we can see on our screen at the moment, their bodies are moving together and they're both definitely trying to work as a crew, which I think is always a really good starting point in the doubles, that you have to be able to work together, because if you're doing two completely separate things, the double will just fall apart and it won't work as much. But if you get those nice basics where with your timing and with your flow as a crew, it can really elevate your rowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching these two crews, yeah, they're slugging it out. I think Cardiff Met have about a length lead, but they're actually slugging it out. And obviously, my personal point of view, I would like Birmingham to be third, and they're currently there, so they're doing a good job. That's what we set out to do, get into the A final, and so they need to hold off Bath University. So Catherine Evans and Bridget Chapman are doing their very best to put themselves into that A final right now.
Yes, it looks like out the window, Uni of Birmingham are just putting in a slight push there, potentially trying to gain back on the front of the pack here. They do look like they have over a length now over Bath University. But definitely Nottingham back at the front of our field are putting in a push, and they are trying to get back in contact with Cardiff Met University, just as they approach the final 250 metres of this race.
Yeah, and I think Chloe Bernard, who's in the Nottingham double, would like to be able to put some sprints in. Just got sort of sprinted out in the club single yesterday, racing in the beginner single tomorrow. But I think we'll just be, every time she gets the opportunity to race and sprint to the line, it's just going to be an opportunity for growth. But it does look like that Cardiff Met crew, particularly at bow rowing, very, very long. They're making sure they're moving that boat as far as they can every single stroke. And they're going to cross the line with actually quite a good lead over that Nottingham double in the end.
Definitely, I think they've pulled it out in those final few stages, potentially just putting a bit more power and a bit more send into each stroke just in the last 100 metres there, as that is the Nottingham crew across the line to claim their A final place. And looking back, it does seem to be the Uni of Birmingham A crew who are going to cross the line and claim the third place into the A final later today.
Yeah, good work from Brum. Good work from my ladies over there, the Sparkles, cross the line, take up a place in the A final, which we like. But as I say, I mentioned, very inexperienced Bath crew, but have done phenomenally well here to finish fourth in this. They will go into the B final and will be in with a shout to win that B final, despite not having rowed for very long at all.
Yeah, fantastic. And to be able to be doing three.
And Globe have stopped about 50 metres before the end. Obviously, you do hear the beeps, but you do have to have a little bit of awareness of where you are relative to the race course, and that has actually meant they've been rowed out of it slightly there by, is that City Cambridge? Yeah, on that far side.
Yeah.
Again, a learning experience for the beginners, just always.
Definitely. I think the more race experience you get, the more race-wise you get, and the more things you know. Like, you should always row at least 50 metres past the finish line.
How many times have you raced here?
At Nottingham or at
Nottingham, yeah.
Ooh, plenty, I think, is the word.
So you feel like you know it like the back of your hand yet?
Yeah, probably. I think Nottingham's a good course. I like the lake. It's very nice, and it's a really nice venue. I quite like it. It's got to be up there. Okay, on our screen now we have the first of the women's J16 doubles AB semis. In lane 1 we have City of Bristol A. Lane 2 Durham Infinity. Lane 3, Sir William Perkins's School. Lane 4, Strathclyde Park A Crew. Lane 5, Notts County Rowing Association. And in lane 6, St Mary's School Cambridge B Crew.
Now this looks very exciting. There's, again, only 3 to go through. And I would say lanes 2, 3 and 5 at the moment have it. But lane 4 is right there as well. And these J16, did you race this as a J16 in the double at all?
I believe in J16 I raced in a quad.
Okay, so but put yourself. Okay, let's put ourselves in there. Let's put yourself in lane 2. Go on. What you gonna do is that boat.
Well, I think lane 2 and right in it at the moment. They can see just to their left hand side in lane 3. Sir William Perkins's are very much still in contact with that crew. They can also see just slightly further over that Notts Notts County crew looking dangerous to claim their third place. But I also would not count out here this Lane 1 crew from City of Bristol, who just seem to be racing, coming back into the race slowly but surely, and they are definitely on. It looks to me like Lane 2 have just seen that 250 metre marker and have really taken it up now. They are putting on a sprint to the line, and they are gaining water back on Sir William Perkins' stroke by stroke.
Yeah, and I think Infinity Boat Club only recently been set up with really good stories around what's going on up there, that club being set up. But they're sprinting well now. They're doing a really good move there in Lane 2. Obviously on home water over there, the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, they know exactly where they are, familiarity with this lake. But yeah, only 3 places available in the A final. Sir William Perkins start to move. I think they sprinted well. They timed that well. They let everyone kind of come up to them, and then they just pushed off again. But go on, Poppy, call us through into who's going to take the other 2 places.
I agree, but Lane 2, Durham Infinity, seem to have got the slight edge on that, but just crossing the line on the surge, I think it might have been City of Bristol in Lane 1, who have just taken that 3rd place over Notts County.
Yeah.
It was too close to call for me.
Really close to call, but I think you called about 250 metres out that you thought that crew might be sneaking up, and I think that was a really good shot.
Yeah, I could see them stepping it up and just stepping it up, and sometimes that is the way to do it. Just leave your last sprint to the last 100 metres, but making sure you've done those steps in advance at the 250, at the 500, to really gain back and give yourself something to work with.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait for the official confirmation. We can't call that from up here, so the people that do the timing down below us, they will make sure that they have everything in exactly the right order, and they do actually have a camera across, they can double check these things. So even if you're at home and you've seen the times, don't take them as gospel just yet. You have to just wait for the official timing to come out. But that was a very exciting race.
That was a very exciting race.
And on our screens, the next semi-final, which we hope will be just as exciting, is off and going as well.
Yes, so this is the second AB semi of the Women's J16 doubles. In Lane 1, we have Hartbury University and College. Lane 2, Chester-le Street. Lane 3, City of Cambridge. Lane 4, Rob Roy. Lane 5, Trafford Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Falcon Boat Club.
Yeah, so just looking at the time trials, the spread between the fastest crew and the slowest crew in here, which is 2nd to 11th, was less than 10 seconds. So we can see why the previous semi-final was really close, and it's probably going to be a similar story here. Just looking, the crews are through the 1K, and it was City of Cambridge, who we expected to be in the lead, had about a 3-second lead over Rob Roy, who were being chased quite closely by about a second. Rob Roy had a slight lead over Trafford Rowing Club, who were just holding off Falcon Rowing Club as well. Falcon Boat Club as well. So that was at the halfway mark, and a lot can happen between the first half and the second half. What would be your strategy? So what was your strategy yesterday? Negative split? I mean, you've already said you like to sort of climb through the
Wind
field.
it up, yeah. I like to take it not relaxed, obviously, but slightly slower off the start. Maybe that's just my start, but that's always where I seem to end up. And then at the 1K, that's our first step. We step it up there, and then we step it up again at the 750, and again at the 500. And really, you've got to work through those gears nice and quick, and really make the second half of your race count a lot more than the first half. And that is where I think if a crew's going to die, they are going to die in that third 500 meters. And so that is where you want to be at your peak, and that is where you want to be really able to walk through those crews.
Through the 1500, thank you for that insight, it is still City of Cambridge out in front, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th are now separated by about 2 seconds, so it's getting exciting out there, and it all seems to be happening on the further lanes 3 through 6 at the moment. So there's a lot of racing going on that far side. I think City of Cambridge has still done a good job to be out in front, but we're looking at Rob Roy racing Trafford, racing Falcon for just 2 of the other places. And in fact, if those 3 really get a wriggle on, maybe they can actually overhaul what City of Cambridge are doing.
I agree. I think Rob Roy, Trafford and Falcon are all absolutely moving at this stage in the race. And I think Rob Roy just have a slight edge over Trafford, but it's Trafford and Falcon who are bow ball to bow ball each and every stroke. I can really see Falcon over the far side there. They are really sprinting. I know Balsi of the Falcon double was in the singles yesterday and just missed out on a medal, and I know she will be working to try and get their boat into the A final today and give herself another shot at getting a medal this weekend.
Yeah, Falcon have sprinted through really, really well. They've put themselves in a great position, and it's Trafford that really need to get a wriggle on if they want to get back on terms. And they're running out of a race course, so there's only about 100 metres to go. Poppy, call us through this last 100 metres.
I agree. I think both crews, though, that were fighting for third are now fighting City of Cambridge, who have got just a length lead. I think they're going to hold on to it through the line. But for fight for third, I think it might be Rob Roy who just take it, only slightly, though, over Falcon, who desperately sprinted back over that last 100 metres to gain back and to take that third place over Trafford Rowing Club, who have just crossed the line ahead of Hartbury College and then in turn ahead of Chester Le Street. So those three crews finishing 4th, 5th and 6th will head through to the B final later today.
Yeah, and just looking at these names, I think a lot of these raced yesterday in, was it the single yesterday?
It was the J16 singles yesterday.
So, going back to back on these days gets tiring, I think. You've got to refuel, recharge.
But definitely, especially if you're racing your time trial, your semi and your final. That's 3 races all in one day, and getting back and in the heat and the sun that was yesterday as well. I think rest and recovery will be really, really important for these crews.
So on the screens at the moment, we have a resplendent Westminster School J18 pair, just absolutely flowing. I think pairs that are moving well are great to watch.
I agree. We saw them in the time trial earlier today, and they were absolutely breezing by us in the commentary box. They looked absolutely effortless as they came through, and it was wonderful to watch.
Yeah, they won their time trial by 8 seconds over the next 2 crews were actually equal in second, but then the next crew in this, they had a 15-second advantage in the time trial over them, and that crew was Aberdeen Schools, who, if we have a look at the 1K mark, Aberdeen Schools did go through in second, but according to the timing, which may readjust, but it looks like Aberdeen Schools may have been overhauled and been pushed back to third by Tideway Scullers. But looking out the window, let's see what it looks like. It does. Well, the thing that catches the eye is the Westminster School pair that is just flowing.
Definitely, they are out in front. They've taken their rate down. They are just sending through in that nice lower rate, staying relaxed and conserving their energy for the A final. They don't want any hidden fights to emerge in that race later today. They want to be on course, guaranteed for that gold medal.
Yeah, and I think Tideway have, it looks like in lane 2, jumped over Aberdeen Schools, but it doesn't look like Aberdeen Schools have particularly ramped it up. Maybe they're just happy conserving and being in the top 3. They can keep an eye on their closest competitor, which is the crew just to their left as they look at it, Notson Union, who are out in lane number 5, so they can keep an eye on their opposition that they have to just stay ahead of. But yeah, Tideway Scullers, they're just moving nicely.
Agree.
I wonder what this Westminster, like, if you gave them an intensity level, I wonder what gear they actually got out of. Because it doesn't look like they had to particularly pick this up. But I'm sure they did a lot of work in the first part to get into that position.
Yeah, I'm sure they took it nice and strong off the start. And getting a good stake boat start in before your A final is always a good idea. And then around the 1K marker, you can start to drop it down and things. And that is the Westminster crew crossing the line.
Oh dear, it's another premature finish. But yeah, Tideway Scullers are fine.
And that is Tideway Scullers through, who have walked through Aberdeen Schools to claim just about half a length of clear water there ahead of Aberdeen, who all 3 of those crews will meet again in the A final later today. And that's Nottingham and Union, who just pipped Glasgow Academy to the line. Glasgow Academy in their full purple.
Well, how do you feel about that tartan look on that all-in-one?
I quite like it. Yeah, I think it works really well, and then the purple boat as well. I think it's very eye-catching. It's very nice.
And just over in lane 6, Aberdeen Schools will round out that semi-final. And there's actually an Aberdeen Schools boat in the next one as well. So 3 Aberdeen Schools pairs in the major finals, in the semi-finals here. So very well done to them. It's about coming up to halfway, I think, the next semi-final. So who's in our second semi-final, Poppy?
In our second semi-final of these Open J-Team pairs, we have Monmouth Comprehensive School in lane 1, Aberdeen School's B Crew in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3, Canterbridgian in lane 4, Great Marlow School in lane 5, and Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 6.
What can you tell us about Stratford-upon-Avon then?
Well, I know the Stratford-upon-Avon crew quite well. They've been racing together in this pair for, I think this is their 3rd season together. It's their 3rd Brit Champs, and they are, I think their plan, speaking to them in between their time trial and their race, was take the start and then see where they end up. And if they are not in contention for the A final, they're just going to relax and chill and take it nice and strong to the line and conserve for the B final, which I think is a pretty solid plan.
So it sounds like they've rowed together for quite a while. Let's have a quick look. So I did mention that 2 crews were equal in time in the time trial, and that was Cantabs and Wallingford. They're in our middle lanes, and it's actually Cantabs that got a better start. They went through the 500 in 140.9, whereas Wallingford went through in 143.2. So that gap there was just over 2 seconds, and then the gap has extended out to 4 seconds at the 1K mark. So Cantabs, Eddie Lyon and Robin Sills have just had a little bit more speed in the first K, and we're just waiting for our next timing point, which is the 1500, which they're on approach to, but not quite there yet. What do you think about this pair sculling that we can, pair rowing that we can see on our screen right now?
I think all the pairs in this race look really quite good and quite strong together. I'm guessing by J18 level they've probably found their pair partners at around J16, and they've worked together throughout those seasons, and they have quite bonded as a pair probably, and they are pretty set in their race rhythms and their race plans, and they are probably quite used to it by now. So going through that 1,500 metre marker, that was definitely Canterbridgian out the front, having just a length or so over Wallingford Rowing Club. But Wallingford are quite well known for their sprint finishes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they can gain it back over the next 500 metres or so.
Yeah, so they've closed back a second from 4 seconds to 3 seconds. So that literally means their split was 1 quicker in that next 500. So if they can do a similar thing, they'll get much closer as they get into the finish line. But of course, neither of them need to really do very much. Just need to be in the top 3, and then those 2 crews are decently out in front. There's an 8-second gap between 2nd and 3rd, back to Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who have a 3-second lead over Great Marlow, and you have to really, really stay in sync here in the pair to keep it moving correctly.
Exactly, especially into these tailwind conditions. You need to be making sure that you're both squaring up at the same time, so one of you's not catching the wind first and you're not spinning around. But it does look like Wallingford have really taken it up now, and they are sprinting now to the line. Even though they know they're going to get through to the A final no matter what, they want to see if they can win this semi, and they want to see if they could overthrow Canterbridgian, to just have that knowledge before their final later today.
Yeah, I think they will embrace this kind of dress rehearsal of like, how are we going to sprint to the line? But Cantabs are meeting that. They haven't decided to just drop it down. They want to race it out and show that actually, no, if it comes down to it, we have your number.
Definitely, and I think Canterbridgian have just picked up for their last 100 metre send now, and they're just racing to the line. Wallingford have just got back into contact, I think slightly just closed that clear water down, but it looks like it will be Canterbridgian over the line first.
I like how sharp they were, like into the catch. Even when they went up to rate, they weren't missing any water, and that's why they managed to keep their boat moving so smooth and so quick.
Definitely.
Just watching here, lane 2, Aberdeen Schools have maintained that 3rd place they had. They've held off the charge from Great Marlow School, who worked really, really hard, but unfortunately will take up a place in the B final, not the A final, but they've worked really, really hard for that. And then Monmouth Comprehensive School just crossing here in lane 1, and then we have, well, it looks like they're doing the strategy you said, save a little bit for the B final, I would say.
Executing race plan perfectly there over in lane 6. Getting the nice camera shot there as they're approaching the last couple strokes of this race.
Do you want to name drop them as they're on shot there?
Well, Xavier Sissons-Roffey in the stroke seat and Seth Von Drack in the bow seat. Just crossing the line there, and they will be hopefully ready to race in the B final later today, and you'll see them at full speed. So, following the J18 pairs, we move to some J16 coxed fours. That's what we have next, but I believe
We don't have any times yet, so it may be just right up at the start. It has come off the start, we just don't have any times yet because they haven't hit the 500 or the 1500 just yet. But looking up the course, we do have a race on the way down. So who is going to be in this race when it eventually comes down to this lower part of the lake?
So in lane 1, we have St. Paul's Girls' School B crew. In lane 2, right next door, we have St. Paul's Girls' School A crew. Lane 3, we have Molesey Boat Club. Lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club. Lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club. And lane 6, Lambton.
So 2 St. Paul's Girls School Boat Club crews right next door to each other.
Yeah.
In the lanes.
That definitely interests me, and I'm also thinking potentially are those 2 girls' crews normally racing together as an 8, and they've split them up for today and put them into 2 4s, and potentially they'll join back together and race an 8 in another day this weekend, which means that they've been training together, they know each other's strengths and they know each other's weaknesses, and they will be ready to fight for this race.
Just looking at the time trial results, I'm just wondering if in the next heat, or next semi-final, or this semi-final, whether the crews that were equal first in the time trial really want to establish a marker. So Sir William Perkins School and Molesey Boat Club were equal in first at 5:39.3. So Molesey are in this heat, along with Kingston, who were 5 seconds slower in the time trial. And also St. Paul's Girls' School A crew. They were also in 5th place in the time trial, just a couple of seconds behind Kingston. So does this Molesey boat really want to lay down a marker ahead of the second semi-final? They are out in front here, but there's a lot of overlap between these crews as we just watch them go through the camera point at halfway.
Yeah, I think looking at that camera point, it looked really quite tight between St. Paul's Girls A and Kingston Rowing Club there. They went through almost level. Kingston with a slight advantage, but I'm not sure that St. Paul's Girls aren't on the move to go through them there. And they were just about a length down on Molesey, but definitely still had contact with their canvas.
Yeah, so the raw times that we have on our screen aren't correct, but the relative times had just a half-second gap between Molesey and Kingston. And then St. Paul's just half a second after that. So really close, 1 second separating the first 3 crews, according to our timing.
Yeah, so that Molesey crew out the front looks really quite sharp and well connected. They are squaring nice and early, getting those blades out and using this tailwind to their advantage, which is really what you want to be doing. You want to maximise the work that you don't have to do, pretty much.
Yeah, I think if you're as efficient as possible here, you don't have to work quite as hard to get your boat speed, and that's really useful when you're trying to save energy. But if you ever do want to take it down, you have to do it as a crew, because if a couple of people are still working a bit harder than the others, it just burns those people out, really.
Yes, definitely. And in these fours as well, they've got to think about their pressure together as a crew, making sure their cox isn't using too much steering. They don't want to slow themselves down by taking a nice weave down the course.
Yeah, so these are the first cox boats we've seen for a little while. But conditions pretty nice for the coxes today. I think getting onto the stake boats were pretty good. And that just means they can get down to the business of calling the race plan, just being aware of where the opposition are, and just keeping this boat just moving as slickly as possible. So who we got on the screen here? This is St. Paul's Girls' School. It doesn't look like they've whipped the rate up too much. I think they might even have dropped it down just looking at it as they approach the last 500 metres.
I agree. I think they know they're within their top 3, and they've decided as a crew to take it down and just come and get the boat past the line and get into the A final and just relax and conserve their energy a little bit. They know that Kingston Rowing Club is still racing. They know that Molesey is still racing. So they want to have that slight advantage going into the A final.
And that takes good communication in here, because these are bow-loaded boats and the cox can't really see around very easy whatsoever. So it was probably the bow rower just having a word, like, this is the race situation, this is where we're at. But then just knowing, okay, we said if we're in this position, we're just going to control. Like, they are being pushed a little bit by the crew in lane 1, which is also St Paul's girls. But I suppose if they were to know anybody else's speed, it would be that crew.
I agree, but looking back to our race for first, I don't think Molesey are comfortable in this first place position anymore. I think Kingston Rowing Club have decided they're going to take this semi-final by storm, and they've wound it up towards the line, and they have claimed back distance on Molesey Boat Club here.
Yeah, this is a good little rivalry, you know, very, very close to each other, Molesey and Kingston Rowing Club. So they're, they don't want to give either the upper hand, but obviously Molesey have just continued to press hard. Molesey had such a good Henley Women's Regatta as well. Not necessarily this crew, I'm not sure about this crew, they may well have been doing it as well, but just as a club they had a phenomenal regatta. And so these are like, you know, the next generation that's going to move up through that club.
Definitely, and they've just had a nice sprint to the line there, and they've taken back that water that they had over Kingston in the first half of this race. So that was Molesey over the line first, ahead of Kingston Rowing Club. They'll come through ahead of St Paul's girls, who are just nice and relaxed over the line, ahead of their B crew there.
Yeah, so we wondered if Molesey wanted to lay down a marker, and we'll keep an eye on how the second semi-final goes. And so Sir William Perkins School were equally quick in the time trial, so we'll have to see how they get on in the second semi-final. But going through 500, it wasn't actually Sir William Perkins that went through that marker point first. It was actually Wallingford, who were just 1.2 seconds behind them in the time trial, who went through the 500 metres first by just over a second.
Yes, so just initially going back to that first AB semi, we've just got Lambton crossing the line there on your screen. And then we should pan back up the lake and pick up that semi-final 2, which has Henley in lane 1, Nottingham and Union in lane 2, Sir William Perkins is in lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4, Great Marlow School in lane 5, and Leeds Rowing Club in lane 6.
Yeah, so it continues to be Wallingford in lane 4 that lead through the halfway mark, and they had a lead of just about a second and a half over Sir William Perkins, who in turn had about 4 seconds over Nottingham Union. So Sir William Perkins may be not looking to lay down a big marker and just proceed through, and so they can burn everything in the medal race.
Yeah, I think that's quite a clever strategy to, if you know you can do it from the time trial, you don't need to be able to prove it in your semi-final. The only race after that that matters is your A final. They do look to be slightly underrating Wallingford, so I wonder if they are taking that approach and they're just taking it a bit more chilled, a bit more relaxed, and getting through to the A final is their main priority here.
So the second semi-final in the women's J16 Coxed Fours is now just approaching the last few hundred metres. It's Wallingford still out in front of Sir William Perkins, and they have a decent lead, both those crews, just running along a straight. I think Sir William Perkins' rate is maybe a little higher than I thought it might be if they were trying to save energy, but they obviously don't want to get pushed back into third place and get one of the less favourable lanes in the final.
I agree. I think they've seen Nottingham and Union and Henley Rowing Club battle to get out at leads 1 and 2, and they've decided they want to just put a bit more distance in between them and third place, so they don't have to sprint it to the line and they don't worry about their position going into the A final. They know they've got it secured. But yeah, speaking of that third place race, it does look like Nottingham and Union have the initial advantage over Henley Rowing Club. But Henley Rowing Club are definitely pushing them and keeping them right there to see if they can claim this third place.
Yeah, Henley Rowing Club were within 2 seconds with 500 metres to go, which is about just under a length. But I think Nottingham Union might have pushed out to possibly a length as we just look out the window. It's still status quo at the front. It's still Wallingford out in front of Sir William Perkins School. But yeah, we're seeing, can Henley ramp it up? Henley are just looking to try and claw their way into the A final, but Nottingham Union, obviously in their home city, don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I think Nottingham Union have actually just taken a step up here, and they've took their rate up, and they've taken their pressure up, and they're going to walk to the line, and they're going to stay up and ahead of this Henley Rowing Club crew because they want the A final just as much as Henley do.
Yeah, Wallingford seeing off any move from SWP, and it's going to be about a 1 length lead as they cross the finish line. Quite comfortable for those two. And yeah, Nottingham Union have possibly pushed out a length as well. So Henley have battled really, really hard, and I think that is all a bit of steering going on there.
Yeah.
Switching lanes, but it's absolutely fine. And that's the tough thing when you're trying to race your way into the A final, but you just miss out. But I think it's always worth going for it. If you have the chance to get into the A final, you always got to go try and take that chance.
I agree. I think if you're in fourth, you have nothing to lose by pressing on and seeing if you can take third, and so you should always give it the best shot.
And it looks like our next race is approaching halfway. So as we move on from the women's J16 Coxed Fours, we stick with the J16s, but it'll be the open pairs. And who do we have featuring in our first semi-final?
So in lane 1, we have Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 2, Walton Rowing Club. Lane 3, Shiplake College. Lane 4, Wallingford Rowing Club A crew. Lane 5, King Edward School Stratford. Lane 6, Glasgow Academy A crew.
Do you know much about the King Edward's School?
I do, actually. That is where I went to school. So in lane 5, that is the King Edward School pair from Stratford-upon-Avon. These guys have only been rowing the pair for a couple of months now, but they've really worked hard at it, and they've obviously got here today into this semi-final in lane 5. I think they're really chuffed with themselves, and they look slightly down the lake to be in that fight for third place at the moment.
Yeah, they're fourth at the moment. They'll have to try and catch up with Woolton, but fourth is definitely in the mix for the top 3. So as long as they can continue that. Through the halfway mark now, it was Shiplake with a decent lead of about 7 seconds over Wallingford is what our time says. And then it was quite a jump again of 5 seconds till we get to Woolton, who had about 4 seconds over, maybe 5 seconds over King Edward. So, but in pairs, as long as you just kind of go, all right, you know what, we're just going to get on it now. Let's both get on the handle at the same time. You can get that boat moving.
Definitely,
I
I
agree. That's what they'll have to do.
Yeah, I think the boat changes, the change of boat speed you can produce in a pair and a single is really quite immense as you go through the race. Now, on your screen now is the Shiplake College pair, just out in the front of the pack. I saw them earlier in the time trial, and they looked really, really strong. They came down after the Open J18 pairs, and me and Pete on the commentary earlier were saying about how if we didn't know, we could have just assumed that they were a tail end pair of the J18 category. They looked really, really smooth going through. And they were followed by Wallingford Rowing Club there, who just have quite a gap over Walton Rowing Club now on your screen, who have just passed through the 1,500 metre marker.
I think I just looked, their time would have put them 5th in the J18 pairs. So, you know, given that they're a couple of years younger, that's really strong. And they were about 7 seconds ahead of anyone else in the time trial. And in terms of who they're racing in here, had a 12-second lead over Wallingford. And it's not 12 seconds this time, but again, they don't have to go super fast. They just need to put themselves through the line in the top 3, and I think it looks like they're going to put themselves through the line in first place.
Yes, it also looks like they've taken it down slightly. They know they're out the front. They know they absolutely took the time trial, so they are confident in themselves, and they know they can come through and claim this a final position.
Yeah, and Shiplake and Wallingford, two very prestigious clubs, particularly if you go to Henley Royal Regatta, you'll see crews from those two clubs all over the place. And yeah, so these are doing a really nice job here. Super measured, really. They're just placing, squeezing, legs first, hips work through together. Very, very smooth here.
Yeah, they're definitely both sending together. They've got a nice low rate and they are just working the boat, getting that boat to run for them, just really nice and easily. Wallingford Rowing Club, A crew, very much still racing to the line. They've got their rate up, legs on, they're really sending it through. And it looks like they will be followed by Walton Rowing Club. Although on the charge here in lane 1, we have Wallingford Rowing Club C crew who have just put in a massive push over the last 500 metres. They look to be challenging King Edward School over the far side there.
Yeah, Walton has just moved out nicely, long and loose. Made sure they cross the line in third. I'm going to let you call this last bit here, Poppy.
Yeah, so it looks like King Edward's over the far side are really racing Wallingford now. They just have a slight advantage as they come into the line, and looks like they will keep it by just half a length over Wallingford. But that was a really, really good sprint finish from them. And fourth place will give them much confidence going into the B final later today.
Someone downstairs really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
He was cheering, but good support. I mean, that's the whole point of being here as a supporter. Like, don't be shy out there, people. If you want to cheer, you cheer.
Exactly. I think also the thing to think is this lake is massive. If you think you're shouting loud enough from the bank, you're probably not. So you've got to shout even louder to really get to those crews, especially the ones in the middle lanes that really need your support. Yeah, and that was Glasgow Academy across the line there to round out that semi-final.
Two more Wallingford pairs in the next semi-final, and a bit of a tongue twister as we go from lane 5 to lane 6, I think. But who do we have then?
So in lane 1 we have Tideway Scullers, lane 2 Wallingford Rowing Club B crew, lane 3 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A crew, lane 4 Barn Elms, lane 5 Wallingford Rowing Club D crew, and lane 6 Warrington Rowing Club.
Expertly done.
Thank you. Yeah, so the theory we had earlier was that Wallingford Rowing Club have split their J16 8 into their pairs, and it's a bit of inter-squad seat racing, a bit of fun racing in the pairs today before they race the 8, potentially tomorrow.
Could well be that way, absolutely. Just looking out there, it looks to me like lane 4, Barn Elms, in that distinctive green. They have got the sprint on. Just looking in the middle, on our screens, just in the middle of the lake there, it's a really good race. Barn Elms are definitely going with the ratier option, whereas Aberdeen Schools are definitely going with a bit more length and power.
Definitely, I think Barn Elms definitely up there, but Aberdeen Schools are just working the legs and trying to get the boat work for them. They don't want to put in the extra strokes that they don't have to if they can maintain that boat speed at a slightly lower rate.
Yeah, and just on our screens we see more of the crews come through shot. We had Tideway Scullers come through our shot. They're 4th, and that means they do have to put a move on to try and get into that top 3. They're working really, really hard, and we'll just continue to watch the other crews kind of come through the shot. So it's 3 to go through. Barn Elms, who are absolutely ripping some rate in the sort of third 500, maintain their lead over Aberdeen Schools in 3, but this is a real battle for the only other remaining place in the A final. Who do you think is going to join the other 5 crews then, Poppy?
Well, it's between Tideway Scullers and Wallingford B crew, I believe. I wouldn't like to count out anyone on the far side of the lake, but it does seem that these 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2 are looking to have the sprint. And I think it's Wallingford Rowing Club who have just taken it up now. I think Tideway Scullers have the advantage at the moment, but Wallingford look like they are moving and they are going to come through. With that slight steering adjustments having to be made from Tideway Scullers, it might be Wallingford just to the line. They're really winding it up now. They are really, really going for it. They want this place more than Tideway Scullers.
Yeah, absolutely exciting move here. Wallingford just continue to push. They're going to have to make sure they don't stop on the wrong beat. Both of these crews are going to have to go. I think Tideway Scullers are still charging. They are charging massively hard. So let's see what happens these last few strokes. They're looking over at each other. Can confirm Barn Elms go through in first. Aberdeen Schools go through in second, and it's going to be very close. But I think the Tideway Scullers definitely think they have it as well. Yeah.
I think they got it just on the last stroke. They just picked it up, and their boat on the surge was, I think, just up ahead of Wallingford B. But it's going to be tight though, and it's going to be a good race in the B final later today, seeing those Wallingford B and D crews back in action.
I think we are due a little bit of a break in racing, as long as they're sticking to the original times, because we were due some mixed club repêchages, but due to the number of entries, there doesn't have to be any repêchages in the club. Coxed 4, so we will probably just go off air from the commentary box for a little while, and I'm sure they'll throw to a few different words from our various sponsors here at the British Rowing Club Champs.
To follow all the action here in venue and online. Make sure you visit the British Rowing website for all the information you need about racing today and all the live results. Visit britishrowing.org/BRCC.
While there's a little break in racing, I'm here with Gavin Kerr from SL Racing. So can you tell me a little bit about SL Racing and the products you have available?
Yeah, well, I'm very lucky to present SL products to the UK. We started 2 years ago, just after the Paris Olympics. If you look at the big banner there, we've got Emma Twigg, silver medalist. She got a fantastic silver medal in this actual boat that Wallace is modelling for us. We've got a whole range of boats though. We've got 8s, we've got a lovely 8 behind you. We've got Olympic class boats, we've got club boats, we've got doubles, 4s, quads. We've got a whole range. The fantastic performance, value, durability and service. That's what we're all about. The guys in New Zealand, they make some amazing boats.
They're really, really beautiful boats, and it's great to see some of them in action here at Brit Champs as well. And you're offering a special prize for the Victor Luderum. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, one lucky club is going to get the boat of their dreams. We're going to build them an SL Racing. I'm imagining most people will go for the top spec, but we'll build whatever size they want and spec the boat for them. You know?
That's incredible. And you've been chatting with a few athletes and a few different representatives from clubs here on the bank. Can you tell us, how that's been going and how much Wallace is being loved as well? He's getting all the attention.
He does occasionally goes out in the single, but that's another story for another day. The reaction's been amazing. Like, we've had lots of emails saying great to support the sport. Loads of clubs have put, we're going to have lots of entries in, and I guess everybody's vying for it. So I'm not going to make a prediction yet, but there's some people that have been doing so well so far. So what do you think?
Oh, good question. Well, I think that these boats are absolutely stunning, and I want to know the secret behind them. What is the secret behind these really successful and stunning boats?
Well, I think the secret behind them is it's got people that build them that are rowers. They build them in a country that are known for their rowing, like New Zealand. If you think rowing, you probably think it's one of the top rowing countries. For the size of New Zealand, they really do over-bat, shall we say, and they continuously win. Obviously, these guys, for example, Emma Twigg, she chose an SL. She could have any boat in the world. She chose an SL for our last Olympics, and she done us proud. She done fantastic in the boat. People are trying the boats here, and they love the boats, and that doesn't matter at what price point, but we have got a price point that's pretty amazing.
Well, thanks so much for being here. Thank you for telling us about these beautiful boats. And we're excited to find out who wins that prize.
Well, I'm excited to see who wins, and I can't wait to go through the process. So we'll have the spec sheet and we'll ask them what they want and we'll order the boat. And towards the end of the year, they will get a fantastic new SL boat. And hopefully they'll be winning in it next year.
Amazing. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled next year. What a treat. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you.
And we say huge thank you to Poppy and Alex for taking us through some of the first rounds of this afternoon's racing. In the commentary box now, I'm Piotr Golawski, and I'm joined by one of the debutantes, Alice Metcalf. Nice to see you here.
Thanks for having me.
Now, first race that we get the pleasure of commentating on is already halfway through the course. The conditions are a little bit windier than this morning, a little bit more choppy. Less flat, but as always, if you want to get a medal, you have to be tested under all possible conditions. And now we've got race 143 in progress. This is the women's J18 coxless fours, and is the repechage of that category. Now, in the lineup, we've got Strathclyde Park in lane 1, Carlpay Rowing Club in lane 2, lane 3, Nottingham and Union, lane 4 is Great Marlow School, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 5. Now looking at the screen, Alice, it looks like Nottingham and Union are in the top 2 positions.
So we've got Nottingham and Union leading the way at the minute.
And Carlpay Rowing Club just on the right hand side, slightly higher rate of striking there. I wonder if that's a tactic to sort of use the most out of this tailwind with every squaring of the blade. Nottingham and Union obviously focusing on that leg driven powerful strokes.
They're really working nice as a crew together. They're keeping the stroke really nice and long. Nottingham and Union following them very closely behind though. This is going to be really close to the line.
So it looked like a little bit more than 1.5 seconds of advantage, as you can see here on the screen. There's 1.2 seconds separating those crews, which translates to about half a boat length
Yeah,
for the
I'd say.
for the J18 coxless fours. Now, what do you typically race in, Alice?
I've done a lot of sculling in my past. Done a lot of quads. Haven't done that many fours. They're definitely, I'd say, a lot harder to row than a quad.
And why do you say that?
Well, firstly, balancing the boat. So a quad is kind of naturally set. You'd think it'd be easier only having one blade instead of 2, but I think balancing the boat definitely can make it a lot harder.
Well, for sure, you're only responsible for one side, so you have to work really nicely in unison with your teammates in order to make sure you don't upset that boat. Carlpay Rowing Club looking to extend their advantage ahead of Nottingham and Union. It looks like if Nottingham wanted to get a sprint on, that have to go about now, they'd have to increase their rate of striking by a lot, and they are making a push. They're looking for that big sprint. Carlpay, though, they're able to respond to those. And it's going to come down to the line. Nottingham and Union maybe making a slight comeback, but Carlpay are rating higher. Nottingham need to get a move on now. They've got maybe about 3 strokes to go. What they will be able to do, we shall see, Alice.
Wow, this is really close. Half a length in it. Carlpay Rowing Club take that win. Nottingham and Union following not closely behind.
In lane 4, we've got the 4 from Great Marlow School, now 3rd in this repechage. So the first 2 crews will advance to the A final. The other the rest of the crews will go through to the B final of this women's J18 coxless fours. So it looks like Calpe Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union solidified their place in the final later on. So now it's all about mission for recovery. Now, what's the best tactic for approaching recovery in such a short succession when you have so many 2Ks to do?
Well, rest and refueling, hydration. I mean, it's not too warm today. Definitely in the past, racing at Brit Champs, it's been very warm. Hydration has been a really, really important factor. I always found going on a recovery walk as soon as you get off the water really helps flow the lactate, and making sure to get lots of carbs in.
Definitely, you need those carbohydrates to fuel your muscles and aid the recovery. Strathclyde Park crossing the line, 4th behind Great Marlow School, and we've got one more finisher, is the Queen Elizabeth High School over from Hexham. Fantastic stretch of the water. I don't know if you've ever been there, Alice.
No, it's not far from Newcastle though. I've rode along the Tyne for the last 2 years.
Out of the Newburn Boathouse.
Yeah. Lovely stretch of river.
Depends if the tide's in or not.
Yeah.
It's definitely the tidal conditions will prepare you for racing in anything. We'll certainly focus a lot of the training sessions on emphasizing the core strength, balance work, working as a crew, not upsetting the balance, the rhythm. And whatever the water conditions may throw at you, this is an outdoor sport, so we do have to remember that. And now race 144 is in progress. We've got 4 crews racing here. We have Weybridge in lane 2, Glasgow Academy in lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4, and Hexham sharing the boathouse with Queen Elizabeth High School over in lane 5. We are nearly at the 1500 meter mark of this race, and this can only mean one thing: 500 to go. Now it's time to throw the kitchen sink at your opposition.
It really is. This is the make or break moment where that aerobic fitness is going to play a part in whether they've got that final sprint left in them.
Yeah, and what I really love to see here is the rhythm that Glasgow Academy are able to generate. Obviously, when it's this windy, it's not the easiest technically to row in, but they seem to be making the most of it. They're squaring nice and early so they can use the entire breeze as an advantage to propel that boat forward in between every single stroke.
Yeah.
They're really well put together as a crew.
Yeah, I think they're really working really nice together. Really efficient as a whole crew.
Will Wallingford be able to respond to them? There's a little bit of steering going on from Glasgow. You can see just out of there, just poking into Wallingford's lane. Now, will they be able to interpret that as a signal to move, as there's some speed to be gained on them?
Yeah, Wallingford really seem to be upping their rate now as they're coming into the last 250.
Yeah, Weybridge also in lane 2, trying to get a handle of what Wallingford are doing. Obviously, only 2 of those crews will progress through to the A final. So at the moment, it looks like it will be Glasgow and Wallingford, but Weybridge would like to put their hat in the ring and have a final say about this. Now, those last 10 strokes ahead of them will be so crucial. Are they able to take the rate up? Are they able to send those legs firing on all cylinders? And can anybody get in the way of Glasgow finishing first in this repechage, Alice?
Yeah, they're really upping their rate now. They've almost got a length on Wallingford as they're coming through the line, but Wallingford are not giving up. Glasgow take the win in that repechage of the women's J18 coxless fours, with Wallingford in second place. So we've got Wallingford and Glasgow will progress into the final A later on today.
It's provisional. Just still waiting for the white flag from the umpire. Still got one more finisher to cross the line. That is Hexham over on the far side. You can see them now on your screen. Still really nice style of rowing there from these athletes. They perhaps don't have as much opportunity to train on the water as the athletes in Glasgow or Wallingford or Weybridge, but still putting down a really good performance, and you can just see the exhaustion on their faces. They will be competing in the B final later on, and soon we'll be swiftly moving over to 2 of the repêchages of the Open J18 8s. Now, could you talk us through the crew in the first one, Alice?
Yeah, so in the next rep, we've got Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3, and Brentford Boat Club in lane 4.
What's your strategy for the repêchage when you know that 2 crews are going to progress through to Final A? Is this the kind of heat where you will put down your best performance, or are you just looking to scrape by? Obviously, you know there will be lane implications coming out of the position which you finish in.
I think I've always had the strategy that every race you just give it your absolute best shot, because you never know what the conditions are going to be like later in the day, and you want to get the best lane that you can get.
To an extent, I mean, you don't want to win repêchage by 20 seconds of clear water and then have no legs left for the final.
But I think if you're in a battle between first and second, it's definitely worth that extra push to get that lane. I think especially racing here at Nottingham, when the wind can be so unpredictable, can definitely make a big difference to the race.
To take the words of Sir Steve Redgrave, you race to win.
Yes,
always.
Exactly.
No calculating, no thinking about this place, that position. You just go for it, you try your best, and you see how you stack up. But your attitude is tilted towards winning, always, and wanting to. Obviously, not everybody can win, but everybody can set their own standards and aims and objectives. And we can see now race 145, the Open J18 8s repêchage lining up. Would have just been given a 2-minute signal. Fully at front stops, ready to set off and enter the paint train for the next 2,000 meters. Reminder, 2 of those crews will go through to the A final, fighting for the medals, and the remainder will compete in the B final. And off we go. Good start from Wallingford, and really nice aggression from Brentford as well.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a really brutal rep with only one of them getting knocked out. A 3-lane race is not often that you see here, so it's definitely going to be really, really a fight against each other.
I think after the first 500 meters, the crews will know their relative speed. You will know exactly how much it costed you to get to the position which you will be in, whether you need to take the rate up in order to unlock a different level of speed, or whether it's good just to keep it there because, for example, one of the crews is 2 lengths behind, and then so you can sort of measure your output. But then, like we said, the caveat is still that race for the lanes, and obviously two of the top crews from the time trial, they will already have the middle lanes 3 and 4, so the winners of the repêchages will have lanes 2 and 5, and then the last qualifiers in will have the outside lanes. Which is your favorite lane to race in?
Again, it all depends on the wind. If you've got a tailwind, then I guess it doesn't really matter. But if it's a crosswind, then you don't want to be close to that. I guess being in the middle is always a large benefit because you can see all of your competitors.
I do like being sneaky from the outside lane, but
definitely.
Lane 3, I think, is unbeaten for me in terms of my preference.
Yeah.
You get to see everybody on your left-hand side.
That is true, especially here. You've got, once you come into the last 500, being closer to the bank where you've got all your support crew definitely can be an extra benefit.
So 500 metres into this race, we can see Wallingford currently out in first, 3 seconds, so about a length ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School, and Brentford trailing in the third place, 3.5 seconds behind Brentford. So
not far behind though.
Not far behind, but it's difficult to overcome an advantage or disadvantage of a length in an 8 because of the relative speed and the relative power that you need to be able to sort of differentiate yourself with your opposition. It can be quite tricky.
Yeah, this event of Open J18 8s is going to be one of the fastest events on the course today. 8's one of the fastest moving boats, so it's going to be over a lot quicker than some of our previous races.
See there now, a good shot on the screen of that Wallingford crew, really up for it. They're almost racing a time trial of their own. They know Hexham are going to try and come back at them, and they're working out such a big advantage. I wonder how they will approach this third quarter that they've now entered, arguably the toughest portion of the race. Certainly the most physically challenging.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel anyone can go fast to 1K, but it's all what happens after, whether you can stay in it.
And how much of a role does a Cox play in that?
Oh, so much. They really play a big part in obviously steering the crew, but really keeping the crew motivated and just working together as a team. Crew cohesion is one of the biggest and most important factors in an 8.
What are some of the calls that a Cox may use to motivate? That, for example, would be favourable to you, some of your favourites.
I think when a Cox calls out certain individual members and gives them their own feedback, it's a lot of people will disagree, but I think it's quite good because it brings the person back in and locks them back into the boat.
Definitely. A lot of great junior crews coming out of Wallingford Rowing Club. We see them at every regatta, whether that be Marlow, Met or Nat Schools. Always got a lot of speed to showcase out on the course. You can even see now this amazing shot out on the screen. Full compression on the legs, the shins coming absolutely vertical, catching exactly as they reach the end of the slide and composing that core in order to maximize the power put in through the legs. It's really nice to see. A nice rhythm from Brentford as well, despite trailing in this race. It's still like their movement off the back. They're letting that boat run and breathe, and the bow is surging.
Wallingford have got almost a 6-second lead over Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club coming through the 1500. What would you say that is? About 2 lengths?
About 3.5 seconds. 7 seconds is about 2 lengths of a lead, so about a length of clear water. Although it certainly doesn't look like that margin is true now that we're looking at our view from the commentary tower. Wallingford have dropped the rate slightly. I guess the work is done in this repechage. They now need to just get it through the line. They've got about 15, maybe slightly less strokes left. Queen Elizabeth High School will be very keen to get themselves into the A final later on for the fight for the medals. I hope they're going to conserve energy so that they can have another powerful start.
Yeah, wow, they really are taking that rate down, coming through the line, really nice and comfortable.
Do you not panic if you take the rate down so much?
I mean, Queen Elizabeth High School are not far behind them, but guess it's all tactics.
See that there, Brentford also coming towards the line. And that rounds off the first of the repechages of the Open J18 8s. Now moving on, we'll see another set of 3 crews, Alice.
Oh yeah, we do. 3 crews again. We've got Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, Reading Bluecoat School Boat Club in lane 3, Clare's Court School Boat Club in lane 4. And this is the second repechage of the Open J18 8s. And it's the same as the last rep, with the first 2 into Final A and the last crew into Final B.
So already 2.5 minutes into this race, we're seeing quite a good contest between Clare's Court and Reading Bluecoat. Clare's Court seemingly in front for the time being. Reading Bluecoat rating much higher, trying to catch up to them, trying to get that better lane in the A final. And once the camera pans around, we'll be able to tell you how Leeds are doing. Although from the commentary tower, you can see over on their far side, they're slightly further behind at the moment.
Yeah, Clare's Court have just got a slight lead over Reading Bluecoat as we go through the 500. Only about a second between them.
So it looks about a third of a length?
Yeah, so still a lot in it.
Well, so we're just passing that halfway point. 1/3 of a length separating those. Clare's Court, a bit more punchy, a bit more dynamic with those legs. Those blades are sinking nicely around the front end, versus Reading Bluecoat are absolutely going for it. There's a lot of movement around the back there, certainly accelerating that boat with a lot of will and grit and determination, Alice.
Yeah, they're really going for it. I'd say, yeah, Clare's Court, their blade work is probably a bit neater, but Reading Bluecoat are really, really gunning.
And from this angle, it looks like Reading Bluecoat might have just taken the lead ahead of Clare's Court, although it will be neck and neck. Reading Bluecoat certainly have got a little bit more momentum carrying them at the moment. Clare's Court can respond. They're always a very strong crew. I believe this 8 is coached by Alex Richardson, a former athlete at Clare's Court that I used to race against some decade ago.
Wow.
Reading Bluecoat coached by Bethan Thomas also this year in her inaugural season. Had the pleasure to work with Bethan as well when she was coaching in Henley also about 10 years ago. It's great to see her now instill that mindset, instill that technique, instill that level of skill and ability in the Reading Bluecoat. And look at that, Alice. In the last 500 metres, they went from being a third of a length down to now being 1 whole length in front.
Wow, that is very impressive.
Now, will that cost them later in the final, or are they well prepared for that kind of effort? I mean, with the amount of training that you're doing, how fit are you as an athlete to do sort of 3 races in a day?
Definitely have to be very fit, or yeah, it just completely takes it out of you. Especially, also just recovering from each race, having that many races, you really need to be on it with your recovery. If you're not, you just crumble towards the end of the day.
Nice shot there. We can see both crews progressing at the moment through to the A final in view, unless Leeds Rowing Club can do something spectacular here. But it looks like Reading Bluecoat are going to continue to extend that advantage. I mean, Clare's Court definitely made sure that they're not going to be the last ones in this rep. And now they're just conserving the energy. I believe they trust in their ability to make a difference in the A final, even from being in an outside lane. Obviously, these results are still provisional. We haven't got the white flag from the umpire. Nobody has crossed the finish line yet, but Reading Bluecoat aren't far from doing that. With about 3 or 4 strokes to go, here they are in lane 3, cruising towards that A final later on. And they've just booked their place in ahead of Clare's Court. Slightly more reserved. I wonder what ace they're hiding up their sleeve, Alice.
Wow, that is what a lead over Clare's Court Reading Bluecoat have just taken. That is very impressive. Really shows about the race isn't over until you cross that finish line. You can go fast to the 500, but it's all about what goes on in the rest of the race.
and the repêchages are behind us. We are now swiftly moving over to a very exciting category, which is the women's J18 single sculls. We've got 6 finals, action-packed. 6 crews in the final. We've actually got 6 finals as well, up to final F.
Oh, wow.
We go, and this final is comprised of, could you tell us, Alice?
Yes, so this final we've got Lee Rowing Club in lane 1, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in lane 2, Tees Rowing Club in lane 3, City of Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 4, Grosvenor Rowing Club in lane 5, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association in lane 6.
So at the moment, the local experience from Notts County athlete, Ava Russo, is counting. She's 0.3 of a second ahead of Seed from Grosvenor in Chester, and 0.9 of a second behind them. We've got Tyne Amateur Rowing Club Wake over in lane 2. Now, it'll be interesting to see how the field is going to start to line up as we are now cruising towards the halfway point of this race. And singles always an interesting boat to pace yourself in strategically, Alice.
Yes, I agree. I have raced in a single at Brit Champs many years ago. Definitely is, I'd say, very impressive because it was nerve-wracking. You're all by yourself, which is very different to a lot of other crews, and you've got a cox or other crewmates motivating you. You have to do everything yourself, but it can definitely be very rewarding. And this event is obviously, with so many finals, it's definitely very competitive.
And how much of your race strategy in a single is about surprising your opposition?
I'd say it's all part of your race strategy. I think just the same as any other event, really. I guess with singles, it's pretty hard because
it's difficult because obviously you're the only one responsible for the final outcome, and that element of surprise that I was referring to is obviously that you will roughly know your relative speeds in a single. But
yeah,
because
definitely.
it's just you powering you, if you manage to get 2 or 3 surprise lengths ahead of your opponent at the K, well, it's just going to make it that much harder for them to have to come back on you.
Yeah.
And then sort of change that race plan. And I think we've seen that a little bit in this race. Lee Rowing Club, Ozonu, over in lane 1, she was 4th at the 500 meter mark, and now she's been leading since the halfway point. So perhaps the opposition has surprised her a little bit, and she's managed to find her stride, sort of get that flow state, and now her bows out in front by, well, quite a margin, 9 seconds.
Wow, yeah. I think singles races are very interesting to watch because it can all change so quickly.
That's why it's worth taking the risk. But you can see here on over in lane 1 closest to us, Lee Rowing Club with a really commanding lead ahead of lane 5 from Chester, Grosvenor Rowing Club. And in 3rd place currently over in lane 2 we've got Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. So still a good chunk of racing left. We're now entering the sort of last 250 meters of the course. So if there's any sprint finish that you wanted to throw in, the time for it is now. And actually in a single, you got the privilege of being able to make up quite a distance in a relatively short amount of strokes, Alice.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. As what we were saying earlier, that the boat speed can change in a single so quickly, and you can go from being last to being first in some races.
Because you're responsible for 100% of the boat output. If you decide to pull 50 watts more, in an 8, that would only
100%.
contribute to 12.5% of your entire cruise output, versus in a single, then that actually translates it into quite a large difference in the boat speed. And Lee Rowing Club here, last sort of 10 strokes left until she crosses the line.
Lovely finish. She's upping that rate as she goes through the line.
She'll certainly be pleased with coming away away with a win in the F final. Job done. She was 4th at 500 gone, and she is first by quite a margin. Ahead of Grosvenor Rowing Club Chester, Seed, and in third, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club Wake.
Wow, that was really close between second and third. They look pretty knackered as they cross the finish line, definitely giving it their best shot.
There we are, Tees Rowing Club Anderson closing off this F final. The women's J18 single sculls, and now we're swiftly moving over to already in progress final E of that same event. And what's the lineup, Alice?
We have got Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 1, Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in lane 2, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3, Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club in lane 4, Tideway Scullers School in lane 5, and Grosvenor Rowing Club in lane 6.
So we're already through the halfway point, actually nearing 500 meters to go. Any second now. At the 1,000 meter mark, it was Durham ahead of Doncaster, closely followed by Dart Totnes.
Saren Williams from Durham has got a nice 5-second lead over Doncaster.
Well, that's all changed now as we're heading into the last 500 meters. The times have just come in, and it's Dart Totnes with a lead, 0.8 of a second ahead of Durham, so they're basically neck and neck.
Wow, this is going to be really close as they come into the last 500.
Athlete from Tideway Scullers has found some extra speed, third at 500, fourth at the K. Now she's back into third position. Doncaster dropped down into fourth, not too far away from the TSS Sculler. Will we have any more reshuffling? And who's going to win the battle between Durham and Dart Totnes over in lanes 1 and 3? That'll be quite interesting. At the moment, it looks like Dart Totnes has taken that lead. It's difficult to tell the distance from our viewing angle, but it looks to be about half a length, perhaps a length at this stage, Alice?
Yeah, I agree. They're both really, really going to have to dig deep now if they want to get that win. It's all or nothing for them now.
And in lane 2, Doncaster athlete has found some extra speed ahead of TSS on the far side, perhaps a little bit less wind over on this side of the course. And everybody is putting in their sprint finish. I mean, there's nothing to hold back for. Final 250 meters of this race. And how will it pan out? I mean, Dart Totnes has done an incredible work over the last K in order to get clear water advantage at this stage, Alice.
Yeah, I'm just watching the athlete in lane 6, Madeline Pritchard. She's really, really upping her rate and going for the sneaky tactic of trying to work around through from the outside lane and sneak around all those athletes, and she's really, really making a move.
So this will be a very close finish for second, third and fourth. Who's put in the biggest sprint finish? Who's held their hand in the fire for longest? Dart Totnes crossing the line in first, lane 1. Currently in second, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and in lane 3, Lane 2, Doncaster Schools Rowing Association managing to come back for the third place. Pretty even tie for the rest of the field.
Yeah, wow, what a finish. That was definitely really close. Fight for second and third.
And now moving over to the D final of the women's J18 singles sculls. The action does not stop. On our screen we can see Jansen from Lee Rowing Club. She must be leading this D final. Could you tell us the lineup, Alice?
Of course, we've got Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 1, Lee Rowing Club in lane 2, York City Rowing Club in lane 3, another Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 4, York City Rowing Club in lane 5, and Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in lane 6.
So nearing the 500 meters to go mark, how did the field look at halfway?
So York City has taken the lead at the minute over Christchurch Tate. She's got a lead of about 2 seconds through the 1K.
So only 4 seconds separating the first and the fourth position here.
Yeah, which is a very close race for a singles race especially.
With now 500 meters to go, it could be anybody's to take. Whoever's going to show the most courage, whoever's going to show the most bravery, whoever trusts in their training the most will come out on top here. Still 500 meters to go. 2 minutes of rowing left. Still a lot to be made up in terms of speed and differences in tactics, and everybody's going to look for that big sprint. But who will be the most successful?
Yes, definitely. In a singles race, the course feels a lot longer than when you're in an 8 as well, so you really have to have that mental determination to push all the way to the line. So York City Rowing Club Alexandra Davey is still in the lead, but only by a second going through the 1500. Christchurch Tate is really not giving up. She really, really wants that win. She's going to have to dig deep to get that lead ahead of York City.
So, with 500 meters to go, there were only 2 seconds separating the first and the fourth position. You can almost see now scullers going side by side. They listen to that bit about courage. They listen to that bit about bravery. That rate is continuing to go up. Now, Lee Rowing Club, I don't believe she's no longer in the lead. It looks like Christchurch from lane 4 has raised that rate up, and her bow is out in the front now, but that can still be overturned. There's still about 10 strokes left to go. Whoever's going to just push those legs as hard as they can now can overturn this result, but Christchurch is responding. Lane 4, we've got Alice Tate. She's really going for it. She was second with 500 meters to go. She's done the work and now cruising towards the finish line.
Wow, Lee is really, really upping her rate. She's going to get that second place. Wow, that was a really impressive finish from Millie Jansen from Lee Rowing Club.
She was 5th at the halfway point and she finished second. Exactly 4 minutes 16 seconds to the halfway. Exactly 4 minutes 16 seconds for the second K.
Yeah.
What a brave performance.
Really shows what we were talking about earlier about in a singles race, it can change at any minute. You mustn't give up until the finish.
And I like the colours of the boat of
oh, wow.
Megan Hill from Doncaster. Finished 6th, but that's still a really nice result here at the National Championships, British Rowing Club Championships.
Yeah, it's definitely a very standout boat.
And now there's a F final of the Open J18 double sculls. Currently out on the course. It's the F final. And who's lined up?
We've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 1, Worcester Rowing Club in lane 2, Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club in lane 3, Tees Rowing Club in lane 4, Hexham Rowing Club in lane 5, and King Edward School Boat Club in lane 6. And this is the F final of the Open J18 doubles.
Yeah, lane 3, Shanklin Sandown with 500 meters to go now. Their bows were out in front by 4 seconds. That's a really good bit of advantage. That's more than a length ahead of Teesside. And then Hexham was just 0.7 of a seconds ahead of Clydesdale in 3rd place. Now can those margins change as we approach the final 8th of this 2,000 meter race for the F final of the J18 doubles. Doubles are such fun boats to row in. There's so much power, there's so much aggression, but also cooperation with your teammate.
I 100% agree. Shanklin Sandown have travelled a very long way to get here today, all the way from the Isle of Wight. So they're definitely looking to put down a memorable performance, which they are demonstrating at the minute. with this lead that they have got.
Really nice transition of body weight and,
Oh,
and
no.
power. Oh, wow. What's happening? Shanklin Sauna have just appeared to catch a crab. Their bows are still out in front. They'll be pleased for that advantage that they've worked themselves out earlier in the course. But the opposition now smells blood. Lane 4, Tees Rowing Clubs are coming after them. Will Shanklin Sound now be able to regain that rhythm and continue to lead as we head into the final sort of 10 strokes of this race? This is an absolute dogfight. And if you look at the course right now, both crews are going for it. I think more momentum is now with the Tees Rowing Club, but Sundown are responding, Alice.
That was an excellent recovery from their crab, but whether it's going to make an impact, it's neck and neck. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that win. There's about a bow ball in it, I think.
It was about a bow ball between Hexham and Clydesdale as well. Definitely a photo finish will be needed for that verdict, for that margin there at the end between lane 1 and 5. But that was something that just you have to be aware of in racing.
Yeah, definitely. I think their recovery from that crab was very impressive though, and definitely gave them a little boost of a sprint, I think. But
bit of adrenaline.
Yeah, definitely. But whether it's affected their result or not.
That all almost looked upright into the water for a split second there.
Yeah, it was almost a boat stopper crab. Lucky they didn't have any breakages.
Well, we'll be able to assess. Well, they'll be able to assess that once they dock the boat back in. But it's a nice bit of emotions and
bit of excitement.
Exactly, and it's good to see that the athletes are able to recover and still continue to perform at their best. Moving over to the E final of the Open J18 doubles, we have 6 more crews racing.
We've got Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 1, Northwich Rowing Club in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3, Eversham Rowing Club in lane 4, Burton Leander Rowing Club in lane 5, City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 6. And this is the final E of the Open J18 doubles.
So we're now about 2 minutes into this race, quarter of the way down in the double sculls. Nice strong tailwind there we can see from the finish position.
Oh wow, yeah, it's definitely really picked up from this morning. It will be interesting to see how these crews adapt in the conditions. So tailwind can definitely help the boat go faster, but it can also be about being very technical and having nice blade work.
Yeah, whilst rowing in the headwinds, it's mostly about power, technique and composure. It's about putting in enough watts so that the wind can't slow you down no matter how hard it tries. It's almost the opposite with a tailwind. You have to get in the way of the boat moving as little as you can. You have to use all that wind as a means to propel yourself forward and be very technically clinical around the catch and around the finish so that you don't waste and splash and throw the boat off balance.
Yeah, definitely. I think rowing in a tailwind is a lot harder than people predict. They think it is going to be easier and it's going to push them along down the course for free speed.
Just slightly different. That suspension of the catch is important with your body.
You have to be really technical around the front end to lock in place, especially in a double.
Picking up 50% of the weight.
Exactly. And picking up that weight with your crew member.
There we go, nearing the halfway point the E final of the Open J18 double sculls. It looks like Northwich from lane 2 currently out in front ahead of Evesham, slightly ahead of Agecroft. 6 seconds separating the first and the fourth place in this final at the moment, but those distances can change.
Yeah, we've got Charlie Crump and Ted Cooper from Northwich Rowing Club in this lead at the minute.
Looks a little bit gustier than what we were witnessing this morning. That's not going to slow us down. We're looking at the bow of the Northwich boat, taking a slight look at the opposition. I guess they want to measure the speed and their position out on the lake to measure the output for the last 500 meters or so of this race. We're now approaching the final quarter, and Northwich have crossed the line first into the last 500 meters, Alice. 4 seconds.
Wow, yeah, that is a big lead over the rest of their opposition. Northwich look really nice as well. Really nice blade work, really working nice together as a crew. Really punchy around the back end.
Yeah, they leapt out of their starting blocks and never looked back. So now the question is, looking at lanes 4, 5 and 6, who's going to work that advantage out between them. There was only 2 seconds separating all those 3 crews, but now those distances have seemingly shrunk. It looks like 4 ahead of 5 ahead of 6 at the moment, but we've still got 250 meters left on the course, and it's not a long way to go, but it's not a short way either, Alice.
No, definitely. It's going to be a fight for third, I think. There's only about a few seconds in it, but I think Northwich will take the lead. They're looking really, really strong as they come into this last 250. Oh no, we've had a crab.
Again, almost in the same portion of the lake.
Yeah. But again, recovered pretty well, giving them that extra bit of adrenaline.
And Agecroft Rowing Club definitely used that as extra motivation now to leap out from behind into the second place in this race. They were third at the halfway point, they were second with 500 to go, and they've managed to extend the advantage ahead of the third place to a few seconds now, crossing the line. Burton Leander over in third.
Yeah, they won that fight for third place.
City of Bristol in fourth, provisionally. We haven't seen the white flag from the umpire yet. In fifth, over the line we had Evesham, and in sixth, Wallingford Rowing Club. Now the D final of the Open J18 double sculls. 6 crews out on the lake, Alice.
In lane 1, we've got Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Molesey Boat Club. Lane 3, Tideway Scullers School. Lane 4, Camas Rowing Club. Lane 5, Queen's Park Chester. And Lane 6, Walbrook Rowing Club.
So we're through the halfway point of this race. It's that composite crew you were talking about in lane 2.
Yeah, that composite of Camas and Hexham.
They're currently out in third, leading the pack, and Molesey over in lane 2. In second, we've got Walbrook Rowing Club, training out of London on the Teddington stretch of the river, not too far from Molesey. In third, that Cambois Hexham composite. In fourth, Tideway Scullers. In fifth, we've got Lee Rowing Club. And in 5th, we got Queen's Park Chester. So, separating the entire field, there's only 6 seconds between the 1st and the 6th position. There's certainly a lot of distances to be made up in the second half of this race. Now, what is your top tip for the 3rd quarter, Alice?
Well, I think this is the make or break where crews will either blow or push that extra bit more. I think you've got to have a big technical focus as you go through the 1K. As you start to get tired, your technique falls apart a bit more. You want to have that lock in with your crew and have a big technical focus. But also, a lot of crews will do a push going through the 1K, gives them that extra bit of speed as they start to get tired. But you also just want to carry that speed that you've gone with off the start, keeping the boat nice and long and strong, that rhythm with your crewmate.
So there we are, the gap has increased from 6 to 12 seconds between the entire field. Molesey out in front. 4 seconds behind them is Walbrook in lane 6, and currently in 3rd is Lee Rowing Club, 0.6 of a seconds ahead of the composite crew over in lane 4. Now with 500 meters to go, there is no time to wait. The only time that you have right now is for your 3-tiered sprint finish and throwing the kitchen sink. You'll know a lot about sprint finish coming from the Newcastle program.
Definitely, especially the tier finishes. We like a tier finish, especially in a big boat like an 8. They can be really, really impactful.
Definitely in a double as well, you can make a relatively substantial difference by just implementing a different movement of the back or a slightly different rhythmical change. Molesey in front, cruising towards the finish here. A little bit close to the boys on the right side of their lane. They will need to do a correction.
Might get a warning from the umpire. They're about to go into the other lane.
And it looks like they have gone into the other lane at the moment. They need to correct that quickly, or there will be an impedance on with Lee. Now, Walbrook are seeing this. They've just looked over. They're still behind Molesey, but Molesey are now finishing basically outside of the course with Lee Rowing Club in lane 0.
They have gone into Lee's lane and finished in the complete wrong lane.
Now they've taken the scenic route around National Water Sports Centre. They still managed to cross the line in the first place, but we need to wait for the flag from the umpire to see what the verdict is going to be like.
This will be interesting to see what the umpire has got to say, especially seeing as they crossed the line first, but they may risk disqualification.
So we got a white flag has been shown, no impedance has taken place, and we're moving on with the next race out on the track. That's 153 F final of the Open J16 singles, and isn't it great to see all these young athletes try their best chance at the crown jewel event of rowing?
Yes, definitely. The single is always such an exciting event, especially for young athletes. It really demonstrates their performance and their training and their dedication to the sport.
As well as their understanding on how to move the boat and their technical capability. Certainly a lot of that going on in the single. We've now crossed the halfway point of this F final. Only got 5 crews racing in here. Hollingford didn't start. Sudbury in lane 2 is currently leading, 2 seconds ahead of Agecroft, who are just 3 seconds behind ahead of Christchurch Rowing Club over in lane 1.
We've got a lineup of 2 Windsor Boys crews, so they'll be battling it against each other.
It's only looked to be at the halfway. There's only 0.7 of a second separating them. Now, that is less than a canvas in a single.
Yeah, that is very impressive. Windsor Boys School have got a very strong sculling program. They know how to scull. They're used to this.
They've won numerous Fawley Challenge Cups at Henley Royal Regatta. They've won numerous medals at both the British Rowing Club Championships as well as National Schools Regatta, and every year we see heaps of those athletes also fight for their GB Under-19 selection.
Yes, definitely. They've even been putting out 8s in the last couple of years, which really shows the depth of the programme, being able to sweep and scull. So going through the 1500 mark, we've got Sudbury Rowing Club out in the lead, but Agecroft very closely following behind. It really is going to be a fight for the line. As we come into the final part of the race now, all these scullers are neck and neck. It's going to be an absolute fight for the finish. You can hear the screams from the bank, all the supporters really, really shouting on these athletes. It looks like it's going to be Oliver Everett from Sudbury Rowing Club. Although we've got an absolute wow, that is going to have to be a photo finish. That is so close. So we turn our attention now to the E final of the Open J16 single sculls. In lane 1, we have Barn Elms Rowing Club. In lane 2, we have Star Club. In lane 3, we have the Windsor Boys School. In lane 4, Royal Chester Rowing Club. In lane 5, Molesey Boat Club. In lane 6, High Wycombe Royal Grammar School Boat Club. Going through the 1K mark, Royal Chester Rowing Club is ahead, but only just by a fraction, as Star Club closely follows behind, and so does Barn Elms. Within about a second or two of each other, it's going to be a real fight for that top spot that they're all wanting. We can tell that the wind is definitely picking up, so they're really going to have a big technical focus, especially in the single. When the boat feels that much closer to the water, feels every slight movement that you have in the boat. going through the 1500 now. Star Club has just taken a lead over Royal Chester Rowing Club. These two crews have been battling it out since 500. They both want that win. But Barn Elms is following very, very closely behind. It's all to play for as they go into the last 500 now.
So Alice, who do you think is going to take this then?
I think that Royal Chester might have that sprint finish in the bag, but Star Club is not giving up. Berkeley Barnicoat from Star Club was 5th going through the 500 and now has gone up into first or second. Really impressive to move through the pack that much, especially in a single. You only have yourself to motivate you.
Yeah, this is an exciting finish, isn't it? It's an E final, but exciting as we go towards the line. Lane 4, sprinting really hard, but under pressure from Windsor Boys. And over here, Barn Elms in lane number 1 might be sneaking through, trying to look across the line. I think Barn Elms put a great charge in to take it from the outside lane there.
Wow, yeah, sneaky outside lane tactic, definitely. But it worked. Very impressive finish from Barn Elms.
So I think we had Barn Elms over Royal Chester. But I think we're due a change in commentary because of the clock running to 1:45. So Alice, how have you enjoyed your little stint here for the last hour?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was so much fun. I'll hand over now.
Yeah, so it's going to be me and Piotr making our second. I think it's our second time commentating together. I was a little bit late up because I was talking to Hugo Moon down there. If you're interested in rowing at the University of Tulsa and you're pretty fast, I'm sure he'd be interested in talking to you. You'll find him in his very distinctive and very cool looking kit. But Piotr, how's it going, man? It's the first time we've been commentating at the same time, at the same place. Obviously, we've done women's tennis and stuff like that, but since indoors, right?
Yeah, since the very first indoor championships that I got the pleasure of commentating on with you. So it's been a dream team come together for a number of months in regattas, but I'm very pleased to be here. I've been loving the racing so far. We have so many close finishes, a bit of unpredictability as well, some surprises going on, but in general a fantastic display of rowing and exactly what we want to be seeing at the British Rowing Club Champs. I just can't wait until we get into the medal portion of the finals so we can see some more people being able to go away happy for the summer, knowing that their season has concluded with some silverware.
Well, you're not going to have to be waiting too much longer because I think 3:05 is our first medal race, so we're looking at about 15 minutes away. So, coming soon. What have we got here? D final. Who we got then? Who we got, Pierre?
So, lane 1, we got Barn Elms. Lane 2, Chesley Street. Lane 3, Chesley Street again. Lane 4, Durham School Boat Club. So very close proximity between those three. Northampton in lane 5 and City of Cambridge over in lane 6. With 500 metres to go, Chesley Street from lane number 3 with the bow hour in front.
And are we going to get deja vu? Because last race it was Barn Elms sneaking up in lane 1. It's Barn Elms in second, but it will have to be a big sprint, wouldn't it, to get up on terms with this race?
Certainly, and obviously with the challenging conditions, the athletes must avoid catching crabs, which I've seen for the last 3 consecutive races, Alex.
Oh yeah, I was listening to you down there. I was stood just near the bottom of the tower, just chatting away to the various different people, and the number of times we heard a "ooh," and we're like, well, that must be a crab, I reckon, and then just on cue, you're like, there was a crab there. But it's clean so far. Chester Street Sculler in 3. Who is this gentleman? Nicholas
Twin.
And there we go. Done a good job there, moving away in the D final. Barn Elms pushing off of lane 5, Northampton Rowing Club.
It's almost like watching a spring at work, the way that this Chesley Street Sculler is rowing that boat. That is continuously moving forward, not slowing too much on the surge. And that's great there. Lane 1 now with a powerful finish. Barn Elms.
Really powerful, yeah.
Didn't have Deja Vu, but still certainly a really good display. Northampton in lane 5. Nikodem Belchik in lane 5, finishing in 3rd place. That's by a Polish name.
Yeah, and then who we have rounded out that then. So we also had Durham School Crossed, head of Chester Street, and then finally City of Cambridge. That was our D final in this category here, which is I believe it's J16 singles, right?
That's J16 singles. That was the D final of that category, and the fun doesn't stop, but we don't have to wait much longer as the F final of the women J16 doubles cars is currently in progress. 6 crews racing in that event. Currently out on the course, we've got Leeds in lane 1, Cambois in lane 2, in lane 3. We've got Wallingford Rowing Club, Brentford Boat Club in lane 4, Falcon in lane 5, and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club over in lane 6. At the 500 metres gone mark, it was the athletes from Oxford, Chiara and Glendinnick, with a lovely 0.4 of a second advantage ahead of Brentford.
So we just had the J16 singles, moving on to the J16 women's doubles. All of these probably finished, well, the majority of these finished their GCSEs about a month and a half, maybe a month ago. So I wonder if they just spent the last 4 weeks celebrating or training for this event that's just getting bigger and bigger. When was the last time you were at this event, Piotr? Have you been?
10 years ago.
Oh, really?
To the day, yeah.
Okay.
To the day. It's been about 10 years, but is there other way to celebrate finishing your exams than to just plunge yourself into an endless flow of training?
I think, you know what, I think that's just the way to do it, isn't it? You know, find your best friend, say, we're doing a double, we've got to be fast in the middle of July.
Sounds good, sign me up.
Yeah, so, just on our screen, I think that's Brentford to the left of shot, ahead of Wallingford. I mean, I say ahead of, they might be behind of, but anyway, Brentford and Wallingford just pushing their way, and we're looking up the course. This is in the second half. We haven't got the times at the 1K. They're probably going to come through pretty soon, but this race is into its second half now. So on our screen, we continue to watch Brentford and Wallingford slugging away. Very similar rates, I think. So they're really just like beating that same drum. Boom, boom, boom.
And one of them is going to have to make a decisive movement if they want to alter the outcome of this. Obviously, Brentford well leading Wallingford up 500 metres gone. But now Wallingford look to have their bow out in front, slightly, only just. And as we're now heading very sharply towards the final quarter of that race, obviously a sprint finish, particularly in a double, can change quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think we've just pivoted around to that crew over in lane number 5, Falcon Boat Club, based in Oxford. They're just trying to throw themselves into the mix, and of course Wallingford very close to Oxford as well, so they may well have raced against that opposition before, but we watch Wallingford squeezing away. Brentford there, lane 4. Lane 2, we look at Camus, who are working their way through as well. Very close between them and Brentford. I think this is the 500 metre to go camera.
Yes.
And on that far side, you just saw that board, that kind of, that yellow board, that's where we take the timing from, but that's Brentford just moving away through. They needed a length to catch up with Wallingford. So what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? What do you predict here?
So obviously I'm looking at a Falcon going from first now till 4th place. There's not that much of a distance between lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. I think Wallingford are continuing to edge ahead. I can see Brentford starting their final sprint. They know with just 200 metres to go now, if they want to change the outcome, they're going to have to go now. There's not going to be waiting around. They need to fire those legs and really, really commit to the plan. Wallingford have continued to edge out ahead. And actually, I think now Cambois Rowing Club over from lane 2, very sneakily sort of trying to challenge Brentford for that second position here. And is Falcon going to have anything else to say in this race after that fantastic start?
Well, looking at the time trial results, it was only 1.4 seconds separated first and third, which is Wallingford, Camus and Brentford, and Falcon were 3 seconds slower than that. But Falcon are right up in the mix here. But we were expecting a close final here in the F final, and it is definitely turning out to be one. So we're just watching now as the crews enter the last 250 metres. I think I would most like to be that Wallingford boat right now, able to watch the sprints of the other crews.
Certainly, that's why you want to put the work in early. You don't want to leave it till the last moment. The course is a long way to go, so the more of an advantage you can work out in sort of the middle K of the race, the better position you have at the end. But look at that. We're talking about coming in from the outside lane, sneaky sprint finish. Camberwell Rowing Club in lane 2. They are going for it, and now they are in front ahead of Wallingford. Can they respond with maybe 5 strokes to go? The time is now, but I think the momentum is with Millie Waters, Scarlett Wills here.
Yeah, last few strokes. They move through well. Actually, that is fantastic. Yes. I think almost a canvas in the end, but what a well-timed final move. That is exactly what we wanted. And yeah, a very, very good race from those two coming from lane 2 and overcoming a crew that was quicker than them in the time trial by about 1.5 seconds. But I think they might have won by about half a second themselves.
And now closing this final are Tyne Amateur and Leeds. Leeds just ahead of Tyne Amateur. And now we'll be moving over to the E final of that same boat category.
On the mini screen, does it say it's connected or trying to connect? Okay, so grab that power button, soft press,
Now coming through the halfway of the E-final of the women's J16 doubles, we had George Watson's College over in lane 4, 0.9 of a second ahead of Evesham Rowing Club in lane 3. So all action is focused on the chevron formation that we often see in rowing. And based on the time trial results, Alex, how do you think this final is going to play out?
Yeah, so George Watson was like 1.1 seconds slower than Evesham, so they have flipped that around. And but obviously when it's that close, you know you're very similar speed. The third quickest crew in here was Eton Excelsior, just ahead of Molesey, but it was a gap of about 4 seconds between the second and third fastest crew. So we're expecting a battle up at the front between Evesham and George Watson's College. And as it's come through halfway, I think that's how it's shaped up to be so far, right?
Certainly, yes. And now these athletes on the screen, it looks like they're just gone through the halfway, but actually with 500 meters to go now, the action does continue to play out in that same way. George Watson seemed to be ahead. Evesham is chasing them, but will they be able to overturn that advantage? Let's take a look.
So yeah, these may never have raced at all together, but maybe they have, like maybe at Nat Schools. I haven't looked back on it, but certainly not at a local regatta they won't have raced each other. But we're just looking up. We're now in the last 500 meters. But I think there's a lot of crews in the mix here, actually. We said it's lanes 3 and 4, but I would actually say lanes 2 and 5 are also up there and might even have overtaken the crew in lane number 3 at this point.
Yeah, Evesham perhaps asked too much of themselves in the earlier portion of that race. George Watson just keeping their calm and trying to capitalise on it. They're slowly moving away. I say slowly, I mean gradually, because that rate isn't necessarily jumping right up to the finish, and maybe they'll, once they see the red boys, then they will turn those burners on. But like you said, the spread isn't too large here, and I actually think crew from lane number 2 now, Eton Excelsior, one of their coach John Collins, GB scholar, has certainly taught them a bit or two about finishing the double off strong. And look at that, they've got more than overlap, Alex.
Yeah, they've wound it up. I think they might be in second, or possibly that crew over there in lane 5. It might be Molesey, but they're moving really, really well. George Watson, they had the lead. Can they keep moving? Can they keep moving? It looks like they've upped the rate one more time.
I don't know, I'm looking at Eton Excelsior. I think that really the momentum is with them, and as long as they keep those burners on, George Watson has obviously worked really hard, but Eton Excelsior, can they take that rate up? Maybe 5 more strokes left to go.
I think George Watson, I wish I had a rate meter on me, because they're up, I reckon, up near the 40s. They've really wound it up just to fire through to the line.
And it's certainly paid off for them. You can see just how tired they are, but yes, that rate did come right up, and they actually finished with clear water ahead of...
Yeah, they burnt it back out. I think that was what they wanted to do. Yeah, but that was, a great spirited move from Eton Excelsior. Where were they, like, with 500 to go, Eton Excelsior? They had quite a long way to go. They were in second, but they'd moved up through the field, hadn't they?
They were 3 seconds behind, so that's a really good finish position here. Obviously, it's cost them a lot of effort to get themselves to that position, but sometimes that's the price you have to pay for a tactical move, particularly when you know another crew could be faster than you.
Yeah, and well done to all those crews. There's quite a long gap between your time trial and then racing again, so they've obviously gone away and thought about this is what we're going to do, and they've executed some good sprints into the line there. Right, moving swiftly on to the last race before we start handing out some medals. So this is the D final, women's J16 doubles, and who is featuring in this?
So we got 6 crews in this heat. City of Bristol lane 1, Millfield School Boat Club in lane 2, Sir William Borlazer's Grammar School Boat Club in lane 3. On the other portion of the lake, we've got Lee Rowing Club in 4, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in 5, and closing out this lineup is Broxbourne over in lane 6. We're now through the halfway point. We're nearing the 500 meter to go mark. On the halfway point, it was Millfield School over in lane 2 leading, just 0.6 of a seconds ahead of Lee Rowing Club. But how will that have shaped up after the third quarter? Arguably the most mentally exhausting portion of the race. I think Lee are well in it at this point, Alex.
Yeah, that means that Charlie will be happy whenever Lee are in the mix. I'm just going to have a quick look at the time trial. So in this D final, it was Sir William Borlase 0.1 of a second quicker than Lee in the time trial. So that was very, very close. They're coming into it very matched, and just a little bit behind them was Millfield. And in fact, that was a really close one. Only 4.8 seconds separated the whole of this field. And, that suggests that we're going to have some close racing at the back end here. And I think there are 3 crews, the lanes in 2, 3, and 4, are all rumbling here to cross this finish line first. Of course, no medals here, D final, but always want to win if you're in position to do so.
Absolutely. You still have your final to race. You can still choose what your own podium is for that race and your own personal objectives or as a crew. And despite the position, you can still be happy with how you've rode and how you got to that result. And I think their medals are actually the clear up that we've just seen in the clouds. A bit of sunshine, a bit of blue skies to treat us as we're going to head over to the A finals. And we've got maybe 200 meters to go now, I think. So William Borlase really out in front now. They're being chased very closely, but Millfield, they will want to have a say in it. But Borlase know they were the strongest time trialers, like you said, Alex.
Yeah, and I wonder if Millfield have Matt Paul down that far side, who is a really good, really experienced coach, who I actually coached when he just joined the sport. His crews are always really well drilled. Having a look over the shoulder, they're going to want to keep sprinting away, but Borlase is just going to keep pushing away. But Lee are in it as well. It's a 3-way battle as we go into the last 5 to 10 strokes here, Piotr.
Yeah, and with Borlase, little look over at Lee. Lee looking over at Millfield School, and it looks like Millfield have just wandered into Borlase's lane. No impedance was caused there. Borlase finished ahead of Lee, closely followed by Millfield. Wow, that was a bit closer than we would have anticipated based on their initial start of this race.
And Lee pushed really hard. I'm sure Jamila's very happy out on the far side there with that performance. But yeah, always good experience here. Now these are, J16s. They've got plenty of junior rowing left in their junior careers before they move up sort of into the senior events. But this is a deep field. Let's have a quick look at how many entered in the first place. So there were 42 entries in the first place, so a very, very deep field. So to be in the D final is still a credit. And let's have a quick look at the top of this D final. So just following that, we're going to move to some medal racing, but I think we just have a little intro to come.
Super Saturday is in full swing here at the National Water Sports Centre. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage on Champs Live so far, and stay right where you are because there's so much more to come. We're going to move now to our A, B and C finals. It's time to crown some winners.
And the first medals of this afternoon are about to be given out once these athletes finish their sprint. On the course, we've got the Open Club 8. It is the A final of that competition. Dart Totnes in 2. Nottingham in lane 3 and Evesham in lane 4. At the moment, it looks like Nottingham, the local athletes, have got something to say, Alex.
Yeah, and what a race. Like, it just cut to the drone footage that we can see, and oh my goodness, it's just like the point of a spear, but it's so close. It is Nottingham indeed in the lead, and it looks to me like the crew in 2 Dart Totnes maybe just have the impetus pushing away from Evesham as they battle for the first medals of the day.
So Dart Totnes hang in there. Evesham was leading them for the majority of this race, but with now maybe 12 strokes left to go in this course, can they overturn that and grab themselves a silver medal? Nottingham are being pushed right to the line.
Yeah, Nottingham continues to lead. I think they got half a length over Dart Totnes, but that battle between Dart Totnes and Evesham. Evesham push again. They come back again. What is going to happen as we look to the line? It's definitely Nottingham out in front, but what is going to happen in these last few strokes? We look across, it's going to be super tight. Nottingham cross first, but what is going on for second? Less than a canvas, I think. I believe now, obviously it's got to go to official. I think the crew on the far side, they came back from the dead. And they just fired back, and I think Evesham got themselves out there. Good coxing, of course, needed down that last bit, Pierre.
Absolutely. I mean, Dart Totnes had the momentum going with them into the last 100 metres, but Evesham, they smelled blood, and they went for it. You could see that stroke rate was a bit higher up. And you can see the white flag from the umpire as well. So we will be handing out some medals in a second. That was a clean finish, and very exciting indeed, despite only having 3 crews.
Yeah, and of course, so Nottingham get the plaudits. They cross the line first, absolutely. But it looks to me like, so we're still waiting for the official stuff to come through. But it looked to me like Evesham just bought into that idea of just don't give up, don't ever give up, and just come again. It doesn't matter if a crew got out in front of you there. All that matters is the finish line. Like, you're in line at the start, but who has their nose in front of the finish line? And it doesn't matter what happened before it. All that goes down in the record books is who got across that line first.
Absolutely.
Second,
it doesn't matter who was leading with 50 metres to go. The only thing that matters is that last stroke. And for Nottingham, they managed to get that bout across first. Jerry Owen, Robert Jeffcoat, Hugh Madley, Corey Johnson, Jacob Bailey, Daniel Kitchen, Henry Cross, Alfie Armson, Cox by Tamsin Jones. And now on the course, we're moving over.
Women's Club 8, and I think we may have a little bit about the Leeds crew, who I saw earlier on with birthday hats on, which was pretty interesting.
I'm here with the Leeds Rowing Club Women's Club 8, and it's a special day in more ways than one, isn't it, today?
Yes, it is.
For any particular reason?
If it wasn't already obvious, it's my birthday today.
Well, happy birthday. And as a little treat, you're through to the A final. Very exciting. How was your race this morning?
It was pretty good. It was all crews were going through to the final, so we just had a nice little warm up race.
Fantastic. And how are you feeling about the final?
Yeah, it should be good. We've got a bit of a mixed boat. A few of us have we're not all rowed together in a race yet, but it felt really good this morning, and yeah, hopefully it should be good.
hot off the press then, rowing together for the first time in a race. And have you got any like strategies or approaches you're going to take into the final later?
I think our crew's really good at just, like, we respond really well together. We've all get on really well, so I think we're just going to bring our positive vibes, our party hats, and have a lovely time.
Fantastic. And any final feelings or any kind of like preparations now that you've got a bit of time before the final?
Yeah, just get our thoughts together, just enjoy the row, put Leeds Rowing Club on the map as much as we can, represent the North. That's our goal here. Putting ourselves out there and getting that experience. So,
well, you're representing the North very well. Good luck.
Right, so obviously we know that Leeds Rowing Club are in this race, and you can also see Nottingham Rowing Club getting their gold medals down in the bottom right of the screen. But yeah, like I said, we have Leeds Rowing Club, but who else is in this Club 8?
So 6 crews once again. Lane 1, we've got Exeter Rowing Club and Bristol University Composite. In second lane, we've got Oriel Kensington. Lane 3, Cambridge University Boat Club, comprised of college athletes. Lane 4, York City Rowing Club. Lane 5, Cambridge Uni Boat Club, another sort of college athletes coming together to race as Cambridge, perhaps future boat race starters. And in lane 6, we've got that Leeds Rowing Club. Now, we've gone through the halfway point, and it looks like Cambridge in front by 2.5 seconds, so 2/3 of a length.
Yeah, we thought Cambridge. The difficulty here with the time trial when you only have 6 crews is you don't know who's really gone full speed on it. But Cambridge were the quickest down the time trial, ahead of York, and then Oriel Kensington, and then the other Cambridge Dev group. So we're looking to see who is the quickest. Now, the 2 quickest were Cambridge and York, and they're in the middle lanes. But this is pretty close racing out there. Just you can see here, this is our shot with 500 metres to go. And obviously, as it swings around, you see how close some of these crews are. But yeah, this Cambridge Dev boat working really, really hard. And I think, they're going to be wanting to almost get a jump on the season that is really geared towards that next boat race.
Definitely, and as it is such a short season, Cambridge does some of these initiatives like taking their athletes to come in and train over the summer period as well, so they have the best possible preparation for when it's time to line up on the tideway. And one of those things is obviously leading with 500 metres to go or less than at the British Rowing Club Championships. Lane 3, Cambridge looked to be dominating, and the battle for silver and bronze, to my eyes, Alex, it looks like Lane 2, Oriel Kensington, and York City in Lane 4.
Yeah, I think York City have the run on Oriel Kensington, but like we saw in the race before, it doesn't matter if you're maybe half a length down. If you can put that full bore charge to the line, you can overhaul your opposition. And as I just look down, it is the Evesham crew. They're not on your screen at the moment, but they're just receiving their medal. So very well done to Evesham. Your sprint to the line was phenomenal. Great work from all of the rowers in there, and great coxing as well to get your crew out in front as well. But we can see here on shot that the Cambridge Dev squad, they're looking really, really nice here, rowing long and strong. A lot of these would have rowed for different colleges, might not have rowed together as much, but they've been brought together recently to train for this, and they have an open water lead over York City, who are continuing to hold off Oriel Kensington.
So maybe about 12 strokes left to go for Cambridge, as well as York City and Oriel Kensington. The work they've put in early in this race is really starting to pay off, as they need to put in less of a sprint finish to get themselves into the medal positions. They already are fighting for them, and it now comes down to who's going to get silverware of what colour. At the moment, York City, I think they've done enough, but Oriel Kensington are coming. You can see there's green and pink blades there, and Cambridge now cross the line. Provisional winners of this final. York City with a length clear ahead of Oriel, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be the birthday boat that unfortunately does not go home with a medal, but they come through in 4th. That Leeds Rowing Club 8 just over there, holding off the second Cambridge Dev 8, who are just crossing the line, about a length behind them. And then we turn our eyes up, and it's Exeter Rowing Club, who are just approaching the line, and they're going to round out this the second medal race of the day. And we've got more medal races coming, 4 medal races in a row. We've had 2, and we have another 2 to come. It's going to be the mixed champ 8 up next.
I saw these crews during the time trial. It looked really nice and fun and punchy. And we talked about the community aspect that racing with within those mixed boats brings to the club and the different level of enjoyment. Obviously, this is going to be already is a new World Rowing event as well. So there's some precedence for fielding those type of eights. And in this final, we got 5 crews.
Now, we have 5 crews, but being a champ event, you can have a composite. So I'm going to just introduce the first 3, and then Piotr will say the next 8 names. I think 7 are in one boat and then 1 in the other. But it's Agecroft in one, and I know a few of those rowers in there, so that's who I'm pulling for. Hinksey, then Thames, who I think I had a few Henley winners in there, and they look lean and mean earlier on. And then who do we have in the composite then?
So it's Durham Amateur Rowing Club, composite with Leicester Rowing Club, composite with Nottingham Rowing Club, composite with Shipley College Boat Club, composite with St Leonard's School Boat Club, composite with Tees Rowing Club, composite with Tidewest Sculler School, and that's just in lane 4. And over in lane 5, we've got Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think I heard earlier that some of that composite are various, like they're Brooks rowers, but racing probably for like home clubs. Some of them, not all of them. But yeah, I don't think I've seen more of a composite. Maybe since when they did that 8 for the Great 8 at Head of the River, where they just put like 8 of the world's best scullers in a boat. I mean, that would have been maybe even more of a composite, but can't get more composite than that, really, not very easily.
Well, I'll have to bring it to Alan Campbell's attention for him to do a rerun of that fantastic Scullers 8.
I think that's what we've got to do, yeah. I'm loving these shots here. I mean, are these off the trailing launch potentially? But yeah, we're watching the crews absolutely hammering away. Is that Agecroft? I think that's Agecroft looking at the blades. We've got Tomo in there. He's in the big cheese seat, but I think he's looking like the shortest rower in there. Got Harmony, we've got Bam Bam. What a crew that is. I think Agecroft won one of the pennants at Head of the River this year. So absolutely motoring. But then we just cut to the Thames crew, who just looked phenomenal earlier. And the thing I said earlier is like they just know how to put the blade in.
Certainly, there's not that much of a gap that you could visibly point out between the point when they reach the end of the slide and the point when that spoon is completely sunk, which means as soon as they finish the recovery, they're already pulling for the next stroke. So the amount of drag and sort of hampers that you put on a boat speed is almost non-existent. And look at that advantage over in lane 3, Thames Rowing Club. There may be composites in lane 4, but Thames look to be unstoppable. And they're rowing with Cambridge blades as well.
And I believe when they win this, if they continue to lead, they should be presented with a mixed case of Black Sheep beer, who are sponsoring the mixed events, of which this is one of the 2. And we go back down onto the lake to follow this race along. And in the far distance, it is the Thames boat that is, well, I mean, what can we say? Phenomenal, right?
Phenomenal. I'm just loving the way that they're rowing that boat. Obviously, stroking that is Rosa Millard. She stroked one of the Bridge 8s, Wargrave 8s at the Henley Royal Regatta not too long ago. So these athletes are more than race fit. Thames had a fantastic campaign. And look at them. They dominated by 11 seconds with 500 meters to go. That's about 3 lengths. I mean, there is buckets, absolute buckets of clear water between them and the next crew in line, and they're not slowing down at all. They keep lifting that rate up. It's just absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, they are absolutely blasting out. Maybe they're going for a course record. I'm sure we can look that back up at some point, as we see also on the screen. Oriel Kensington are receiving their medals, but it's Thames fly through the line. And is it going to be, I think it's going to be Agecroft, it's going to be Harbany Noy, it's going to be Tomo, it's going to be Bam Bam, just squeezing their way through to take second place. They are pushing Clearwater lead over the crew over there, the mega composite over in lane 4. But yeah, it will be Agecroft, who add to their accolades of the year, adding to a pennant at Head of the River. They cross in front of the crew, as I say, the mega composite, who just push out Leeds Rowing Club. I think Leeds Rowing Club had Lucy Holgate in there.
In the bow seat. Last minute sub.
So Lucy just misses out on a medal, unfortunately. But good performance there. Last minute sub, and it'll be Hinksey that crossed the line. But yeah, I think come get your medals, come get your beer.
So let's talk
Thames Rowing Club.
Let's talk about the advantage between Thames Rowing Club and the Agecroft. There were 23 seconds separating them. That's about 6 or 7 boat lengths.
That might be the biggest winning margin, I reckon, in a medal-winning event this weekend, possibly. I think you'll be hard-pressed to get a bigger gap between the gold and silver medalist, I think.
I think you're absolutely spot on here,
My
Alex.
beginner women's 4 last year had a big gap. Yesterday had a big gap to second, but I don't know if it was that big. I'll have to double-check that.
Was it University of Birmingham?
Of course it was UOB. The mighty UOB. BRM, Big Red Machine. Or, BRUM, Big Red Unbeatable Machine.
For those who
That's what
don't
it stands for.
For those who don't know, you are their coach, are you not?
Yeah, I do a bit of coaching here and there. Every weekend.
Thames Rowing Club. I just want to highlight that. Tom Bone, George Pryor, Joseph Adamson, Daniel Jones, Rachel Bradley, Imogen Wollstonecroft, Abigail Adeby, Rosa Millett, and Lena Müller-Kogler. 6:04.9. What a phenomenal result.
Speedy stuff. And just on our screen as well, talking of speedy stuff, York City, they were speedy in that last race, weren't they, to pick up the silver medal. And they're receiving them right now. And I think it's great that they give out coaches medal as well. I think that's very, very apt, I think. Although obviously sometimes with crews, there's more than one coach. So maybe they need to be medals that can break down.
Perhaps, and the same thing goes for the pennants that you hang up in your sort of crew room. I mean, for the mega composite, who's going to get it? They're going to have to snap it off and auction it.
Yeah, I think they only get a pennant for the first place, so luckily they didn't win. But yeah, maybe you could just break it up into pieces, and then every so often you come together and like magnetically snap it all together like a puzzle. Yeah, maybe that would be the way forward.
I think that will be absolutely brilliant. And as it is the next race in front of us on the screen, the women's J18 8 A final. We are now nearing rapidly towards the last 500 meters of that race. At the halfway point, Wallingford had a lovely advantage of nearly 2 seconds. 0.3 of a second ahead of Leeds, who were 1.4 seconds ahead of Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh Composite.
Yeah, so 4 crews racing for 3 medals. This is the next medal race. We go a couple of races that are not medal races after that, but this one is for medals. And they just keep coming thick and fast, don't they? Like, we're just looking across here. Let's see. Lots of overlap going through that 500 meters to go mark. So just a real battle out at the front there.
And I love, you can see the boat for Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association St Andrew Composite. Beat of the drum used by Brown University to win the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta just 2 weeks ago. So certainly a lot of speed being instilled there. Will they be able to come back on Wallingford? Wallingford are rowing a fantastic rhythm, but they are trailing to Leeds Rowing Club at the moment.
And just looking at their fast 8s, there's nothing better than fast 8s. Obviously, we like pairs that move and quads, but fast 8s is like the heartbeat of rowing, So it could be Leeds from the outside. It could be a gold medal going to the outside lane number 5, unless Wallingford can really keep pressing on. I think Leeds have momentum. They continue to move. Obviously, we have our Aberdeen Schools St Andrew Boat Club racing really, really hard. But I think Leeds are continuing to move. It's Leeds, it's Wallingford, and that's what it's going to be coming down the last 200. But it could go either way right now.
I think Wallingford are out in front. They managed to just respond to Leeds Rowing Club. I've got my eyes set on Wallingford. There's a lot of hunger in that crew. There's a lot of passion, a lot of excitement. Will they be able to hold off that charge from Leeds? You're right, Alex. They're leading by about a canvas, but the race is not done yet. Wallingford have maybe got about 8 strokes to go. Can they give it their all to take the gold here at the British Rowing Club Championships? I think it's going to come down to nearly a photo finish. Leeds with a canvas out in front. They've responded. That rate has absolutely shot up, Alex.
Yeah, who wants it? Who wants it? I think it's Leeds. Leeds move away. Yes, what a move. Splash in the water. I'm sure those are going to be some great pictures. Both of those crews put on an absolute show down the last 200 meters. Leeds just kept going and going and going and going, and it was what needed to be done to claim that J18 8 victory. What Coxing as well to call that crew up. At that point, it's so hard to just get more out of yourself, but they did, and they kept pushing and they kept moving, and yeah, absolute absolute drive to the line from Leeds, and it was by around a second according to our times. Obviously, they may update, but it was by eye, it was probably that close.
About a third of a length is what a second gets you, and obviously Leeds were behind at the halfway point, so they had to dig deep. They had to find that something special. But, you know, if you want to be crowned a national champion, that's exactly what you're going to have to be tasked with.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to hunt and hunt and hunt. And we didn't mention it while it was on the screen, but we did see the Cambridge Dev Group picking up their gold medals. They're just spinning in front of us at the moment, but that was phenomenal work from them. And also getting pulled into the landing stage is the crew that won in the mixed...
The bronze medal,
the
mega composite.
The mega composite getting pulled in at the moment. But we had some wonderful drone shots just a moment ago watching the women's J18 single C final. I think C finals may be the hardest one to go into because you do your time trial and there's no semi-final and you don't get blocked with like the D final, etc. It's the longest wait to your race. And then in the C final, though, we have Tideway Scholars, Bedford, Northampton, Chester Street. I'll get Pete to say that one again.
Chesley Street.
Chesley Street, there you go. And then Weybridge.
So the mega composite is just receiving their medals. Behind them is Agecroft and then that phenomenal crew from Thames also lining up to receive the ultimate glory for the season after a record-breaking performance. But now that C final, like you said, Alex, you don't really get a chance outside of the time trial to measure up your speed, so there's perhaps something to prove for a number of these crews. This is the singles women's J18 final. We have Tideway Scullers in lane 1, Bedford Rowing Club in lanes 2 and 3, in lane 4 Northampton, like you said, Chesley Street and Weybridge. At the halfway point, it was Tideway Scullers with quite a lengthy advantage, 5 seconds ahead of Northampton, who were just 0.7 of a second ahead of the lane 3 Bedford Rowing Club.
Yeah, and to be fair to the Tideway Sculler, they were 7 seconds slower than the quickest one in this. So to be out in front would be very, very impressive overhaul of what happened in there. Now, I think maybe the most disappointed when the results came out would have been the Bedford Sculler Crisp, who was 0.3 away from making those semi-finals. But yeah, you can see on the screen there, that is magnificent sculling from the Sculler in lane number 1. So not Chris, but this one is Tinsley. What's the first name of this sculler from Isabella Tinsley.
So that's the nature of time trials. Obviously, they're from a rolling start. So if you aren't up to your full speed by the time the umpire says go, 0.3 of a second could land you outside of the AB semi-territory. So obviously, the Tideway Scullers with such a lengthy advantage. I mean, she just continues to improve on that lead. Now 6 seconds ahead of Northampton.
Yeah. I'm just watching Agecroft. Yeah, Tomo, he's not got his rig out, unfortunately, but, you know, he's got his medal on to add to his pennant at Head of the River. Good work. Birmingham University alum. We also saw Harmony get the medal. Here comes Bam Bam. There we go. That's what we like. So good work from Agecroft. How do you feel about mixed events? I think they're pretty cool.
So I had the pleasure to race with Kingston Rowing Club last year and a number of mixed 8 events. It's just really fun. It's a different side of rowing, and I think that community aspect really shines through. And I think the more people will try it, I think the more will be drawn to it, particularly as it's a world rowing event. I see there be a possibility of those crews being fielded into the future or out on the international stage. So in fairness, I'm quite a fan. The only question really is, how do you stack the lineup? Do you put your do you separate your pairs? Do you do alternative with a bucket rig or what? 4 and 4?
Yeah, I mean, Agecroft have put the ladies at the ends and the gents in the middle. But I've seen it done loads of different ways, to be fair. But yeah, watching here, Tideway Scullers, Isabella has just controlled this race for the last kilometre, just looking really resplendent out there in lane number 1. It's a very elegant, long style. Just having a look across, and we'll cross the line with probably about 2 or 3 length lead. And who's that? Is that Northampton finishing second? Yeah.
And in lane 5, we've got Chesley Street coming here with a 3rd place, 0.4 of a seconds ahead of Weybridge. Rounding this final, we've got Bedford and Bedford in the lanes 2 and 3. And now that fantastic crew from Thames Rowing Club: Tom Bone, George Pryor, Joseph Adamson, Daniel Jones, Rachel Bradley, Imogen Wollstonecroft, Abigail Adaby, and Rosa Millard with their cocks Lena Müller-Kugler. They're absolutely delighted to be receiving some silverware, aren't they, Alex?
Yeah, and I can see one of the beers already been pulled out. The old Black Sheep beer, the mixed case. I guess that makes sense. A mixed case of beer for the mixed 8s. It kind of works. You know, there's a nice symmetry there. But yeah, well done to them. I wonder if they get a little, I don't know, plush toy or something like that maybe as well. But yeah, it's all about the medal as well, really. The medals are fun. They're good. Do you know what though? These medals look good as well. I stand by it. They are some of the smartest looking medals. It's got the British Rowing logo on the front, and then they're engraved on the back. So it's not just generic. It does tell you what event it was and the year and stuff. So yeah, it's a good medal.
Which is good. I'm sure we're going to see a close up of that on the camera. One of the ceremonies, but yeah, it's certainly a prize worth fighting for. And if you didn't go for the international selection post Henley Royal Regatta and you continue to train, then obviously this is your reward. And some of these winners will go on to race next weekend at the Docklands for the home international regatta. But for now, we've still got well over a day of action, nearly 2.5 days of action at the British Rowing Club Champs, and we continue ploughing on with the B final of the women's J18 singles, Alex.
Yep, and we have Warrington, Notts and Union, Barn Elms, Stratford upon Avon, and Hartpury. So we have, just looking at the course, a race in the second half beyond the K mark. So you keep coming thick and fast. There's about 5-minute gaps between races starting, and that just seems to be, I think, about the perfect difference in start time between each race at the moment, because it just means we don't have a lot of downtime, and for the people on the bank it just means you get another set of crews to cheer for, which is what we really, really like. So crossing the 1500 now, very competitive up the front. Okay, there's a bit of a spread if you take the whole field, but looks like the Barn Elms Scullers in the middle. There's 2 of them. You've got Weiler and McDougall, who are battling away in the middle of the lake. And I think also it looks like the sculler in number 2, Knight from Notts and Union, which is that Martin's daughter?
We say hello to Anya, we say hello to Martin Knight, one of our co-commentators here very often, sharing their voice and expertise in the commentary tower. It's a pleasure to see Anya obviously racing in the B final here and making a move. She was second at the K. She's second with 500 meters to go. She was 3 seconds behind, but can she make that difference back with a lovely sprint finish? I think she starts to take the rate up.
She's doing it. Martin's going to be out there cheering. We're cheering. I think she's going to go it. You know what? I'm saying it. She's going to do it. She's going to do it. Facts. Yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing Nottingham and Union, lane 2, Anya absolutely taking that sprint. The athlete from Barn Elms is also listening. She's responding. She's taking that rate right up, but Anya's got some power in the legs. Can she really show it through for the finish?
Well, it's going to be a heck of a finish. Look there, Barn Elms fighting back. Barn Elms, McDougall fighting back. To be fair, Barn Elms near to where I live. Good West London power there. So is it going to be Anya? Is it going to be the Barn Elms Sculler? We watch as they enter the last 100 metres or so.
I'll tell you what, Alex, it was 3 seconds with 500 metres to go. It does not look like 3 seconds now. Anya Knight in lane 2 taking that rate right up. You can see the look over from McDougall over in lane 4. Can Anya do it, or is Ella McDougall going to hold on? The last 5 strokes are going to be so decisive. I can't tell who's going to win, Alex.
Go on, everything. Kitchen sink time. Here we go. I think Barn Elms are going to hold on Whoa, just about, I think. What
Couple
a race we had. What a race we had. And also, we hadn't really mentioned it, but zooming up on the outside, Harbury racing into third. Really good sprint there as well. Exciting stuff in that B final of the J18 singles. And we are being treated to some fantastic finishes here.
Well, yeah, to come back from having 3 seconds of a gap to only being 0.7 of a seconds at the finish, basically a couple of feet. That's a terrific result, terrific sprint finish. And we don't have too much longer to wait for another medal finish action here. The A final of the women's J18 singles is already in progress. And we have another set of 6 crews here, Alex.
Yes, we have Minerva Bath. We have George Watson's College, Harbury, Hexham, Harbury again, and Bradford. Oh, Amy Milner. She did well at Nat Schools. So, in lane 6. So, who is out in front? We got the 1K. We haven't got any updates yet. We're just watching. Early in the race, though. Early in the race, the 1K. There's a lot that can happen in the second half.
So at the halfway point, you asked for the times and they magically arrived the second you asked for that. Hartpury University and College, Gracie James with 1 second advantage ahead of Hexham Rowing Club, and currently in third, 3 seconds behind is Amy Milner. But you're saying that's the one to look out for, Alex?
Well, Gracie James as well, I think, raced the single in maybe the club single yesterday. So is very used to being out there in the single. Yeah, I think I put down Amy Milner for, I want to say, Fantasy Henley for Women's Henley, possibly? Don't know. She had a good Nat Schools. I definitely recall that. But yeah, Gracie James, I think, was doing very well yesterday, and there's a reason you're in lane 3. It's because you've been doing good stuff. But anything can happen, and we saw a phenomenal sprint in that last race, and we're looking forward to phenomenal sprints. And we watch also as well, we've got Wallingford on the screen there. Just picking up their medal, so very well done to Wallingford, who medalled in the race just now, which was the J18-8s.
I'm loving these shots that we're seeing of the crews racing. I think this is going to be some of the best footage that we've ever gotten to see at the British Rowing Club Championships. Certainly of the camera following from the launch. You can really get right up close to the action here. And who have we got in the lead? It's still Hartbury. We haven't got times from 500 meters to go, but that's because the athletes are only approaching that marker now, and it's still all to play for. You know, you said they're J18s, but really they're racing like senior athletes with a lot of experience and maturity here. Hartbury still out in front in that lane 3. Hexham just still overlapping, or just maybe not, behind her in lane 4 for the second place. And at the moment, the bronze medal is still up for grabs.
Absolutely. Bronze medal still up for grabs. Just looking out, I'm still backing Amy Milner in 6. Keep going. Go fast. Go fast. But yeah, the battle's in the middle, really, isn't it? The battle is in the middle. But we love close races. We love close races. They're just way more exciting for everybody. They're a real good advert for the squad. And there's some good support down there for Leeds Rowing Club, as they well should have, for getting that. I believe they won, didn't they? Yeah, Leeds, they went and did it. They kept on coming in the J18-8s, and they're just about getting pulled onto the medal podium right now. So you'll see them. And just look at this sculling here. You got to love when people can get that real reach out, that extension out the front end. You can just place at the furthest point which they reach. They can put the longest strokes possible in.
Obviously then that's going to tire our legs out the most, but all of these athletes will have been training at least 8 to 10 times a week, particularly at J18 category. They would have been doing lots of mileage. I'm looking at lane 2. Look at that sprint finish from George Watson College. Alva Clemens, she's fancying a medal here. Can she make it into the 3rd place? At the moment, still Milner in lane 6 with the bronze medal position, but George Watson's is coming back.
Yeah, George Watson pushing back, trying to take that medal off Bradford, who in turn is also pushing. Hexham have to look after their medal as well. Hartbury in 3, still out in front. But as we go to the line, Amy Milner's attacking for silver, in bronze at the moment. Might have moved into silver. It's still Hartbury out in front, but Hexham, it's a lot happening on that far side there, Pete.
There's so much happening, and those pushes. It's great that Hexham have responded, because that could have ended badly for them. It's going to be a photo finish for one of the medals for sure. Lane 6 and lane 4, absolutely neck and neck. I think I can't pick that apart, Alex. That surge has really thrown everything into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's coming from this side, George Watson College sneaking up in 2. 3 of them were all probably within about 3 feet of each other as they crossed the finish line. It was absolutely brilliant. We said what a great sprint in the last race. We were treated to another fantastic sprint for the line there as well. Gracie James, I'm pretty sure racing the single yesterday, has took the gold here. And that was, really well deserved. That was a tough race to win and was out in front. But yeah, what a race we had there between all of those 6 scullers.
Very, very close. And we had the white flag from the umpire, meaning those results will stand. And congratulations to the next set of British Rowing Club Championship medalists and winners. Now, this will be the last race that we're covering together, Alex. We've got Open J18 double sculls. It's the C final of that category. Now currently going past the halfway point, rapidly approaching the third quarter, the end of the third quarter, which is the business end of the race.
Yeah, the third quarter, the abyss. You just have to work your way through there and out the other side. But actually, if you attack at that point, you probably it's going to set yourself up in good stead. Just like before, C final, I said, it's difficult because you come straight from the time trial to this, and this would have been one of the earliest time trials of the day. It's Marlow and Shiplake in 1, it's Hartbury in 2, Bulebridge in 3, Newark in 4, St Peter's School in 5, and Windsor Boys School in 6. That's who we got. And just looking at the screens, getting to the 1,500 metre mark, and is that Bulebridge out in front?
Certainly is, and the spread of the boats across the field, there's only 5 seconds between them. It was at the halfway point. The margins may have widened or shortened with 500 meters to go, but it looks like there's a lot of these young athletes have got something to prove about being in the C final. You definitely don't want to come back here last. You want to give your best performance and be absolutely proud of the work that you've put in with your crewmate.
Yeah, so going into the last 350 to 400 metres, Bulebridge were in a really strong position. They continue to push their way towards the finish in lane 3. We have sneaky moves from the outside. Often it's the very middle of the lake where the action is happening, but it's lanes 1 and 6 that are really going. Marlow and Shiplake in 1. Windsor Boys School in 6. They're sneaking up on the outside. It's Bulebridge, though, in the middle. They can see everything around because they've got that much of a lead, but they're being pressed hard by the crews on the outside. And actually, sometimes very difficult to race when you're in 6 against lane 1, but that's kind of what's happening here. Windsor Boys are fortunate that St Peter's School are pushing up on them, so they're going to keep working away. And there's also a good move from Hartbury in 2, who are trying to get back onto the Marlow and Shiplake double.
I'm sure the St. Peter's York athletes will have learned a thing or two from Steve Gunn about a sprint finish here in the final closing stages of the race. Bulebridge with that fantastic advantage. It really paid off from them to put in those big pushes early on in the race. Marlow and Shiplake now really closing in on the overlap with Bulebridge.
Yeah, Bulebridge, they were way out in front, but there's a lot of racing happening in behind. Bulebridge will go through first, and I think it's the Shiplake Marlow double snuck in on this side. And actually, the Windsor Boys School, I think it might have even been rowed out of it back into 5th, as those 4 crews were all overlapping really, really close into the finish line. And we just watch as we have the final crew coming through, and it will be Newark.
That was a really fun, action-packed hour with you, Alex.
It was.
We'll be handing over the commentary to none other than Charles Barry and James Rutkin.
Oh, we got to do a better intro here. We have commentary lead, Charlie, the person that puts us in our place, literally. And we have someone I have once called the pinnacle of man. He's a multiple winner of the Grand, a legend of the Blue Star, 2-time Olympic medalist, including current reigning gold medalist in the 8. We have, a good uni rowing follower, coached the University of Birmingham for 1 session in Tilburg, and the pride of Northamptonshire. We have James Rudkin.
Well, thank you, Alex, for that very kind introduction. I can't believe the amount of hype that has been poured on a single individual ahead of their first ever commentary shift at the British Rowing Club Championships. My name's Charles Barry, and as mentioned, I'm the commentary lead for the regatta, and I'm delighted to be joined here in the box with my friend and reigning Olympic champion, James Rudkin.
Hi, Charles. Thanks for the intro. I'm sure I won't live up to that, but I'll do my best. So let's get cracking.
Yeah, so you saw the medal ceremony inset there for the previous event, Hartpury receiving their medals from that. We've now had the J18 doubles C final, and it's time for the B final. So in this event, we have Lawrence Lane and Lowen LeBlanc of City of Oxford Rowing Club in lane 1. In lane 2, Josh Richards and Joseph Melville of the Windsor Boys School. Lane 3, Ivan Kuzmin and James Ely Ford of Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 4, Kai Hobbs and Charles Battelle of Weybridge Rowing Club. Lane 5, Seb Wills-Hell and Hugh Hall-Craggs of Tideway Scholars School. And in lane 6, Samuel Humphrey and Dylan Balkwell of Hartpury University and College Boat Club. And we've just seen some pictures on our screen of them going through the 1500. At the halfway point, the 1K, it was Tideway Scholars who were out in first. Hinksey just half a second behind them, and then about half a length behind them, Windsor Boys. And as we can see on the screen, James, it looks like the crew in lane 3 from Hinksey have moved up into the lead.
That's right, Charles. Yeah, so Hinksey have got a really strong advantage here, and actually with 500 metres to go, having that little bit of clear water is really what you want. You want to get yourself out of the chasing pack, which is really coming hot on their heels behind them, but they've got that nudge, and they're able to just stay out in front for now.
Well, we've got some real rowing pedigree in here, James. Hall-Craggs, of course, I believe is son or relative of Wade Hall-Craggs, who was a winner of the Wingfield Sculls and Durham University head coach for quite some time.
That's right, yes, and also I believe competed in the single at the Olympics. I think perhaps Barcelona. I may have got that slightly wrong, but yeah, so a real legend of British sculling, and his son is really doing an excellent job in the Tideway Scullers double. Although they are in a real fight here for the third place in this B final.
Yeah, they've just got about a canvas advantage on the rest of the pack to hold on to that third place. If you're a parent or supporter of Hinksey, you can be very happy because they look like to have clear water on the rest of the field. And here comes Windsor Boys School. We have seen so many exciting finishes. I don't know what they put in the water there down in Windsor, but here comes Windsor Boys storming ahead to move themselves out in front into second place. And I think the Tideway Scullers, James, are just going to take that on the line.
Yeah, so Tideway Scullers there in third position. Windsor Boys with an excellent surge towards the finish line. Really strong leg drive from them. It's really characteristic of Mark Wilkinson's crews, taking them through to that second place in that B final.
Well, we just saw the Scullers there from City of Oxford having a complete look every single stroke to work out where they are, but it appears they might have come across the line fifth, although, as I say that, the times are being revised in front of my very eyes, so we'll wait for the Finnish umpires to sort us all out. But Lawrence Lane and Lowen LeBlanc clearly happy with their scull, regardless of where the outcome was. So the A final for the J18 doubles is on the course, but before we get into that, we're going to hear from the scullers from Durham School.
I'm here with Matthew and Will from Durham School. Now tell me about your races so far today.
Yeah, so we didn't have the best time trial, but we improved on it in the semi-final, so all to play for in the final now.
Fantastic, and how are you feeling about that final?
The semi-final was amazing. We're looking forward to the final a lot. Yeah, it'll be a good, close race.
Have you got any particular opposition that you're eyeing up?
Definitely Windsor Boys. They came first in the time trial, but we were a bit closer in the semi-final, so we'll see how it goes.
Wonderful, and you've been together in a double the whole season, you were saying. How's that been?
It's been really good, yeah, it's been quite consistent. Quite a few wins, but yeah.
Well, hopefully another win today, and I'm wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Well, as mentioned, the A final for the J18 doubles is now on the course, and this is between William Chater and Matthew Wilson of Durham School, who you've just heard from in lane 1, Oscar Sudal and Hamish Gamble from Hereford Rowing Club, lane 2, Sam Moss and Pierce Woods of Windsor Boys School, lane 3, Vincent Grettin and Mishko Watson of Lee Rowing Club, lane 4, James Palmer, Harris 5 of George Watson's lane 5, and Daniel Page and Gethin Balkwell of Hartpury University and College Boat Club in lane 6. And as they came through the halfway point, James, it seems to be that it was Windsor Boys School out in front by about a length over Lee Rowing Club.
Yes, that's as you say, Windsor Boys. As you say there, Charles, Windsor Boys leading, but I think you have a dog in this fight.
Absolutely. I mean, the the double here of Vincent Guettin and Mieszko Watson, they medalled. I think they got the bronze medal at the National Schools Regatta, and they'll be looking to do better than that as they come into the second half of the race. It does seem, though, looking at the pictures, that the Windsor Boys School still have that advantage over the rest of the field. But we've got an exciting second half of the race. This is an A-final. This is a medal race. These places matter for who will be on the podium very shortly. Our camera is at the 1,500 metre mark. We're just waiting for it to swivel round. Here come the Windsor boys. It looks like they're in a very comfortable position for the final 500 metres.
Yes, that's right. This is a really excellent display of sculling here. The Windsor boys double have got really good length to the front end. The seats are coming right up, seat to heels, getting the blades in right at the catch, and they've given, similar to the B final, they've got themselves that little bit of clear water here out on the rest of the field behind them, and that's especially in a medal final race when anything can happen, when everything is on the line. They're in a really good position here, although the fight behind them is close, with Lee and I believe that's George Watson's also very close behind them.
Yeah, I was looking to see a surge from the Lee Rowing Club to come forward and challenge Windsor boys, but unfortunately it seems like George Watson's have had other ideas. They've motored through and moved themselves up from third into second at the 1,500 metre mark, and they now have half a length's advantage. If Lee want to upgrade themselves from a bronze position into silver, they're going to have an almighty push in the final 250 metres. There's just a quarter of a length, maybe a canvas between the two scullers to determine the silver and bronze medal positions, but that Windsor boys lead looks absolutely unassailable.
Well, you say that, Charles, but in a double scull, 250 metres is still a long way, and anything can happen in this last 250 as Lee look to really surge. They're close to the boys on their right-hand blade. They've got to be careful there, but they're right in this fight for the silver medal. And I think, by my eye, they're coming back on George Watson's. They've got to be careful of those boys. They're now on the boy line, so we're going to look to adjust that, or it may cost them a medal.
Yeah, Vincent and Mieszko sprinting as hard as they can. That's just disrupting the steering. A quick look over the left-hand shoulder. Now a look over the right-hand shoulder. So his understanding is right up against Windsor boys. And I think that's just meant Watsons have been able to absorb that attack from Lee Rowing Club. We're just in the last 5 strokes or so of the race. And George Watson's come right up against Windsor boys, actually. That gap has closed from a length to about half a length. Fantastic final sprint from all 3 crews. But it does look like Windsor boys out in front, half a length ahead of George Watson's, half a length again, Lee Rowing Club. And the Windsor boys crew pound the water in delight, James. What a celebration, what a race.
Yeah, really massive celebrations there. That was really good. They had that little bit of advantage there coming into 500. They could afford to give a little bit of it away towards the line to hold off a really good sprint from George Watson. So that's excellent to see from them. And as we say, that steering just costing Lee a little bit there, although they do still pick up an excellent bronze medal.
Yeah, bronze medal nonetheless. A little handshake there between Vincent and Mieszko, so nothing to be disappointed with, to be honest. The other crews in that race, Durham in 4th, the crew from Hartbury 5th, and rounding out the race, the crew from Hereford in 6th place. Some very exciting racing, and we've got more to look forward to because we'll be going up the course momentarily to see the J16s do their stuff in the single scull. And there you are, just some nice panning shots from the drone of the C final of the J16 single sculls. So this is between Matthew Busks of Windsor Boys School in lane 1, George Bryce of Trenton Boat Club lane 2, Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club lane 3, Sonny Hughes, Camus Rowing Club lane 4, Leo Davis, Hexham Rowing Club lane 5, and Henry Hutchins of Hartbury University and College Boat Club in lane 6. And you just saw those beautiful shots there from the drone, James. What are you making of the race so far?
Well, the first thing I'm thinking here is there's a good geographical split here. We've got a couple of northern clubs here. We've got Hexham and Camus from up in the northeast. Really good to see them there. Hartbury, obviously, from more towards the southwest. But yeah, we've got some really strong scullers here, and again another one of these very close races. Even in a C final here, the crews are all really close together, and no one has really dropped off the back. So anything can happen as we get further down. And you know, you may have missed out on a medal final, but this is all to play for here. This is all about glory and showing that you're still actually in the fight and you still want it. And anything can happen here towards the end.
Well, it seems like again the Windsor Boys Schools showing their phenomenal skill in sculling, because it's the crew in lane 1 from Windsor Boys School who's out in front as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, and it actually seems that Henry Hutchins from Hartbury is in second position as they go through the 1K. Just looking at those drone shots earlier, but you could barely separate any of the other crews, and we're just waiting for some intermediate times to pop up to give us a better confirmation of that. There you go, Windsor Boys out in front through the middle. Hartpury very close, less than a second between them. And speaking of Windsor Boys, just seeing inset there, the double, who were racing a moment ago in the A final. That was, of course, the winners, Sam Moss and Pierce Woods, winners of the J18 double. But meanwhile, in the J16 single, as you can see from this overhead drone panning shot, it's incredibly close, and these fine margins between singles mean it's all to play for.
And we can really see here in the final that we've actually got the two leading crews are on opposite sides of the lake. So we've got the Windsor Boys Sculler in lane 1 and Hartpury in lane 6. And these are just the races that you kind of hate being in. You can't tell how close you are really to your main opponent if they're on the opposite side of the lake. And so you've got to be looking out over your shoulder the whole time. So it can be really disruptive. And actually that could provide an opportunity for one of the crews to come through the middle.
And again, with the medal ceremony continuing in sets, so just receiving their silver medals there, it's James Palmer and Harris Fice of George Watson's College. Beaming smiles, absolutely delighted. Congratulations to them. That was an incredible final of racing. But going back up the course, and here the camera is at the 1500 metre mark. It's panning round, and it does appear to be that the sculler from Windsor Boys School, Matthew Busks, is still out in front, but he has, I have to take it all back. The field has changed completely as we go through the 1500 metre mark. Looks like Henry Hutchins from Hartpury has stolen the lead.
That's right, yeah. So obviously, if you're in one of these outside lanes, you might have not had quite a good time trial as you wanted, or you're maybe one of the outside contenders, and you probably put a little bit more in to the first half of the race to really get yourselves in there and get in the heads of the crews in the middle that perhaps did slightly better than you in the time trial. But that's starting to come to fault here, unfortunately, for the Windsor Boys Sculler. But the Hartpury Sculler on the outside really powering away on his own out there on the left-hand side of the lake. He's really driving out the way. But the middle of the field, there's still a real race there going on in the middle.
So indeed, Henry Hutchins has moved from second into first at the 1500 metre mark, and indeed Matthew Busks has just slipped back into third, and it is Sonny Hughes of Camas Rowing Club who's moved up into second place. So as they come into the final 250 metres, this is an incredibly compressed field. It seems like the Henry Hutchins of Hartpury has the advantage, but the thing is, because the gaps between the singles are so small, any of the singles with a final dramatic sprint could change the script of this race. They could flip the table over. And indeed, I really like the look of the sculler in lane 4. Sonny Hughes from Camas, he is on the attack. He might not be seeing exactly where Henry Hutchins from Hartpury is, but he has shifted up a gear, and he is now rating 2 or 3 pips higher than he was a moment ago. And I think, James, he's going through Henry Hutchins.
That's right. He's got some northeast grit here, and he's really driving through in the last few metres of this race. And Henry Hutchins of Hartpury is going to have to keep an eye out because this sprint is coming at him hot and hard.
And a quick look over the left shoulder there from Sonny Hughes. He thinks he's got Henry Hutchins, and Henry Hutchins is having to respond, but I don't think he's got enough left in him. The legs must be heavy, the boat must feel tired, because as they come through in the final 5 metres, this is going to go right down to the line. But I think Sonny Hughes has got that yes by a third of a length. What an incredible piece of pacing. And look at that, James. The final 6-5 scullers going across the line, almost completely level.
Yeah, to me that margin was even closer than the third of length. I think that was a canvas or even half a canvas there from the Camas Sculler. Really well paced race there, just waiting, holding on to the back of the leading pack and just waiting for that moment to strike, which he did excellently there. So it's really good to see that from a younger sculler of a J16 category.
And there we have on screen, that is Sonny Hughes. Delighted, the thumbs were up to his supporters. I mean, James, you have raced many races in your time, but to think that if you're in your third year of sculling, you're racing the single out on a big multi-lane course like Nottingham, what kind of skills do you need in order to be successful in a race like this?
Well, I think that's, when you're a young sculler, you're really learning the skills of kind of racecraft and putting together your best performance and how that works for you. And that's why the single scull, it's really just the best place to learn and really kind of learn how to race and push yourself and how to think tactically. The smaller boats are so much more tactical than the big boats and the 8s, even the quads and the 4s. And you've really got to be able to know when is the right moment for you to strike and where your strengths and weaknesses lie in the race.
Well, speaking of racecraft, we are going to see another fantastic display of that in the B final, which is now about 3 minutes underway. So this is between Max Vilhauer of Rob Roy Boat Club from Cambridge in lane 1, William Findlay of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, lane 2, Finn Andrews of the Windsor Boys School, lane 3, Rory McNabb of George Watson's College Rowing Club in lane 4, Xavier Lee of Abingdon Schoolboat Club in lane 5, and finally Flynn Burrow of Shiplake College in lane 6. And we're just getting some shots there from the 1,000-metre mark, and it seems like the sculler from Abingdon School, Xavier Lee, is just ahead of the sculler from Nottingham and Union Rowing Club.
That's right. So Abingdon traditionally known for their 8th rowing, but really good to see them here committing an athlete to the single scull, and he will learn so much more here. And I myself am a big fan of 8th rowing for obvious reasons, but the single he's going to learn so much about how to push himself and really get the most out of himself here. So let's see if he can hold on to this lead.
Well, indeed, you are the reigning Olympic champion in the 8, James. So, of course, you do know a thing or two about an 8, but you've also started your career out in the single scull in Northamptonshire. So give us a little bit of the feel for the crowds. What is the kind of key difference between the two boats, apart from obviously having 2 blades rather than 1?
Yeah, so clearly there's the social side of it. You know, the 8 obviously it's the biggest team within rowing, but I myself, I didn't pick up a sweep oar until I got to university, where we both are our alma mater. So I was very much a sculler until I got to Newcastle. So this was my bread and butter here. I raced at various national schools and British Championships, although none as successful and well supported as this one. So it's really great to see the British National Club Championships with so many excellent races and so many great competitors here.
Well, just looking at the times as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, there was only about 2 lengths that separated the entire pack. And while it is still Xavier Lee from Abingdon School who is out in front, the distance between the boats is so small and so compressed that it will all come down to their final sprint finish. We have already seen dramatic sprints which have led scullers to come from behind, and indeed even a margin of 5 lengths can be overturned in the final 250 metres if a sculler has enough energy to take the rate up and commit to a sprint. So as we come into the final 350 metres of the race, it's still Xavier Lee out in front in lane 5, but he is being pushed very hard by Flynn Burrow of Shiplake, who is in 3rd at the halfway point, and indeed also William Findlay in lane 2, just slightly further back, I think. And also, I really like the fancy of the sculler in lane 1, Max Vilhauer from Rob Roy.
That's right, William Findlay, a local lad here from Nottingham Union Rowing Club, still in 2nd place at the 1,500 metre, only a second or 2 behind the Abingdon sculler, and he will have that local advantage of having raced and trained on this course probably many times before. And in my book, I think he's actually moving here on the Abingdon sculler, and so this is looking like a really good last 300 metres or so.
Well, I was concerned that Xavier Lee was going to be threatened by a push from behind, but if anything, he's just stretched out his lead slightly more. The gap between him and the other crews has continued to widen from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, so he's actually had a very impressive middle third of the race, the final 3rd quarter, if you like. And as we come into the final 250 metres, as the boys start to turn from white to red, it seems actually that the race for 2nd is incredibly hot now between William Findlay of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, Rory McNabb of George Watson's, and Flynn Burrow of Shiplake College.
Yeah, that's right. George Watson's again showing the excellent sculling pedigree, again getting another sculler here into a strong final, and he's really starting to put pressure on the Nottingham Union sculler, although I say that he's having a really good fight with the Shiplake sculler on the far side, who's putting in a colossal sprint, really raised the rate and is moving on the whole field, could get himself up into a podium position here in this final.
Well, Xavier Lee is almost slightly panicked. He is having to go absolutely full send because the pack is coming back on him. And the Nottingham, the George Watsons and the Shiplake scullers are basically level as we go into the final strokes. This is going to be a photo finish, but I think William Findlay from Nottingham Union has just held on by about half a length in front of Rory McNabb of George Watson, who came through Flynn Burrow of Shiplake there. It's only a B final, I say, but this has been an absolutely fantastic display of sculling.
Oh, and here today, every final matters, and you could really see that from these singles as they drive themselves to the line. It's those last sprints which you like to think you can get the race killed early on and get yourself out of the fight, but almost every race we've seen come down here, the last 300 metres, even the last 10 strokes, the last 5 strokes, everyone's counting.
Well, we're just going to take a moment to breathe after that excitement. The A final is well underway on the course, and indeed they're more than halfway. But nonetheless, really impressive sculling. Amazing to think that these are J16s in only their 3rd year out on the water. Very, very impressive stuff. So you're just seeing some beautiful panning shots from the drone, and it looks like we're going to have another very exciting race from the A final. So in lane 1, we have Harry Shaw of Camus Rowing Club. In lane 2, Charlie Murphy from Windsor Boys, our third race with a Windsor Boys sculler in it. We've got Aidan Lawler from Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3. Oliver Ross from Falcon Boat Club in Oxford in lane 4. Arthur Sallows of City of Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 5, and Louis Walker of Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 6. And as we saw those overhead drone shots, it very much seemed to be that the left hand of the screen, i.e. the right hand of the lake as I'm looking at it out of the tower, where all the action was going on, just 2 seconds separated the front 3 crews.
That's right, and as you say, at the halfway, it's all very close, and we're now getting into the last 500 or so through the third quarter of the race, and we've got a really tight one here.
It looks like as if the sculler from Windsor Boys, Charlie Murphy, is still out in front as I look out of the window, but the gap between second, third and fourth is absolutely tiny. It was only a second, as I was saying, and we're seeing some lovely shots of lane 3 there. Aidan Lawler from Durham Amateur Rowing Club continuing to power down the course, and I think he is moving on Charlie Murphy in lane 2. If anything, the gap between them is just continuing to shrink, and we'll just see some shots in a moment and the times from the 1500 metre point. It does seem lane 2 out in front still, but not by very much.
That's right, the Windsor Boys sculler here has got a really good kind of sling to the second half of his drive, so just holding his body forward, driving the knees into the deck, and then really opening out with his back and shoulders through the second half of the stroke, and that's going to allow him to potentially accelerate through the finish and the back end of this race.
Well, look at that, you can see, so it's Charlie Murphy from Windsor Boys out in front, but only by half length, because Aidan Lawler is coming and coming and coming, and Charlie Murphy has got his work cut out if he's going to hold on to that gold medal position in this, the A final of the J16 single sculls. And meanwhile, out to their left, it's Oliver Ross of Falcon Boat Club who has decided to put his hat into the ring, and he is currently holding on to the bronze medal position with half a length overlap on Aidan Lawler.
That's right, the Windsor Boys scullers can have to go now if he wants to keep himself out in front. The sprint behind him is really hotting up.
We can see the crowds moving from the seats down to the riverbank, because this is going to be probably the most exciting medals race we've had so far in our hour shift. And indeed, who's decided to go for the gold medal? None other than Oliver Ross out on the outside. He's only half a length down. Charlie Murphy of Windsor Boys is now slipping back because Aidan Lawler has decided silver's not good enough for me. I want the gold. And the crews are level as they come into the final 100 metres. This is going to be a close race down to the photo finish, no doubt. Aidan Lawler has caught up to Charlie Murphy. He's got 5 strokes. He looks over his right shoulder. How'll go? But here comes Oliver Ross from Falcon Rowing Club. I can't believe it. This is the most incredible pace. He's now in front of Charlie Murphy. Wow, this is going right down to the line.
Wow, and look at that there. That's 3 scullers right in a line. Again, that sprint is really mattering.
Wow. To think that J16s are capable of such skill and craftsmanship, as you were saying, racemanship, I suppose is the term. Incredible stuff, James.
Well, look, that's really gutting there for the Windsor Boys sculler. You know, he led almost the whole way, and it's just that last 300 metres when the race came at him a bit too fast, and that's the problem. If you put yourself out in front of the race and you spend that extra energy, you still need something for the last bit, and that's a lesson I'm sure he'll learn and he'll improve on in the future.
So the unofficial times up on the screen there, with Aidan Lawler out in first, Oliver Ross of Falcon Boat Club in second, and Charlie Murphy of Windsor Boys School out in third. But we will wait for the umpires to confirm and make that all totally officialmente. But really, really exciting racing.
Yes, exactly. Really good to have all 3 of those singles. And to be fair, the rest of the field as well, really close on the finish line. And it's just, they'll learn so much from this. And a medal at this age is just an awesome achievement to get.
Right, well, we've got a little chance to breathe between the excitement of the singles, because we'll be heading up the course momentarily for the Open Club quads. We're starting with the C final. There's only 2 crews in this race, which means hopefully it will be well, I say hopefully, it will probably be a bit more of a relaxed affair, because you'll either be in front or you won't. We've got 2 crews in this race, and we'll be seeing pictures of them in a moment. We've got Clare's Court School Boat Club in lane 3, and we've got rowers from Grosvenor Rowing Club, Chester, in lane 4. And indeed, they've just started racing. They're about a minute in, so they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. And we've just got the drone zooming up the course, trying to locate them. I can just about see the trails coming off the back of their boats. At the moment, if I was to hazard a guess, which I'm going to be proved totally wrong, it looks like the crew from Clare's Court are out in front.
Yes, I think you're right there, Charles. Clare's Court, really a beacon of sculling in an already contested field in the Thames Valley, but really strong results from them in the past, with multiple Henley wins, and they're putting on a really good display here.
So while we wait for the crews to come a little bit closer and be a few more pixels on the screen, James, you've got a bit of an interest in the A final that's happening in a couple of races' time, don't you?
Well, that's right. That's the crew I've been helping a little bit coach, and some of those athletes helping them coach them this year, the Tideway Scullers crew. And we've got a couple of new guys in for the British Club Champs. But we're really looking to come to this event with some fast crews and see how we go, and really put ourselves up for it, because I think it's really great to have an event right after Henley where everyone can come up to, and also to be here at Nottingham. To be honest, this is the best of Nottingham I think I've ever seen in all my years of being here. I did plenty of bucks at British University Championships and national schools and British Club Championships when it used to be in September up here, and this is really the best that I've seen it. So it's a real testament to the work that the British Rowing have been putting in to build this event up to the really excellent standard of racing that it is.
Well, high praise indeed. We just saw some inside shots there of the medal ceremony from the J16 single sculls. So Charlie Murphy from Windsor Boys School receiving his bronze medal, and now Oliver Ross, who put in that sensational final sprint to go into the medals, into the bronze medal position, and then claim the silver and almost challenge for the gold. So congratulations to him and his coach, who are both getting medals. Meanwhile, on the bigger picture, you can probably hear the chants of support, by the way, in the background from the sort of crowds at the base of the finish tower. Meanwhile, it's looking like a pretty cut and dry race for the Clare's Court School Boat Club crew, who frankly seem to be going for a bit of a training piece, James.
Yes, they've got a good margin here on Grosvenor, and they've got just dealing a little bit with their steering there. Just got to be careful of those boys on the bow side, but putting on a really nice display of sculling. Good preparation of the blade before the catch, and really locking on loosely with the arms, then driving hard with the legs. And now they're out in front, they can just relax and really think about that technique as they push through the halfway mark.
And we just had inset pictures a moment ago of Aidan Lawler of Durham Amateur Rowing Club receiving his hard-fought and hard-won gold medal in the J16 single sculls. Absolutely incredible effort. Meanwhile, up the course, there's some shots again of the Open Club Quads C final, and I believe that is the Grosvenor crew we're just seeing there. And James, if you were coaching a crew that's in the C final, how would you be telling them to approach this race? What would their objective be, do you think?
Well, I think the great thing here is that there actually is a final to race. A lot of events that you'd go to, you'd do a time trial, and then perhaps if you weren't quite quick enough, you'd be straight home. That was one of my first experience with national schools. I did a J14 Cox Quad. I didn't get through the time trial, and that was my whole regatta done.
Well, that was while the C final continues, we're going to go down to the medals pontoon to hear from Megan, who's been meeting the crews.
For a few words. Yeah. What a race! That was incredible. How did it feel from your spot in the boat?
Well, horrible when I was doing it, but nice after. Great to race. Loads of very good rowers and really good fun. Fantastic race, and yeah.
You came back from behind. Was that the plan all along? What was going through your head?
It was a tough race. It was all the way a battle, but the result went well. Unlucky from the others' perspectives. It was a really tough race, and well done to them.
The crowds were flocking from the bank to come and see that finish. And what's it like to have such support here from all the rowing clubs in Durham?
It's fantastic. They come out in such good numbers. It's really good. I appreciate all the support. It's fabulous. It's one of the best events of the year. Yeah, definitely.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, Aidan. Well done.
Thank you. Do you want it?
Well, we just heard there from Aidan Lawler, who won the J16 single sculls a moment ago. And no, it wasn't a jumbo jet taking off, it was just the tailwind that is ripping down the course as the crews continue to scull down. So, James, as we come into the final 200 metres of this C final, it looks like a very comfortable final scull for the Clare's Court School.
Yes, that's right, Charles. And the tailwind, as you say, is really pushing them along. And actually, this, I would say this again, this is one of the best conditions I've seen from Nottingham. It's, beautiful, warm, sunny day and a nice tickly tailwind that's actually not too rolly. Nottingham is famous for its rolly tailwinds, which really try to catch your blades and knock you off balance. But this Clares Court crew is really putting on a nice display here and just having a good finish off here the last 150 metres. So they've taken the rate down a little bit, just enjoying the strokes and really just making sure they finish it off well, hooking on well out the front end and really driving it all the way through.
Yeah, the bucket hat there of the stroke of the Clares Court School, which I think is Dexter Barnard, striking a bit of a contrast to the otherwise uniform look of the crew, but they are going to scull through the line looking very neat, very tidy, and indeed dealing with the tailwind very well. And James, as the Grosvenor crew just come up towards the line, what would you say are the kind of key things a crew needs to think about when they're dealing with a tailwind like this?
Well, I think the thing with the tailwind, your window for applying power shrinks effectively. In a headwind, obviously you're generally going to be going slower into the wind, and you've got a lot of time to kind of put the blade in and then really kind of haul it all the way through. Whereas in a headwind, that is. In a tailwind, the window is shrunken. So you need to make sure that the blade is ready, the blade is prepared, and you're ready to hook on long round in front of the pin. And that's what the Clares Court crew is doing really well. And that's especially as the boat class speeds up. So from the single, the quad, all the way up to an 8, that becomes even more important in the tail.
Great, well thanks James. Well, that wraps up the C final, and Grosvenor scull over the line just a few moments ago. We're going to go up to the course in a moment to see the B final, which will be fully loaded with 6 crews coming down. And indeed, they're just at the 1,000 metre mark, and there is a beautiful drone shot. So from left to right on your screen in lane 1, City of Cambridge Rowing Club, lane 2, St Leonard's School Boat Club, lane 3, Clares Court School Boat Club's other crew, lane 4, City of Sunderland Rowing Club, lane 5, Glasgow Rowing Club, and out on the far right is Warrington Rowing Club. What do you make of those pictures, James?
That's right, Clares Court again might get two finals in a row here. They're putting in a really strong performance, and again they've got themselves that little bit of clear water, which we saw was really vital in the singles races. Although I would say in a quads race, that bit of clear water is even more valuable as it's harder to pull back. In a single, a couple of lengths is not a long way really, but in a quad, once you've broken that elastic and you've got out in front of the field, it's really hard to change the boat speed if you're behind and to catch up. So I think Clares Court are looking pretty good for this one.
Well, I was really impressed actually in the last race with the quality of the sculling there from the Clares Court crew. Very precise, very neat, very tidy, very efficient. It seems, however, actually perhaps we've been looking at the wrong crew out in front. It's City of Sunderland, which is what exactly my race computer was telling me. So I'm not sure why I said Clares Court were out in front. It is City of Sunderland who are enjoying themselves the most. Clares Court in lane 3 in second place, just about a length behind at the 1,000 metre mark. And as we look at the pictures from the 1,500 metre mark, it seems that City of Sunderland just continued to move away from the pack.
That's right, it's a really good performance here from City of Sunderland. One of the smaller regional clubs, but putting together a really classy outfit here in this quad. And you can really see there's actually a good kind of swing through there with the bodies. Even though in the tailwind you'd want to be making sure the front end is sharp, you can still afford to accelerate through the finish. And they're doing that really well here, holding on to the finishes and really pressing it out as they extend their lead, in fact, here. From a length of clear water we thought about a little bit earlier, it's actually moving out and they're still moving away.
Well, it's clearly a lot of power going down through that City of Sunderland crew because, as you say, at the halfway point they were 3 seconds ahead of Clares Court School, and 500 metres later they'd extend that to an amazing 7 seconds. And to be honest, as we come down the course, it's continuing to extend. So I think pretty much City of Sunderland have said, well, thank you for your time, but are we going to win this B final? Meanwhile, a little bit further back, however, it's looking incredibly close between the remaining crews. I'm really not sure who's going to take second place. Perhaps the Clares Court School are going to hold on, but they're being pushed very hard by the crews from Glasgow and Warrington on the other side of the lake.
That's right, Clares Court do have that nudge on the rest of the field in second place as City Sunderland continue to stroll away, but there's a real fight going on here for the 3rd and 4th place in this B final of the club quads.
And it's really like the use of your use of word there, because stroll is exactly how I would characterise the way City of Sunderland are rowing up to the line. It's, yes, the rate is high, but it's looking so neat and efficient that the higher rate of Clares Court looks rather frantic by comparison. But they're having to be frantic because they're being pushed so hard from Warrington, who've moved out on Glasgow to about 3/4 of a length and have now got just about overlap with Clares Court. It's not going to put them up into second place, but that was a very impressive row. And I shouldn't have ruled out City of Cambridge here, who've just come across the line practically level with the Glasgow Rowing Club crew and it's St Leonard's School just rounding out with those, I think, pineapple-flavoured bucket hats to complete this, the B final of the Open Club Quads.
Yes, some very impressive bucket hats there on display, but it wasn't enough to take down City of Sunderland there, who win the B final strongly in the Open Club Quads.
Yeah, and hello everyone. There's some nice shots of us from the drone. Me and James here trying to deal with the sun and the greenhouse that is the finish tower. Anyhow, up the course, the race that James has been nervously waiting for his entire commentary shift. It is, of course, the A final of the Open Club Quads. So, in lane 1, we have that powerhouse of sculling, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club in lane 1. In lane 2, it is the Tideway Scullers, coached by yours truly, James Rudkin. In lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 4, the powerhouse of East London Rowing, it is Globe Rowing Club, who have cheekily switched from the Coxless 4 into the quad today. Then we've got Bath University, another powerhouse of sculling in lane 5. And finally, Gloucester Rowing Club in lane 6. What do you make of the race so far, James?
Yes, again, a good geographical split here, although we do have the London battle between Tideway Scullers and Globe.
So at the halfway point, it was Nottingham Rowing Club, who looked very quick in the semi-finals, out in front by about a length on Globe Rowing Club, who in turn had about a third of a length advantage over Bath University. Your crew from Tideway Scullers out in 4th, just ahead of the Windsor Boys in 5th and Gloucester Rowing Club in 6th.
Yeah, so to my mind here, the gold and silver medals are looking reasonably sewn up, although I'm not going to put a bet on that just yet. But actually the fight for bronze here, which my guys are right in the middle of that sandwich between Bath and Windsor Boys, that's a really hot one to watch. So let's see what comes down here.
Yeah, indeed. And I think Lawrence Joss from your crew was racing earlier this regatta in the single. How have you helped ensure that your crew pace themselves when they're splitting themselves across multiple events?
Well, that's something that's really challenging about this weekend is racing multiple boat classes. You mentioned there about the crew from Globe racing the 4 as well as the quad, and I wonder if perhaps some of these Nottingham guys may have done the same. But that's challenging, switching disciplines day to day, and so it's just about really making sure that your recovery is good the night after your race, and that you're really making sure you're warmed up correctly, especially if you're switching between sweep and sculling.
Well, that Nottingham crew still out in front, but Globe have decided, let's have a go for the gold medal, because they're only 2/3 of a length down on the Nottingham crew, and indeed just slightly extending their lead out ahead of the crew in 3rd place from Bath University. Just waiting for the intermediate times there to flash up, because I'm intrigued to see how your Tideway Scullers crew is placing. So here we go. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still the same. Still only 2 seconds, though, between Tideway Scullers and Bath racing for that bronze medal. The pack sort of evenly in about 2 seconds gaps now between each of the crews. So it'll all come down to the final 500. Let's see if Globe can do anything for Nottingham and Tideway Scullers can do anything for the bronze.
Yeah, 2 seconds. That's about just under a length in a quad probably, and there's a really tight fight going on there. I think Nottingham do have enough here out in front. Looking strong, yeah, as you say, about 2 seconds lead on the field with about 500 to go. But the sprint is starting to hot up here, especially from Globe, who look like they are really having a go for it. Tideway Scullers already high on the rate. They've all been sprinting for a long time, and they're going to need to make sure they keep their grip as Windsor Boys are starting to move through, as well as Bath on the outside, using that real length and power, which we can see from them.
Well, Tideway Scullers deploying their Banzai finish that has been trademarked throughout this regatta, but I'm not sure it's going to get them into the medals position, but let's see what the next 100 metres hold. Meanwhile, Globe have decided, Nottingham, your gold medal is ours, because I think they've reduced that lead down to a third of the length as they come up to the final 5 strokes. Meanwhile, the crew from Bath University haven't been able to go with them, but they're being challenged for their bronze by the Windsor Boys. Look at this finish! Windsor Boys have gone through Tideway Scullers, and they're right up against Bath University, and they're going to hold on. My goodness, that's going right to the photo. Good grief. What does Mark Wilkinson do to these children? They seem to just be able to produce these rocket-like finishes in the final 100 metres.
Well, as you say, there's some really good sprints on the show there, especially that Globe Rowing Club crew, really diminishing that lead that Nottingham built early on and nearly getting through. Again, an excellent move as well by Bath to just push through on the outside. All those leading crews really displaying good length and power in the water, and then a little bit of rate. They were able to use a little bit of rate towards the end. They weren't too high before they got into the final sprint, so they could really kind of crescendo up, which Globe, especially in that race, I think did very well to earn an excellent silver medal.
Well, the unofficial times that we have on the computer in front of us suggest that Bath University did hold on to that bronze medal, but the gap of 0.4 of a second, to my mind, seems too large. So we'll wait for the official times to come through once the finish judges have done their stuff with the cameras and the slow-mo and figured exactly out who was what and where. What an exciting race.
Yes, now obviously we're getting into the big boats there. That was an excellent little bit of display of racing. As you can see, you can still get changes in the lead, and those margins, 2 seconds, which, as I say, before the finish of that race, I was thinking was pretty healthy. That was nearly eroded by an excellent Globe sprint. So even in a tailwind, these crews are really displaying their ability to sprint and change the boat speed of an already fast-moving boat.
Well, really amazing sculling there, James. I think we're having a slight gap in racing because the women's quads C final has been cancelled, so we will just have the B final. But the races are currently being spaced out 5 minutes apart, so we will have a few minutes gap between and before the B final gets underway. This is scheduled to start at past, so they've got a couple of minutes, and we can see the crews on your pictures on the start line there. So in lane 1 will be Leeds Rowing Club on the left of your screen, then Sir William Borlase' school, lane 2, another crew from the Tideway Scullers in lane 3. We've got a crew from Lee Rowing Club, which I'm looking forward to see what they'll do in lane 4. AB7, lane 5, and on the far right hand of your pictures, it will be Trent Rowing Club. Now, James, you've been in many exciting and tense starts before. What would you be advising these crews to do as they head off the line?
The start of any race, whether it's an international one or a domestic one, is just the worst place. It's the last place that you want to be. You're sitting there just waiting for the buzzer to go, and it's just awful. I hated it. And these athletes, they've got through that. Honestly, the hardest part of the race is right before it starts, and they've got through that, and they're now into their high strokes in the first 250.
Well, just looking at those pictures there, it does seem like that the crews from Lee and AB7 have gone out ahead, although a bit of a weave looking at the trail there of the Lee Rowing Club crew, so they've had a bit of a correction. Quads are balanced boats, so all scullers have got blades on both sides, but there is a rudder, so perhaps that's had to be used because of wind or someone just not quite catching the water with both blades together. Anyhow, we'll see. As the boats move away to become mere specks on the horizon from the start, we should have some pictures from the 500-metre mark and the drone in due course.
And actually going off the start in a quad and at Nottingham here, so here we've got fixed stake boats as you would have in an international race, but we don't have an underwater bucket system which rises up, which international races will have a frame mounted under the water with a bucket which will come up and hook onto the bow of the boat to stop it twisting in a crosswind. And the lack of that system here is probably which makes it far more difficult, basically, especially in a longer boat, in an 8, for example. And that was probably the difficulty the lead crew was having there. But they've managed to get themselves out into the race now, and I'm sure they're doing fine.
Well, we're just seeing inset the pictures from the medal ceremony for the club quads A final, and it's another silver medal for Globe Rowing Club to match that they received yesterday in the Coxless 4. So Jack Davidson, Joseph Kokobus, Gianluca Vartan and Peter O'Callaghan receiving their second silver medal of the weekend. And the photographer just appearing there in the middle of the shot. Just to remind you, by the way, on those race times, I said that I thought the unofficial times looked a bit close because the official times, which have now been confirmed, showed that the gap was just 1.1 of a second, 0.16 to be precise. So that 0.4, 0.5 of a second gap was much too wide, and I'm glad my suspicions have been confirmed. We'll see pictures of the other crew, the Nottingham Rowing crew, who have just coming onto the pontoon to receive the gold medal, and we'll also see the Bath University Boat Club crew who did indeed hold on to that bronze position. So we've now got some overhead drone shots of this race, James. How's it looking to shape up?
Yeah, so we've got a traditional chevron pattern going on here with, I believe that is Tideway Scullers here in lane 3, actually putting themselves in a really good position. This is great. This is one of the things that the club is looking to focus on is club sculling, especially with the advent of the new club sculling event, the Danesfield, I believe that is. And this is something that their club is really focusing on, and really great to see them being so competitive in this field.
Well, there we are, some inset pictures of the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club, winners of the Open Club quads. Meanwhile, in this B final, I'm delighted to say that in this battle between Lee Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers, as the captain of Lee Rowing Club, I'm delighted to say that Lee appeared to be just a canvas out in front, but I don't like the way that Tideway Scullers crew is pushing up against them.
Well, that's a shame, Charles, because that's exactly what I like to see. I think they're doing a really good job here, and as we get through the 1,000-metre mark, there's a really good race going on here for this first position in the B final. 2 London clubs really duking it out in the women's sculling here and putting on a really good display.
Well, it's a battle of East London versus West London, and I'm afraid to say as we come up to the 1,000-metre mark and the camera pans through for those final few degrees, will West be best? Perhaps not. Oh, it's just maybe a foot's advantage to Lee Rowing Club going across the line there first at the 1,000-metre mark, which means this second 1,000-metre is going to be potentially some very, very exciting racing.
That's right, it's a really close race here, and it's anyone's to play for as we get through the halfway mark. If you're in the Tideway Scullers crew now, you just want to be thinking about checking every move that Lee tries to make to break out ahead of you, and then saving a bit of your powder ready for that crucial last 500 that we've seen from so many of these early races. So let's see if Lee here are actually going to keep pushing away on their advantage, or if there's a little bit left in the tank there from that Tideway Scullers crew in the second half of this race.
And some inset pictures again from the Bath University crew receiving their bronze medal from the Open Club quads. Don't worry, this man wasn't wearing shaving foam on his face. It was just an issue with the camera, so they're all delighted, as you can see. Meanwhile, this quads race is hotting up. I'm looking at those pictures of Lee and Scullers. There's absolutely nothing between them. At the halfway point, it was just 0.3 of a second, and to be honest, I think it might have been even tighter than that. And as I gaze at these pictures and look out the commentary tower window, I think it is Lee just still slightly ahead of Scullers, but we'll have to wait a few seconds more for the 1,500-metre camera to give us the true verdict.
That's right, it's a really close race here with Ellie Weimer, Xanthi Clothier, Annabelle Noonan and Grace Oliphant here in the Tideway Scullers crew, really keeping the pressure on Lee, but they've got to hold on. They've got to make sure that Lee doesn't get too much of an advantage and that they have something to pressure them with.
Yeah, and here we go. We're just getting up to the 1,500-metre mark, and again, this West versus East London battle between the Tideway Scullers and Lee Rowing Club continues to be a thrilling race for us here in the commentary box. I think it might be about 1 seat's advantage to Lee Rowing Club as the camera does again its final swivel. Let's see what the verdict is as they go through. It is Lee Rowing Club by about a quarter of a length. Gosh, absolutely nothing has changed over the last 500 metres, and this means as we go into the final, it's all going to be down to the quality of the final sprint.
Yeah, that's right here. It's really everything to play for in this last 500 metres. Annabelle Noonan in the stroke of the Tideway Scullers crew, a freshman back from MIT. Let's see if she can bring in that American racing experience here into this last 500 metres, where now is the moment to go. The margin is not too great to overturn. Everything is to play for. Let's see if she can wind up a sprint.
And you can see some beautiful drone shots there. It's just a quarter of a length between these two crews. They are going stroke for stroke. The power of each crew is very evenly matched. It looks like Lee perhaps just making very, very slight inroads, just making the bow of the Tideway Scullers shift back very slightly. Annabelle Noonan, as mentioned, has been racing before in this regatta. Perhaps her legs aren't as fresh as we'd like them to, as perhaps, James, you'd like them to be, because it's still a quarter of a length advantage for Lee as we go into the final 500. In fact, not even 500, 250 metres. And we shouldn't also, by the way, overlook the crews behind. It was very close between Sir William Borlase in third and AB7 in fourth. Just 0.2 of a second was separating them at the 1,000-metre mark. A little bit further now at the 1,500. And as we come into the final 250 metres, it looks like half a length's advantage for Lee.
Well, it was half a length, but I think Scullers are moving. I think Annabelle has managed to find a sprint there, and she's really trying to get them across the line first. Borlase actually as well, going well in lane 2 there, really pushing on, but it's close. It's half a canvas.
Look at that. Rika Teets, the bow of the Lee crew, is looking over her shoulder, right-hand shoulder. How far are the Scullers crew? Are they coming? Lee are matching them. They're pushing. This is going to be a really exciting finish. It's a composite crew here of juniors and seniors. Marie, the stroke of that quad, just taking them out, and they've absorbed the Scullers push and pushed off themselves. What an exciting race. I know they will be absolutely delighted with that, because after their semi-final, coming into the B final, they had only one objective, and that was to win this race, which they have done. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, that was a really good race there from the Lee crew. Very close all the way. As we're seeing again, these races are just so close, especially even as you go further down. And Lee were there able to fend off a little bit of a push there from Tideway Scullers and just have that little bit extra, literally in the last 100 metres, just to eke out a couple more inches of advantage and take the win there.
Wow, well, there were no medals in contention of that race, but just pride of self, I suppose. We're just seeing the final crew from Leeds Rowing Club come up across the line there. What an exciting race. You've got pictures on screen of the A final, which is now underway. So this is between the University of Birmingham in lane 1, in lane 2, Sir William Perkins School, in lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club, lane 4, Hartpury University and College Boat Club, lane 5, Newark Rowing Club, and lane 6, Notts County Rowing Association. And as we go through the first 1,000-metre mark, It's a lead for St William Perkins' school of about 2 seconds over Nottingham Rowing Club in second, University of Birmingham in third. Quite interesting, James, to see a race where we've got universities, schools and clubs racing each other.
That's right, there's a real mix of athletes here, and as you say, Sir William Perkins is here just holding out their advantage about 3/4 of a length on Nottingham to their left and Birmingham to their right. But again, it's another one of these really tight races. Those three crews behind them are all going to be pushing on, and if you're out in front there, if I was them, I'd want a little bit more. I'd want a full length at least, which gives you more of a cushion when the sprint comes for you.
Yeah, well, just looking at that, it seems to be completely level, actually, between the crews in lane 1 and lane 3. That's the University of Birmingham and Nottingham Rowing Club vying for that second place position. You can see they're just a second separated them at the 1,000-metre mark, and to be honest, I think it's even closer than that now, looking at those drone pictures. We've got some nice inset shots here of the Nottingham Rowing Club crew sculling into this tailwind and heading down the course. But again, the medals seem very much all to play for. That William Perkins lead only half a length as they come into the final 500 metres.
That's right, and the local crew here in Nottingham actually using the composite spoons here, which is interesting seeing different clubs using different kinds of spoons, especially on the sculling side. And their local crew, they know the water here, and they are moving, I believe, here. They've got those composite spoons will actually help them pick up a little bit more work at the front end, which really might help them in this tailwind. So let's see if they can move on Perkins.
Yeah, the quad, probably one of the most leg-oriented boats of all the rowing classes. And as we come through the 1,500-metre mark, just seeing pictures there, it seems like that crew from Nottingham have come right up against Sir William Perkins schools and eroded that gap down. It's very close between the two crews, and if anything, I think the Nottingham Rowing Club crew in lane 3 are very close to being out in front, but the 1,500-metre times are just coming up. It says Sir William Perkins up by half a second over Nottingham Rowing Club. And indeed, as we come through the 1,500-metre mark, it's Hartbury who've moved from 4th into 3rd, displacing University of Birmingham, which I know will be a disappointment to their coach, Alex Darbs, who is here today on the commentary team. And James, as we go into the final 300 metres of this race, it's looking like a very exciting medals match.
That's right, Perkins here really showing a good, again, as we talked about earlier, good sling through the stroke, but Hartbury are there, their stalking horses are behind, but they are moving into that bronze medal place. Nottingham have started to really put in their shift as well, and to my mind, I think Nottingham are through Perkins and they're pushing away, and what Perkins have got to watch out for is losing out on the silver medal here to Hartbury, who are moving well to their left.
Well, looking at that Hartbury crew, they were in 4th place, they've moved into the bronze medal, and I think they might have moved into the silver medal because they are coming right up against this Sir William Perkins crew. There's probably only a quarter of a length at most between the two, and the Nottingham crew, which is out in front, is being in a sort of sandwich between them, and the Hartbury crew is now saying, silver, maybe, gold, much better. 100 metres to go, it's all coming down to these final 10 strokes.
That's right, Hartbury had a really impressive last 1,000 metres here, really pushed through, got themselves right into that medal position. Nottingham, for my mind, will hold on to it to win an excellent gold medal in the women's club quad here. Hartbury with silver and Perkins in bronze.
And unfortunately, University of Birmingham rounding out in 4th. What an impressive scull from Hartbury, who came from 4th into 2nd in the final 1,000 metres, and whoops of delight there from the bow of the Hartbury crew. Rowena Hearns delighted with the outcome of that race. The Nottingham crew probably just breathing a huge sigh of relief because it looked very, very dicey in the final few moments of that. Newark Rowing Club across the line in 5th, followed by Notts County Rowing Association to round out that A final of the women's club quads.
Yeah, Nottingham Rowing Club will be really happy with that one, winning on their home course, and they knew exactly where they were, and they timed that push to perfection to get themselves out in front of the race in the last 500 and hold off Hartbury towards the end.
Well, we've got another gap in racing now, which will be the previously scheduled B final of the mixed club Coxed Fours. The race has been, there isn't a race for this, so we've got a 5-minute gap to the A final. So we'll just see some pictures in a moment up from the A final, which will be a 6-lane race between Furnival, North Staffs, University of Birmingham, Newark Rowing Club, Itchen Imperial, and Furnival Sculling Club.
Well, it's really good to see the mixed Coxed 4 here, as well as the mixed 8 events that are already being brought onto the scene. Obviously, in the Paralympic boat class, we have a mixed 4 in the international sense, but it's great to see it here at club level. And as you mentioned earlier, Alex Darby of Birmingham has another crew in the fight here in lane 3. So let's see what they can bring out of this one.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see the North Staffordshire Rowing Club crew features Glyn Webster, who's one of the coaches at Lee Rowing Club, but he's from Derbyshire and he's been roped into this at not quite the last minute, but it's great to see him out on the water. I'll be excited to see what he can do in this A final.
And 2 Furnival crews here in lanes 1 and 6, so they'll be able to look at each other from opposite sides of the course. And hopefully, obviously, in a Coxford here, the athletes, the rowers themselves, won't have to do too much looking. But let's see how they race each other from opposite ends of the course.
Yep, so they're due to start in about 3 minutes' time, so they're just positioning themselves on the start line. We'll wait to see. There they are. There's some pictures of the fours. They're just all attached. One of the quirks of British rowing, for those who don't know, is that once you give the 2-minute warning to any crew, as the umpire, you can start the race whenever you like, if you feel that the crews are ready. So you sometimes get 2 minutes, and then the race starts within 30 seconds of that.
That's right, especially if there's a bit of a wind on or there's a bit of a crosswind. An umpire will often try to get the race off as fast as possible if he thinks the crews are ready. And that's one thing you've got to make sure that you're always ready. Once that 2-minute marker is called, you've got to be ready to go at any point.
In third place, we have Sir William Perkins School. Congratulations to our bronze medalists, Isabella Warren, Hannah Miller, Carmela Spite, and Dania Albuquerque.
And we're just seeing inset on our pictures the medal ceremony from the women's club quads. And we have the official results up on screen for us now. So you were seeing the bronze medal there being awarded to Sir William Perkins School. Congratulations to them. You will see the silver medal being awarded to Hartpury University and College Boat Club. They're just actually off the pontoon. And who you're seeing on screen, I believe, is Nottingham Rowing Club, who will be receiving the gold medal in that race.
That's right. So their coach of Sir William Perkins, Chris Boddy, will be really happy with that one, getting the bronze medal. But we're off here in the A final of the mixed club 4.
Yep. So just off the line. Now the interesting thing about mixed boat, James, is how would you select for a crew? How do you make sure that you've got the right balance in this 4?
It's interesting here because you want a mixture of power and technique. And, to be frank, Charles, that's a very difficult question to ask. I have raced in a mixed state, I believe, before, but a while ago. And so it'll be interesting here. Perhaps you want to have the power, perhaps of the male athletes in the middle, but also maybe you want the tech, perhaps a little bit better technique, a little bit more technical feel from some of the female athletes as well. So I wonder. I bet we'll see some crews here with the 2 female athletes either end, perhaps some in the middle, perhaps a stern pair and a bow pair. Let's see who comes out best on this one in terms of how they've seated it.
Well, they're just about a minute into their race, so we'll have to wait a bit before we get some updates on how it's going. But here's the Hartpury crew. So these are the silver medalists from the women's club quads. So I'm just having a quick look here. 2 schools on the medals podium and 1 club, if you like, Nottingham Rowing Club, who are just coming up to the pontoon now to receive the gold in a moment. But well done to the scullers from Hartpury University and College. So that's Harriet Bray, Faith Thorpe-Williams, Ellie Cole and Paige Darnley, who gained the silver medal in spectacular fashion in that club quads women's final.
Yes, as you say, a really impressive silver medal from them. Really good racecraft, I think, as I talked about at the beginning of our commentary session here. And that's really to see that, really great to see that on display. Hartpury, a really good traditional, strong centre of sculling in the west of England, and really putting on a great display here.
Yeah, and there is Nottingham Rowing Club, the winners of the women's club quads. So that's Rowena Hems, Annie Beaumont, Kathy Beaumont, and Molly Elsavali, who are the British Rowing Club champions for 2026.
And it's really great to see that as the club quad now is an event at Henley Royal Regatta, we'll see even more developing of British female sculling, which has really been going from strength to strength over the last few years. It's really great to see Nottingham here pulling out a win on their home water in excellent fashion.
Well, incredible stuff, and no doubt the sculling events here at the British Club Championships are going to get more and more competitive as the change in the events at Henley Royal Regatta brings more focus to people's seasons onto sculling. Meanwhile, we don't have any formal updates yet on the Mixed Club 4A final, but we do have some pictures from the drone, and it looks like, James, we're in a real chevron there with the crew from Newark Rowing Club in lane 4 way out in front.
Yeah, we've got a good race developing here, actually. As you say, Newark with, I'd say, a little bit of clear water here, but for the silver and bronze medals in this final, there's actually a lot of overlap here between these middle 3 crews.
Yeah, I actually wonder. It looks like the crew from Newark have decided that the gold medal should be firmly round their necks by the time this race is over. But looking a bit further back, it's much harder to call. I like the look of the crews from Furnival and Itchen Imperial out in lane 6 and lane 5. You can just see. But while that race continues, we're just going to go down to the pontoon to hear from Nottingham Rowing Club, who are the winners of the Women's Club Quads.
Rowena, can I just ask you a few quick questions? What a medal match. So this is the exact crew that also got gold yesterday in the Coxless 4. You can scull, you can sweep.
Yeah, it's exactly the same crew as yesterday. Different order, but exactly the same. So exciting.
The order still works. And talk us through that race. It was such a charge to the finish there.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I can't believe that, yeah, we did it. Yeah. I think, yeah, it was just really awesome to get to win. We were really nervous and it was like, oh, 2 days running. I can't believe it.
And how are you going to celebrate the double win?
We're going to try again tomorrow in the doubles.
Amazing. Go for the triple win. Well, best of luck for that and congratulations.
Well, it's really impressive there from Nottingham being able to win in the 4 and the quad, and to be able to show that real character and skill in both disciplines. Really impressive, Charles.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, hats off to them. I mean, they are the local clubs, so some might say that they should be good at the British Rowing Club champions, but of course they've had to face off competition along the way from both Notts County and Nottingham and Union Rowing Clubs, who are also based here. We're just seeing pictures there. Now, I was claiming that it was the Newark crew that was out in front, but actually the computer and indeed James's personal tapping of the start order has revealed to me that it's in fact the University of Birmingham who are well out in front by over 8 seconds over the crew from University of Birmingham, and I'm told that we spoke to the University of Birmingham about this race earlier today.
I'm here with a mixed 4 from the University of Birmingham. Now, we chatted to you guys last year. 1 year on, how has it been?
Yeah, it's been good. It's our first time out in the boat again, rowing up for our time trial, but we're excited for our final.
Fantastic. And what's it like training as a mixed crew?
I've never been in a mixed crew before. I just started rowing this year, and so we just got thrown in.
And sometimes that's the best way to do it, in at the deep end, but that's wonderful. How are you feeling about the final today?
Yeah, excited. It was a good time trial, first time together in the crew, so we weren't really sure what to expect, but excited for the final and see what we can do.
Amazing. Well, best of luck, and I hope it goes really well.
Well, the luck from Megan there seems to be paying off, because as we power into the final 500 metres of the race, it is University of Birmingham there with, I think, 3 or 4 lengths of clear water, James.
That's right, really dominant display here from Birmingham. They won the beginner 4 here yesterday, and they're doing it again in the mixed 4. A really strong display from them, although the race behind them is still close.
Yeah, indeed. So at the halfway point, the second medal position was being held by Newark Rowing Club and third by Itchen Imperial. But North Staffordshire Rowing Club, which features my friend Glyn Webster, was only 0.7 of a second behind them. And as I look out on the course, I'm trying to see what the order would be. It looks like University of Birmingham very secure in that first place position. Newark also pretty secure in silver, and the crew from Itchen Imperial in lane 5 have motored off, and I think they've taken about a length out of the crew from North Staffordshire, who are just slipping a little bit further back, still in 4th position, but the gap between them and Itchen has probably widened out to about a length, maybe a length and a quarter.
That's right, Itchen Imperial doing really well there on the outside, holding on to that in the bronze medal position at the moment, but it is Newark who's out in the middle between the Birmingham crew, who are just putting on a really dominant display here, still holding, and Newark there still holding on to that silver medal.
Well, the North Staffordshire crew in lane 2 straining every sinew to try and catch up to the Itchen Imperial crew. They know that if they can just get themselves a little bit further up the course, a little bit faster, then a bronze medal will be round their necks. But at the top, it is Birmingham University looking dominant and imperious as they cross the line first, and that will be sheer delight to their coach. They're ecstatic about it, the bow of that crew, Darcy Nash, giving a little slap on the back to the 2-man William Parry and shaking the hands of their cock Stephanie Person. Across the line in second place for Newark, and it will be Itchen Imperial who come across the line third ahead of the crew from North Staffs in 4th. Rounding out this race, we have Furnival in lane 1 coming down the course, and just a bit further up, just coming into the final 200 metres, is the other Furnival Sculling Club crew. Well, James, we've had some enormously exciting races. The hour that we've had together has flown by. thank you for coming to commentate. How have you found your first ever time in the commentary box?
You know what, Charles, flown is definitely the correct word. I've genuinely really enjoyed it, and it's been awesome just to see some excellent displays here, all the way from the J16 singles that we saw earlier. It's just really classy racing, all the way through to that women's champ quad final, club quad final, which for me that's the race of the day so far for me.
Well, amazing stuff. Well, thank you for listening. We're going to hand over to Carol and Alice momentarily, who will take you through the next hour of the A, B and C finals, starting with the Open Beginner Single Sculls, as Furnival Sculling Club come up to the line to round out the mixed club Cox Fours.
Well, good afternoon. We're just picking up from Charles and James, who just led us through some really exciting racing. I could see Charles standing up here for most of the afternoon because he was pumped with the excitement that has been happening. And I was sitting down on the steps there, really enjoying watching all this racing. I'm Carol, and I'm joined with Alice this afternoon.
Nice.
I
to
don't
have
think
you
we've
back.
been stuck in the tower together before.
No, this is my first year commentating.
Oh well, but
first
you've done
time
some
commentating.
but yes, you've done some commentating before, so it's
yeah,
all good. So we've got some lovely shots on the screen there. We've got some of the medalists just picking up their medals for the mixed four, and very competitive that race was. Did enjoy watching it. Just on the screen, we can see that the C final, or it's a B final of the Open Beginner Scull has started. And in that we have Samuel Fowkes of Hartpury University and College, Theo Paphilis of City of Cambridge, Agoa Balboa of Cardiff Metropolitan, Reuben Kerry of Nottingham Rowing Club, Thomas Strong of University of Sunderland, and Thomas Dack of Cardiff Metropolitan University. Good showing from Cardiff Met. I've seen their names quite a few times today and yesterday as well.
yeah, battle of the club.
Some stunning shots you can get from these drone cameras, and I did see some shots earlier as they were following the eights from on one of the umpires' launches, and that was really exciting to see.
Yeah, it is a lovely shot here on the live stream. we can just about see
I've got no times coming up on my screen here yet, so we're pretty blind as to who we have there, but they've got a substantial lead. Just as we can see them come past the cameraman sitting on the edge of the lake. So I would assume it's either Nottingham or Cardiff Met just pulling out the lead there. Usually a chevron pattern, fastest crew in the middle lane, and I've just seen some numbers flash up. So it's Nottingham A, Ruben Kerry just leading there with Bilbao, Cardiff Met behind.
he looks really comfortable up in that lead. Really having nice long stroke.
It's looking very composed. This is beginner sculls as well. You know, often with beginners there's a lot of frenetic activity which doesn't really help with the boat speed. But he's looking calm and reassured and composed, and just inching out that lead, we can see.
Yeah, from this lovely drone shot on the live stream, you would not be able to tell that these scullers are beginners. I think the standard of beginner sculling in general is just really, really advanced in the last few years. It's really impressive.
So it's Nottingham in lane 4 in the lead, Cardiff Met, Bilbao in second place, third place with the University of Sunderland, fourth place City of Cambridge, and then we have the second Cardiff Met sculler just in that order. And we can just see them there just as they're probably coming up to the 1500 metre mark, and keep getting interrupted with lots of supporters just below us in the tower shouting on, so pleased with the success of the crews who are being awarded medals, just inset on the screen.
Yeah, we can see on the live stream Birmingham collecting their medals. Lots of happy faces. Huge achievement.
I'm sure Darbs will be really happy with that, just to see. I think Birmingham have picked up a few medals over the weekend. So it's nice to see them sort of rising up the progress board in the Victor Ludorum.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know, Alice, that there are Victor Ludorum prize for the overall winner of this event.
Oh wow, no, it's like Bucks Regatta.
Well, even better than that, because the club that wins Victor Ludorum overall is getting a new boat by SL Racing.
Oh wow.
A new sculling boat, and they can go down and speak to Gavin, and I'm sure he's down there listening. So if you win that, there will be a spanking new sculling boat based on the design that Emma Twigg raced in the Paris Olympics.
That's amazing.
Came second, and the boat is down there to watch. And I had a lovely chat this morning when I was not on commentary, just talking about boats in general. So yes, and I think we're just going to go down to Megan there, who is going to have a chat with University of Birmingham winners in the mixed four.
Birmingham, congratulations. I'm getting to talk to you guys quite a lot over today. It must have felt great to have such a strong lead.
Yeah, it was nice. Sort of just blew it off the start and then held it for the rest, yeah.
Well, the technique clearly worked. And you were telling me before that you're planning on coming back year on year and making it an alumni tradition. Now you've got to defend the title.
Yeah, I mean, we all graduated this year and we second last year, so we had to come back and get the gold. So I think it's a nice little tradition we've got now. So hopefully we can continue it.
Absolutely. Well, it's a good tradition that started well, and I heard the bows say we've got to come back now. Yes, you do. We'll look forward to seeing you next year. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was an interesting tactic Birmingham had there, just listening to them to go out hard and fast. You think this sculler in this race has done exactly the same thing. The Kerry from Nottingham Rowing Club, because it looks as though he has an unassailable lead at present, and I think it's Cardiff Met sculler that's just trying to come back on him now. Oh gosh, just a commentary kiss of death that was. He just caught a little wobble there and slowed him down, which has allowed Nottingham Rowing Club just to pull away from him.
Yeah, Nottingham Rowing Club's got a very comfortable lead, looking nice and relaxed.
But Cardiff, the Cardiff Met sculler is just pumping it up there, just to sort of decrease that distance that he has. It's great to be able to come back from a wobble like that and just get that
Yeah, it
reassurance
really
back
is.
and just pick it
Get
up.
a pump of adrenaline, but just slightly too far. Nottingham takes the lead.
Cardiff Met in that second place. And I think it's, a good battle between University of Sunderland and City of Cambridge here, but it's Sunderland just going to take it on the line with City of Cambridge just coming through in fourth place. And then we've just got Sculler over the far side. We seem to be missing Hartpury in lane 1, which we did have a time for earlier on. But it's Cardiff Met over in lane 6, just going to come through the line now. Wonder if there's been a incident with the other Sculler up the course.
We turn our attention now to the Open Beginner Singles, the A final of this event.
Who do we have in this event then, Alice?
So in lane 1, we've got St. Peter's School Boat Club, Henry Hyde. In lane 2, Ethan Potter from Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 3, Oliver Nathan from Cardiff Met University Rowing Club. In lane 4, Johnny Robinson from University of York. In lane 5, Julian Stiglas from Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 6, Samuel Nuttall from Agecroft Rowing Club.
Isn't that interesting? We've had 3 Cardiff Met Scullers in this AB finals. That's
They've obviously got a big beginner programme.
A big beginner programme,
Yeah.
and I've put them all out in sculling boots.
As best way to do it.
You think? In this weather, definitely.
Yes.
Maybe not so leading into the winter months.
Yeah. I think if you can row a single well, you can make a quad go fast.
I think a lot of training is done, a lot of time trialling is done in singles. You can shift a single,
Yeah.
it means that you're a boat mover in whatever class of boat you end up racing in. So just at 1,000 metres, it was the Cardiff Met Sculler, Nathan leading, with Robinson of University of York in second place, and then Strzelka of Nottingham Rowing Club in third.
Looks like it'll be a close battle for second place. Only second or two.
Well, I was just thinking second, third and fourth.
Yeah.
That was where I think where the medal battle will be, because
Yeah,
that lead that Nathan of Cardiff Met has is about 10 seconds, which is it's a comfortable place to be sitting at that phase in the race, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. We can see him on the screen now.
That lovely shot. It just shows how warm it is now. The sun's broken through the clouds. It was quite cloudy earlier in the morning. There is a bit of a tailwind just boosting these scullers on.
Yeah.
But you have to be quite experienced to row in a tailwind, because it just gives you a false perception of boat speed.
Definitely.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it?
I was just going to say, a nice brightly coloured boat, make him stand out.
You know, even though he's got that lead, and it's as we said, it is a substantial lead, he's not backing off his race pace, is he? He's still putting everything out there.
This is, slight crab, but recovered well. I was just about to say, it's amazing, like, sculling for a beginner. It's just amazing. Would not think that this was beginner rowing at all.
Not at all, and that is some lead that he's developed, and he's still maintaining that lead. We've got a sculler coming down in lane 0, and I think that was the sculler that was missing from the previous heat. But much credit to Oliver Nathan, Cardiff Metropolitan University. What a performance here today. Just getting out there in front, just taking this race on. And look at the margin, Alice. That is substantial.
Wow, that is amazing.
We've both had to stand up because he's in front
Yeah.
of us, and then we've had to look quite a distance down the course to see this race, and the race is on for silver and bronze, and it is Nottingham Rowing Club just in that silver place at the moment, but then University of York and Agecroft battling it out for that bronze medal.
It really is a battle. Who is going to take that bronze medal?
Could be University of York just getting
Yeah, I
themselves in
think
front.
just slightly ahead.
Wow, and that came down to the line as well,
Yeah.
just pipping Agecroft on the line. And then we have on this side St Peter's School Boat Club, and then we have the red and blue of Wallingford in lane 2 to round out this A final in the Open Beginner Single Sculls. Now, we've sort of rapidly moved on to the women's beginner double sculls, and we've got two boats in this C final. We've got Strathclyde Park and another boat from the University of Birmingham. I think they're trying to swamp the VL prize with numbers. They just seem to be saying Birmingham all the
Definitely.
time. But you know,
They want that boat.
well, you know, it would be a huge asset in any club
Yeah.
because it's going to be built to your specs. It's not going to be one off the shelf. It's going to be built exactly as you want it, which is
Ideal.
a substantial prize.
Yeah. It's going to be a very unusual C final with only 2 crews battling it out neck and neck. You either win or you lose.
Well, I know it's a difficult. Just think about the psychology of this. You're in the C final, so you're battling out for the 13th and 14th fastest boats at these championships.
Yeah.
Now, sort of, where does your mentality lead you? Do you just fight it out because you have to?
I think you just fight it out because you give every race your absolute best shot no matter what.
Difficult, so we can see that one crew's Birmingham are about 10 seconds in front of Strathclyde Park. Hard for Strathclyde Park just to keep their heads up, their heads in the game, and just sort of concentrate on doing the race as best they can.
Yeah, it's going to be real mental battle for this crew as they don't have anyone else around them. It's almost like a time trial, but they just got to keep pushing through.
I think it's easy. Well, I'm not a single sculler. I'm not happy in a single scull because I just don't have that mentality. But I think in a crew boat, it just makes it a bit more.
No, definitely.
You know, somebody else to shout at you if you just slack it off.
Yeah, I've done a bit of single sculling in my past, and it nowhere near matches the feeling of being in a crew boat. I think it works for some people, but for some it doesn't at all. But it's impressive.
And here we have, talking of impressive performances, Oliver Nathan of Cardiff Met University just picking up his gold medal there at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. It's panning down to trying to remember who was in second place, and it's eluding me at the moment. It was Nottingham Rowing Club, but I think that's, yes, it is Nottingham.
Yeah, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? It's just
Kissing the medal.
Absolutely.
As you should.
Well, you know, you deserve it. You've won through. You've done the time trial. You've made it through the semis, and there you are in the A final. And coming second is no mean feat. So that's University of Birmingham. Oh, a bit of a
slight
wobble
crab.
there. Oh,
recovered well.
Recovered really well in that beginner double, because that could really send you off your rhythm and pace. Strathclyde Park just coming into shot there.
They're really gunning for it. They're not losing the battle at all.
You know, I think their heads have picked up just
Yeah.
as they come into the area where they can see more people, hear more noise from the crowds, because that always G's you up when you can just hear that, because you know we're almost there.
Yeah, definitely. The view from the commentary tower, we can see down the lake that they're really not very far apart at all, these two women's beginner doubles. It's all still left to play for. Both crews working really nicely together. Good crew cohesion, especially for beginners.
Just saw in the corner of our screen Johnny Robinson of York just picking up his bronze medal after a hard-fought battle in that last 150 metres or so. So credit to him. You just see the red of University of Birmingham coming towards us and the pale blue of Strathclyde Park. Still maintaining that differential that I think they had at 1,000 metres. The differential hasn't increased. So I think they're just, Strathclyde Park, just sort of maintaining that boat speed to keep them in contact with University of Birmingham.
Yeah. Birmingham just look like they're just applying that touch more power to just get that boat up and running. Especially in the tailwind, it will be much more tricky for beginners. You really need to be so sharp on your catch.
Strathclyde Park have picked it up, look.
Yeah, they're upping the rate.
They've upped the rating and they're just going for the line now. Good on them. Just to pick it up and just sprint for the line. Birmingham have just started upping their rating too.
Yeah,
you could see that change in boat speed from Strathclyde Park. There's Birmingham just going through in that first place in the C final. I can see from my screen that the B final has started, and in this, I think I'm closer to the screen. Do you want me to do it, or do you want?
Yeah,
to do it?
you can go for it.
Do it? I'll do it.
My eyesight's not too great.
Oh, no, it's mine. That's difficult to say when we're both sitting up here trying to peer
Yeah.
down the course. So we've got Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 1, City of Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 2, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3, Bath University Boat Club in lane 4, City of Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 5, and Globe Rowing Club in lane 6. Good mix of clubs and crews
I
here.
was going to say, clubs from all around the country.
That's just always nice to see. That's what I think this club championships brings to the
Yeah,
sport.
I was just about to say that. I think it's so good. It brings together the whole country. I don't think there's any other event where there's such a variety of clubs.
North, south,
Yeah.
east, west, in the middle, and they all come together to one place to race each other.
And even more so for beginners.
Isn't that interesting? The two City of Cambridge boats went through 1,000 metres 1 and 2 on the other side of the course.
Oh, wow.
With third place with Bath University, and then don't you just hate that when the screen changes when you're just talking about it? But I was still correct.
Still City of Cambridge 1
1
and 2.
Yes. And then-
Interesting, maybe that they're a quad split into 2 doubles, or would potentially be a fast quad.
Yeah. It's always interesting how. But we were talking about being able to move a single scull early. If you can move a single scull, you can move a double.
Exactly, yeah.
And then, maybe they've been training in doubles, and maybe the thought process is maybe to put them together next year into a quad.
No, definitely. I think a double as well, it is, you can have 2 fast single scullers, but may not necessarily be fast in a double.
It comes down to style and where the power goes in.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
whether the personalities gel.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the City of Cambridge, both doubles. Maybe they've raced each other frequently over the last few months, and this is their chance just to prove at the end of the season who is the faster of the two.
Yeah. Good club rivalry.
It's great, isn't it?
Within club rivalry, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these shots are just superb, just showing you exactly what you want to see. And as they pan round, we'll
Oh
actually
no,
see.
something's happened.
Oh no. Is that when the City of Cambridge boat just had a bit of a wobble there? They're getting it back together. But that's
Slight steering issues. Yeah, they've got back on it pretty well.
But it's just given the other crews an advantage there that have just managed to sneak through and just overhaul them slightly. So it's still City of Cambridge in lane 5 leading now. It was City of Cambridge in lane 2. So sort of beginner boats, sometimes when you're pushing too hard, you just have these forced errors that just cost you some time and space and pace. But how you recover is also a testament to how strong you're feeling.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the tailwind as well, it's especially hard. You've got to be really, really technical with your blade work to get your blade out of the water nice and clean over the slight waves.
It's the City of Cambridge Rowing Club crew in lane 5. I was just trying to read the names. Erin Henderson and Eleanor Prevost just taking the lead there. They've just managed to pull themselves into that first place, I think, just looking down the course.
Oh yeah, they're moving up.
But their clubmates are just trying their best to come back on them. Marissa Edmonds and Anna Proctor.
You can hear the cheers from the bank, the teammates and supporters really, really cheering them on as they come into this last bit.
City of Cambridge in lane 5 are being challenged very strongly by Globe on their outside and Bath University on their inside, and they're having to lift it up.
Yeah, they
Globe
really are.
going. Look at them. They have picked it up in
They're
that last
doing
few
the
strokes.
sneaky outside lane.
Trying to sneak right in the
Yeah, it's
blind side.
working.
It
It
is.
might be in contention for second, maybe even first.
Bath University really pushing on there. But I think they left it too late to overhaul the City of Cambridge. And I think, to my eye, it was maybe Bath beating Globe into that second place. And then we have City of Cambridge and Aberdeen Schools. I think going by the blades, that's Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3. It's coming.
Okay. We turn our attention now to the A final of the women's beginner doubles.
So I'm just back to God. I just looked over at Alice here. We were talking earlier about Cardiff Met and their men's beginner doubles having 3 in the A, between the A and B final. And I come to the women's beginner double sculls. We've got Sunderland in lane 1, Hartpury University and College in lane 2, Cardiff Met in lane 3, Cardiff Met in lane 4, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 5, and the University of Birmingham in lane 6. We seem to have been talking an awful lot since we came on shift about Cardiff Met.
Yeah.
University of Birmingham. These names keep recurring.
They've obviously got a really, really strong beginner program going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is really impressive.
And very strong because it was Nottingham Rowing Club stole the lead early on with the 2 Cardiff Met crews in 2nd and 3rd. And I suppose this is the race for the medals. So, you want to get yourself out there, out of trouble. Just make sure that you are in contention for any medals that are going to be awarded. Just looking up, trying to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. Is it Nottingham? I think it's a Cardiff Met crew that's come back there in lane 3.
Yeah, we haven't got the times.
No, they were
through
second
yet.
place at 1,000 metres, but I think they've actually made a big move in that 500.
Yeah,
just to get
definitely.
themselves in front.
They're really gunning for it now. They're upping their rate as they come through past the spectators.
Oh, the clubmates have just had a wobble there. Look, they've
Oh,
stopped.
no.
Oh, it's just say it could be a gold and a bronze for, and they've stopped totally. Oh, that's so
That
so
must be
disappointing for them.
So disappointing. Full-on boat-stopping crab. That's so unfortunate for them.
And still not going there. Just being really frustrated with themselves there. But it's Cardiff Met in lane 3, just coming through here, just showing the strength and depth they have in Cardiff Met, just taking that
Yeah,
win.
they're giving it everything as they go through the line, and big celebrations there.
Justifiably. And
They look exhausted, giving it their best shot.
But to go over the line and sort of overhaul Nottingham, who were doing so well. 3rd place over on the far side with the University of Birmingham. And then there's a bit of it's going to be University of Sunderland just going through in that 4th place. And that other Cardiff Met boat still having issues with their boat there. I don't know if disappointing, just have to row it over with one.
Yeah, looks like one of the blades has been damaged.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for them.
But they still finished 6th, so 6.
Exactly, they
6th
still
in the
made it to
country.
the A final.
Absolutely. And that's just Hartpury University and College just finishing their course there. I think she just lost her blade there, and it's just sort of parallel to the
Yeah,
boat. Oh gosh, hard one to get back.
it is hard to recover from when it's that detrimental, especially in the last part of the race.
Oh, she is distraught.
Yeah.
Distraught. Let's move on to the women's junior 16 double sculls.
Yeah, sticking with doubles, but going to J16s now.
The C final. We have York City in lane 1, Royal Chester in lane 2, Glasgow Academy, Strathclyde Park in lane 3, Brentford in lane 4, Peterborough City in lane 5, and Bedford in lane 6. Oh gosh, it's just looking up the course, they are closer to us than I thought.
Yeah,
there.
that came down quite quickly.
And I think, well, I looked up and I thought, oh, that's Royal Chester in lane 2, and they're going really strongly. And as you can see from the overhead shot on the screen, they are leading the field in this C final.
Yeah, that lovely drone shot that we have on the live stream, showing all the boats. Really is battle for 2nd and 3rd, I'd say.
Well, I was just going to ask you who you think's in 2nd place, because I don't think I could call it from
Yeah, I don't think I could either. I think
Peterborough City, Brentford. It's nip and tuck, I think, between
Yeah.
these two. It's just superb. The closer these crews come towards us sitting in the tower, and you won't hear it at home, but we
Yeah.
can hear it through our headphones.
Yeah.
And over all the chatter that we're doing, we can still manage to hear all the supporters, adding to the atmosphere here at Nottingham.
I think York City might be taking it from the outside a bit as well. They're upping their rate quite
so they
rapidly
are.
as they come through.
That's a sneaky
the
inside
last-
lane manoeuvre.
Yeah,
I love it when you see that, isn't it? Just so cool.
just come out of nowhere.
There's Royal Chester really motoring on. Look at the battle going on for
Yeah.
2nd, 3rd and 4th there. And it's still Peterborough
Peterborough
City, Brentford, York City. Oh gosh, York City have just upped that rating.
Yeah.
Look at them fly.
Peterborough absolutely gunning for it as well.
As are Brentford. Oh,
It's
gosh,
going
look
to
at
be
it.
neck and neck.
Ooh.
Wow, an impressive finish from York City. I think they might have got second.
I think they might have got second, but that's one for the finish judges because
Yeah.
they've got bang on the screen. York City.
Yep, and the times have come through.
So York City, then Peterborough, was it, and then Brentford?
York City, Brentford, Peterborough.
Oh, wow. And then we have Bedford, and then Glasgow Academy, Strathclyde Park.
We've got medal presentations now for the women's beginner doubles.
And then we're moving rapidly into the B final of the
Women's J16 doubles.
So, who have we got here, Alice?
We have got in lane 1 St Mary's School Boat Club Cambridge, in lane 2 Strathclyde Park, in lane 3 Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, in lane 4 Trafford Rowing Club, in lane 5 Hartbury University and College Boat Club, and in lane 6 Chesterley Street Amateur Rowing Club.
I love these shots that we're getting of the water, the sun bouncing off the tops
Yeah.
of the wave. Gentle ripples in the water, just
It's very atmospheric.
makes it look so sunny and warm, and it is sunny and warm out there. Just watching this B final. Just had some times coming in, and it is Nottinghamshire County, Notts County leading the charge for the line. Strathclyde Park in second place, third Chesterley Street, fourth Hartbury University and College, and fifth Trafford.
Seems to be very close between all the crews at the minute as they go through the 1K.
Less than 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be who can dig that extra bit deep going into the last second half of the race, who can gain that extra advantage and get over the line first.
It's lovely when you're looking up the course. We can got them side on in the screen just now, and it's a green of Notts County. I can see just in the lead there, just in the middle of our screen.
They are very easy to spot, luminous, all in one.
Let's pull you back in there. Huge congratulations on that race. What does it feel like to have a gold medal around your neck at Brit Champs?
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. I mean, we haven't been rowing for that long together, so to know that we can do this in these conditions like this, I mean, the next few years is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and so this is a beginner category. You're fairly new to the sport and, like you say, new to rowing together. How and why did you get into rowing?
I mean, I was a competitive swimmer growing up, and I thought I needed a sport change, and yeah, really enjoying it.
And how and why did you get into rowing?
I got into rowing similar reasons to Grace. So I played netball, but I felt like I didn't get as much as rowing would give to me as I wanted it to. So I thought a water sport, rowing, push my mind, my body. So here I am.
Well done. Here you are, and you're absolutely nailing it. Congratulations on the race today.
Don't you love it when people come into the sport and obviously get so much excitement and so much fun out of it and so much success in their first year of rowing?
100%. It's also very rare, I think, to come into the sport late. I think a lot of people take it up young and kind of do it their whole lives, so it's
Oh, I'm going to have to stand up here,
Oh,
Alice,
this is
because
going
I think
to be very
Strathclyde Park
close.
have overhauled Notts County there. So it's a battle of the blue and the green. And then we have Trafford just behind them, a bit over on the far side. I forgot about Chester-le Street because I couldn't see them for the pillar as I stood up. But Chester-le Street gunning for this line too. Strathclyde Park, Notts County, stroke for stroke,
Oh
really
wow, it's
pushing
gonna
on.
really neck and neck.
And Strathclyde Park just picked it up just to get their canvas that bit further in front.
They're looking really nice and together. They're really powering that boat through the water.
Stroke looking over to see where's the finish line. Below the beeper now. Notts County in that second place. Chester-le Street in third. And then we've got the green of Trafford. And then we've got Hartpury University and College. Cracking race that was. And I can see the launch following the next race down, which is the A final of the Women's Junior 16 Double Sculls. City of Bristol in lane 1, Durham Amateur and Infinity Boat Club in lane 2, Sir William Perkins School in lane 3, City of Cambridge in lane 4, Rob Roy in lane 5, and Falcon in lane 6. Yet again, a good mix of boats.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And just, we got this lovely overhead shot. What a beautiful chevron pattern we're seeing, Alice. Just lanes 3 and 4 leading. So that's City of Cambridge, Sir William Perkins School. That's what we would be expecting from the semi-finals earlier, Lauren, just giving us this nice pattern, which gives the crews in the middle the opportunity to see the opposition behind them and see what they're doing. But as you've said in the past, there's often these sneaky little outside manoeuvres where somebody who feels that they're faster than the lane they were put in really push on early in the race.
I definitely have seen a lot of those sneaky outside lane manoeuvres today. They really make it nice and exciting, the race. And
I think it's good sometimes catch those crews in the middle napping because they're not expecting
yeah,
it. They're not
they almost
expecting
get a bit
move.
too confident sometimes.
Yes. They're thinking we're the fastest ones, we're in the middle.
Definitely.
The outside ones don't have that boat speed. And the outside ones have got nothing to lose.
Yeah, I guess sometimes it's all a mental strength and battle as well. If you kind of have no pressure if you're in the outside lane, you're not the favourite to win.
You're not the favourite, but often your boat speed isn't that far behind those in the middle. So, as you say, these cheeky outside manoeuvres can often pay off.
Yeah, and I mean, lanes are all done on the wraps and the semis and the time trial, and some people don't perform until the final and won't have a good race in the time trial or the semi, and it can affect their lane position, but then they've still got a lot more to prove.
But that said, I think that this race we are seeing a really nice chevron pattern. Just Sir William Perkins School and City of Cambridge, lanes 3 and 4 respectively, just battling it out. And I think the honours to me at the moment are with Sir William Perkins School.
Yeah, they're really charging ahead down the course.
Some really composed and sure racing, sort of confident racing from these J16 double sculls.
Yeah, it's really impressive at such a young age. The technicality and determination that's required in this sport.
And the synchronicity, look at that beautiful synchronicity there. It's just
they're working so nicely together.
And you know, from that drone shot, it looks as though they've got this substantial lead.
Definitely. Quite a comfortable lead, I'd say.
And I think lane 1 starting to make a manoeuvre here, City of Bristol. You just see that I think they're starting to overhaul Durham Amateur and Infinity on their inside. And I think there's going to be a race on for the bronze medal here, Alice.
Yeah, maybe even silver.
Because all these 3 crews are really vying for it. I don't think you can rule anybody out at this stage. So it's Sir William Perkins leading the charge towards the line. Rob Roy, City of Cambridge and City of Bristol really charging on to Bristol in that lane one, just picking it up. They're having to look at right across the field to see what Rob Roy and City of Cambridge are doing.
Wow, they are really... slight chip of the water, but recovered well.
But it's Sir William
powering
Perkins
on
School
through.
really powering on. They've got really proving how fast they are. Oh gosh, this is going to be a real race for the bronze medal.
What a finish.
City of Bristol, look at this speed they've just picked up in that last few strokes.
They have come from... Oh gosh, it's going to be so close. Wow. I think they might have got that bronze place.
I think that was a cheeky manoeuvre from lane one.
Yeah, it was.
And I think that one has paid off.
Outside lane manoeuvre.
So, wow, what a race there. And still just finishing, we have... That's the Durham Amateur Rowing Club Infinity Boat Club Composite. Just finishing that race. But what excitement.
Yeah, what a race and what a finish.
So Sir William Perkins School there. Ashley Sullivan and Carla Gambiano just finishing their race and very assured and very confident, just taking it on, leading from the front and just keeping themselves in front of the rest of the pack. Now, we're back with the Open Junior 18.
Yeah, and this time we're now with pairs, not doubles. So.
And this is the C final, and we've got two boats in this. So we've got Rob Roy in lane 3, Canford School in lane 4.
Yeah,
and going through 1,000 metres, it was 0.4 of a second between them. So Rob Roy just leading Canford School by that 0.4 of a second, which is a canvas.
It's a neck and neck fight between two crews.
And this is the C final, so I'm just looking forward to the other finals as they come towards us. As we were talking about earlier, it's easier to maintain the focus and drive when you're really neck and neck with another crew, because you just cannot slacken off.
Yeah, definitely.
You just want that 13th place rather than the 14th place in the overall rankings.
It's interesting as we watching some sweep rowing now. We've had a lot of sculling races in the last hour or so. Both crews seem to be pretty neck and neck though. They're both really gunning for this.
Well, it's a lot at stake here. This might be their last race as a junior, the J18. They may be moving on from school or club to university or that, so this might be their last chance at just racing with each other in that boat class. And as you said, it's neck and neck, and it's still...
Yeah, it looks like Rob Roy are just slightly pressing out a bit more and just getting that slight advantage over Canford as they come through into the last section of the race.
There's still overlap. We can see this overhead shot. There's still overlap between these two boats.
It's still so much to play for. It's going to be that mental battle of who can give that extra bit more, who can push that extra bit more to get to that finish line first.
And I think Canford School's coming back at Rob Roy there.
I think they might be. They've got that sprint finish in them.
Very sorry about that, but what a sprint that Canford are having here, because they are closer and closer to Rob Roy. They're coming into the Orange Boys. I think Canford are trying to force Rob Roy into an error. I could see some blades and water splashing there.
Yeah, they're still battling it out.
It's just you can
Nothing
see
in it at all.
Look at that overhead shot, stroke for stroke. And it's still Rob Roy just getting this canvas back in front again.
Yeah, they're really
inching away now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're making a move. They're responding to Camford's move. Camford put in a push, but they're not letting them get that advantage over them.
That is determination to finish a race like that, especially being put under pressure as they were from Canford so much. But Rob Roy just going over the line.
Only about a length in it. Pretty impressive.
It was like that most of the way down the course. Really, really close. So from the B8C final, we're going to move straight into, and I can see it halfway down the course, the B final. Aberdeen Schools in lane 1, Glasgow Academy in lane 2, Nottingham and Union in lane 3, Great Marlow School in lane 4, Monmouth Comprehensive School in lane 5, and Stratford upon Avon in lane 6. And early on in the race, 1,000 metres or so, it was Notts and Union just leading the charge with Great Marlow in second place. And then it was in a beautiful chevron pattern, Glasgow Academy in lane 3, in lane 2 in third, Monmouth Comprehensive in fourth, and then Aberdeen Schools sixth with Stratford and Avon in 5. So just that beautiful chevron pattern that we were talking about earlier.
As we progress through from the C finals to the A finals of these Open J18 pairs as well, it really will be interesting to see the standard of rowing and how, or if it improves as we go through these finals. As I think we can all say that the pair is one of the hardest boats to row. You have to be so technically precise and efficient in your stroke.
Look at the overlap in this race. It's really close there at the front. And I talked about the chevron pattern, but that sort of looks even closer than the chevron pattern. There's overlap between all these three boats that we see there. Great Marlow School, Nottingham and Union, and Glasgow Academy. And just looking up, I think it's maybe Glasgow Academy and Nottingham and Union just inching out in front there, in front of Great Marlow School in lane 4. Just the action seems to be happening on this side of the course.
Yeah, even so, as they all come into the last section of the race, it is so close between all boats. It's all to play for.
I think Glasgow Academy have had a good 500 there, because they've pulled themselves from third, and I think they're contending, or maybe even in that first place. I know the coach will be out there keeping an eye on this and just seeing what his athletes can do. Oh, it's tight in the front, isn't it?
It really is.
I think there's overlap between all these boats. I don't think there's any sort of big gaps between any of them as they come towards us. Glasgow Academy, Nottingham and Union, and Great Marlow School battling it out at the front of the field.
I think Great Marlow School seem to have a slight lead over the rest of the pack at the minute, but I would not doubt any other crew at this point in the race.
We're all, oh gosh, they've all gone up at exactly the same time. Glasgow Academy.
All upping their rate, they're all gunning it for the line.
Oh wow.
Nottingham and Union.
Glasgow Academy, it is,
it's going to be so close.
To my eye, I thought maybe the purple boat of Glasgow Academy just went through.
The crews don't know whether to celebrate or not.
A bow ball in front of Nottingham Union. Nobody knows. And that's how close it was. What a race.
That was very impressive. About a second between it.
I think Alice and I have got one more race. I can see Sasha and Zoe just hovering there, but we've done 2 of the Open Junior 18 pairs. It seems to me just fair that we could do the third one because I know that I certainly have got some interest in the next race. because we have Aberdeen Schools, the A final. We have Aberdeen Schools in lane 1, Tideway Scullers in lane 2, Westminster School in lane 3, Cantabridgian in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 5, and Aberdeen Schools in lane 6.
Yeah, I will be gunning it for Tideway Scullers for this race.
Well, you can support who you like and I'll support who I like, and then we can take the argument outside afterwards. But going through first was the Westminster School Boat Club, Cantabridgian in that second place. In fact, Westminster had a lead of about 8 seconds at 1,000 metres,
wow,
which is a substantial lead.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. They've certainly been holding their A game for this race. Tideway Scullers in 3rd, Wallingford 4th, and Aberdeen Schools 5th and 6th.
Westminster do have a lot of depth in their sweeping programme.
Well, I was collecting bow slot numbers earlier, and I'm not particularly short, but I did feel like a pygmy as I was being surrounded by these G18 pairs lifting their boats off and just sort of so high above my head that I thought, well, there we go.
The pink of their all-in-ones is so distinctive as
Isn't
well.
it just? You can spot it from a big distance. But they have a substantial lead, and it's that pink that we could see coming towards us.
They do. They're looking really nice and strong. Got a really nice long stroke.
They've got the composure to let that boat run underneath them.
Yeah, and they're moving really well together as well.
They're not rushing the stroke, they're just taking their time and just putting the power in and letting the boat do some of the work for you. And it's very efficient, very effective.
Yeah,
and
we can see them from the commentary tower charging down the course now. Say coming into the last 500.
Now, it's often the commentary Casades. I think that's an unassailable lead. I think the charge will be on for silver and bronze.
I agree. That's where the competition lies in this race.
Cantabridgian and Tideway Scullers. And then outside Tideway Scullers we've got... outside Cantabridgian we've got Wallingford. And then we've got Tideway Scullers on this side. Oh, gosh, that's...
Tideway Scullers up in
Aberdeen
third, just
Schools
by a second.
In lane 1 are doing a sneaky inside lane manoeuvre, but I think they've got an awful lot of work to do to catch up with Wallingford and Tideway Scullers and Cantabridgian.
Yeah, Tideway Scullers were 5th in the time trial this morning, so they've really, really stepped on their performance and their rowing since then.
Well, that sun is shining on the pink of Westminster as they're coming towards us, making it look even more vibrant than it usually does.
Yeah, they're absolutely dominating this race.
And that is a really strong performance.
Yeah, completely showing off to the crowd as they should. As they charge down and claim their victory.
So, to my eye at the moment, the big battle is on between
silver and bronze.
Cantabridgian and Tideway Scullers.
Yeah.
And Tideway Scullers making a move, Cantabridgian making a move. Oh, Alice, wow. We've got a delight in store.
Oh, gosh. This is very close.
Isn't it? Tideway Scullers, I just think...
They're really charging. They're really gunning for it. They want this medal. Oh, and the crab.
Wow, this
Tideway Scullers are going to take that silver. They cross the line. Yes, they have got it.
Brilliant push just in that last little while. And then we have Wallingford settling for 4th, Aberdeen Schools.
But what a show
5th.
from all of those crews.
There's an
Excellent
Aberdeen
performances.
Schools crew over the far side will finish 6th in this A final. And sadly, Alice, it is time to hand over the headphones, the headsets, because Zoe and Sasha are just going to pull us out of here and just say, go away, you've had your shot. We've had much fun this afternoon. I've really enjoyed
so much
these
fun.
finals. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Alice, for keeping me company.
Thank you for having me as well.
So head over to Zoe and Sasha.
Thank you so much to Carol and Alice for some superb narratives for the finals there. We are now looking back up to the start line. It's Zoe and Sasha taking you through the rest of the finals for today. Just off the blocks, we have the C final of the women's J16 Coxed Fours in lane 2. We have Weybridge in lane 3, Sir William Ballazers, and in lane 4, Evesham. Evesham's someone you're quite familiar with, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And I can't quite tell from the shot here, but when they get a bit closer and we get some of the closer shots from our wonderful team on the cameras later, I'm hoping I might see a familiar boat, so that'll be good to see. And yeah, we are underway in this C final. Just 3 boats in this one, and sort of a different mental game when you've only got 2 people alongside you in what would be a 6-lane race. Would it make it easier, make it harder? What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like with Coxed Fours, you've got more people in the boat, so you've got a bit more kind of internal motivation, haven't you? You've got the Cox at the front, and you'll know perfectly well just how much a Cox brings to a boat. But yeah, with 3 other people that you're racing with, a 4th in either the bow or the stern kind of really motivating you on, that can make things a lot easier. I think that if this was a singles race or a pairs race, a little bit harder. We saw some finals definitely in the pairs where the C final only had 2 crews in it. I think that would be quite hard, but I think it made slightly easier by just having a bit more of a team around you.
Yeah, I guess, and I suppose as long as you keep that contact with those 2 crews, it will keep your head in the game. And we will shortly be bringing you some times as we reach the first timing marker very shortly.
Absolutely, almost 2 minutes into the race, so this is about the time that we'll start being able to check in. If you're on the live stream, you can see that we've got some medals being handed out to the pairs that have recently won. I think that's the Junior 18 Pairs A finals. In the Tideway Scullers boat, I think they had some re-rigging, hoping that would sort them out, and that definitely, clearly helped. It took them to a silver, didn't it?
Exactly. It's always worth trying these things. Maybe I wouldn't try that so last minute, but it clearly worked for them, as you said, so good for them. And fantastic aerial shot we've got there of these 3 crews storming down the course, and it looks like they're all pretty... Not quite a blanket, sort of reverse chevron, but they are all in contact with each other, which will certainly help them having someone to push off.
I think Weybridge there in lane 2 with an early lead, starting to pull away from the other 2 competitors on the water. Evesham doing a good job of also moving with them. Sir William Ballazers have a little bit to do to catch up, but about half a length to the 2 crews in front. But I think that Weybridge is, 3 minutes in, can it really be making a move? But they are starting to really move forward. But if you have access to a screen, you can see that on this drone shot there is a very big tailwind. And it almost looks like they're not moving. I think Coxed Fours quite a heavy boat. So it looks like a little bit of a rough and ready row down the lake, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and yeah, they definitely look like they are. They've still got a bit of contact, I'd say, maybe just over a canvas, but it does look like Evesham are closing that gap a little bit. It looks like they're bringing it back to about half a length now.
Megan just taking us to Westminster on the pontoons.
Okay, so pop yourself in just back. Hang on. Just wait. You've got an interview to do, and they're live.
Huge congratulations. That was a great race, really strong row. How did it feel from in the boat?
I mean, conditions were a bit rough, especially towards the end, as you might be able to see. But, I mean, it was great racing. Really strong competition, and, I mean, great conditions here at Nottingham. It's really been a pleasure to race here.
Incredible. And tell us a little bit about what it means to do this together with your pairs partner.
Yeah, I mean, this year we haven't really had the opportunity to trial for GB, so we've kind of had this pair as a project all year long, and it's honestly been great to be able to finish that off here. It's honestly been an incredible event, and honestly, thank you so much to all the volunteers and all the amazing staff at Nottingham to make this event such a special part of the racing season.
Amazing. Well done again, and I hope you can celebrate in style. What's on the cards?
I think we're going to hang out, watch the football. England versus not Argentina, France. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, going to be a nice night.
Amazing. Well done, you. Well done.
And we're back, and we can bring you some updates from the 1,000 metre mark. It was Weybridge leading about 4 seconds over Evesham, with Sir William Borlase just 2 seconds behind. We'll hopefully have some further times for you later on, but we can see these crews coming down the course now in this great shot. It looks like that order hasn't changed since the 1,000 metre mark. But you can really see those conditions now. We don't like to talk about it too much. Like, we don't like to talk about the weather too much, but you can see it's really, as they said in their interview just there, if you were listening, it's really getting tough in this last part of the course. I think they're handling it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't want to, beat on about the weather, but I have to say, having been sat up here kind of towards the end of the day, both yesterday and now today, that windsock is really going. So I think, they've got a lot to contend with, but really great to see some stellar rowing going on. I think Weybridge there really just extending out, wanting to cross the finish line ahead of the rest of the field.
Definitely. And, these juniors, J16, some of them might be racing up a year. When you get to J16, you might not have been sweeping for very long. I don't know what the age is that you're allowed to start now. When I was a junior, it was much younger, but I think it's a little bit older now you have to be. So some of these juniors might not have been sweeping for very long at all. Some of them might be racing up a year. So, fantastic job that they're all doing here today. And it looks like that crew from Borlase in the middle there is making a bit of a move, trying to keep that contact with Evesham as much as possible. But the crew from Weybridge are just miles ahead now with a lot of clear water.
Hopefully this is a similar lead that we're going to be seeing for England in the game against France.
Yes.
Later on this evening. We won't talk about Argentina, but I hope that those Westminster boys really enjoy their evening. Huge congratulations to them again. And yes, in this first of the major finals for the women's J16 Coxed 4, it's looking a little bit rough and ready, but I think that they're motoring on, and that's more than you can ask for. So they're coming into the red boys now. Weybridge can smell the end of their race. They know they're coming into their final set of strokes.
It's so lovely for me to, as I was saying, Evesham was my junior club. I can see that is the boat that I raced in as a junior. I won Nat Schools and Nat Champs in 2010 in that boat. So it's still going strong 16 years later, which is amazing to see. And congratulations to Weybridge as they cross the line now in the C final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed 4s.
I think you're very right about Borlase is making a move there. They've definitely clawed their way back up the boat. That shell that you're so familiar with, Evesham crossing the line second, Borlase is third, but very well rowed.
Yeah, high fives in the Evesham boat. Give Cox a little pat on the head. It's lovely to see what it means to everyone today. They might not be contending for the medals, but they're all just super happy to be here, as they should be. Up next, it's the B final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4s.
We've shimmying around a little bit, aren't we, in terms of...
That really threw me. We've got just 5 crews in this one. We have got Queen Elizabeth High School, Strathclyde Park, Great Marlow, Weybridge and Hexham.
A nice little bookending of the lanes there by some northeastern clubs. Big up the northeast. Huey and Hexham doing a great job making their way down to Nottingham for this. But I think it's Great Marlow School currently out in the lead in lane 3. Powering on. That is a classic chevron if I've ever seen it. I think that currently, as it stands, it is Great Marlow followed by Weybridge and then Hexham on those outer lanes, perhaps slightly protected from the wind. It's just taking a little bit longer to get over to them on that side of the lake.
Yeah, we had a great side-on shot a moment ago from that crew from Great Marlow. Looked really great. They were getting the legs down, driving down together, really nicely in sync. I imagine they've been training together and racing together all season. But you can tell from the spray there off the blades that it is getting tough out there, but they are all coping very well.
I can see Carol wandering up the course, doing her usual lap to see how everyone's doing up and down, and she's got a towel around her, I think, to keep her slightly warm, but it's flowing out like a cape, so yes, definitely windy out there. Once again, if you are anywhere on the Water Sports Centre side, I highly recommend coming towards the finish line where you can, you've got a spectacular view looking at a screen as the crews are coming towards you, and then you can glance up to the race course as they cross the finish line, so you get a real full kind of 360 of all the racing.
And as we come to those all-important red boys, it's the final 250. The crew from Great Marlow in lane 3 are really ramping it up now. They've got plenty of lead, but they're still going for it to get all the glory they can. They've got their eyes on all of the crews ahead, and they are going to cross that line first.
I think sometimes it can be really nice, especially if you were hoping to get into the A final or got into the B final. You've got a race plan that you really want to stick to. If you're planning on getting into the Red Boys and then really taking it up, I think it can unsettle you slightly if you don't. And it's nice to just kind of get everything out of the legs at the end of the day, isn't it? And I think Weybridge doing a fantastic job of doing just that, crossing the line second. A little bit of competition coming towards the line here, but I think that Strathclyde Park are going to be crossing the line ahead of their northeastern competition, managing to extend to just with a bit of clear water over Hexham as they cross the line in 4th and Queen Elizabeth High School in 5th. Now still on the junior 18s women's coxless fours. They are making their way pretty steadily down towards us. This is the A final, so the all exciting medal finals. A bit of a spread in terms of times, about 12 seconds across the crews as they came down in the halfway point. But coming down towards us, we have Nottingham and Union in lane 1, Calpe Rowing Club in lane 2, Clares Court School, Lambton Rowing Club and Tyne United Rowing Club in lane 4, Glasgow Academy in lane 5 and Wallingford in lane 6. So shout out to Calpe there. It's always wonderful to see them coming over from Gibraltar. I think they do it quite a bit. So lovely to be part of the end of their season as well.
Definitely. They have absolutely got the award for coming the furthest. And we can see there on the screen, we have got the 1,000 metre mark times. So it's Lambton Rowing and Tyne United in the lead, followed by Clares Court just 2 seconds behind, Calpe, Glasgow, Nottingham Union and Wallingford. And it's about 11 seconds between either end of the field. So let's see if these crews can close that as they come further down. Great shot side on there.
I think we might be in for a little bit of a race to the bronze if the halfway point is anything to go by. Lambton and Tyne out in front, as you said, but Calpe and Glasgow, they've got 0.4 of a second in between them. So I think this is going to be a bit of an exciting race if they can maintain that towards the finish.
And we've got a great drone shot here of these crews coming into the 1500 metre mark. And it looks like it's the crew in the lane 3 in the middle. Claire's Court there in the middle of the screen, charging ahead with...
Yeah,
Sorry,
they've
my
made
mistake. That's Tyne United. It's Claire's Court at the bottom there.
Yeah, Claire's Court doing a stellar job of trying to really get up there and overturn the first place that Lambton and Tyne have held coming down the course. Lambton and Tyne know that they have got the challenge and they are responding, coming through the red buoys. They are moving away from the rest of the pack. I think Calpe there in lane 2, moving with them, having stayed in that third place. Glasgow Academy that was in fourth have not been able to keep up in that race for bronze, but it will be Tyne and Lambton coming across the line first. I think they are picking up the pace. They cross the line, still a little bit of overlap. Apologies, that's Claire's Court that has managed to come all the way through down to the line, crossing the finish line ahead of Lambton and Tyne. We will wait for the confirmed results, but a brilliant job there by Claire's Court coming through the rest of the competition.
Yes, and fantastic for Calpe to make that journey and pick up a medal in the process. And on the course now, we bring you the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Coxed Fours. We've got Lambton in lane 1, Wallingford B in lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School B in lane 3, Henley Rowing Club in lane 4, and Great Marlow School in lane 5, with Leeds Rowing Club in lane 6.
Yeah, we have made our return back to Women's J16 Coxed Fours now. We had their C final. Time to see what the rest of the field had to offer. Henley Rowing Club, I think, doing a really good job of starting to stretch out ahead of the rest of the competition at the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, Henley Rowing Club, they've got a great reputation of strong junior rowing. Done really well for many years at the Junior Interregional Regatta as well, so we know they're going to have a strong crew here today. And as they come through the 1,000-metre mark, there they are leading the field.
As the sun starts moving away from the centre of the sky, we are starting to get some really beautiful sparkly water, aren't we, on the course. I think it's looking like much more of a nice day, but we've got a little bit of a reverse chevron, I think, coming towards us in the middle lanes. Henley in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 2, and St Paul's Girls in lane 3, coming through the halfway point in that order. Still overlap between the three of them.
Yeah, they're into the all-important third 500 now. We've been talking about that a lot today. I think that third 500 can make or break the race, can really change up the order.
In the third 500, what is the kind of thing that you want to call to your crew? Obviously we're looking at Coxed boats here. What's the kind of thing that you think is powering the boats through this final bit of the race?
Well, you'll always have your pre-planned race plan, but I always like to say I don't like to make it too strict, because as a cox and as somebody who will be making the calls in a coxless boat, you'll want to decide at the time on the day what's going on in that moment, what you need to push off. So you need to call it what's going on. If you've got overlap with a boat, maybe you'll chuck in a burst a bit earlier than you would have previously planned, because then you've got to make your move. You'll decide whether that's the right time or not. And just really technical focuses as well. I think people focus too much on the power sometimes. If you've not got the technique, then it's not really gonna move, is it? So yeah, it's all about reacting in the moment to when you think is the best time. Sometimes it's much earlier in the race, sometimes it's much later. But as long as you do it to keep you with the pack, I think that's the most important thing. And we've got some medals being presented there.
That Lambton and Tyne crew just getting their silver medal, I believe that is. And meanwhile, the J16s are motoring towards us. I think that there's been a little bit of a change in the lineups. We don't have 1500 metre times, but they are coming towards us pretty steadily. I think Great Marlow School in lane 5, just a bit off the place, coming towards the 1500 metres now, whilst the rest of the crews are entering the red buoys. But it's pretty level across lanes 2, 3 and 4. Wallingford, St Paul's and Henley Rowing Club. I think Henley still maintaining that lead. St Paul's coming through Wallingford as they came into that last 500.
Yeah, that crew from Henley looking super strong as they hit the red buoys. But that crew there from Wallingford, they are trying to come up round the outside. And St Paul's there are really giving them a run for their money now.
Yeah, Henley have seen that. They're responding. They're pushing across the line. They will cross it with about, I wouldn't say that's maybe a third of a length over St Paul's, but St Paul's doing a stellar job of really pushing through that Wallingford competition.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal burst they put in there. I think they just run out of water there. They'd had another 100 or 50 or 100 metres. I think they could have overturned them, but fantastic efforts all round as Lambton Rowing Club cross the line.
Some cheers there from their Lambton crewmates who have just come off the pontoon with their medals. Right, motoring down towards us with medals on their mind. We have the A final of the women's J16 Coxed Fours. St Paul's Girls' School in lane 1, Kingston Rowing Club, Molesey Boat Club, Wallingford Rowing Club, Sir William Perkins's and Nottingham and Union on the far side in lane 6. We have some times from the halfway point. What was the field looking like there, Zoe?
So we've got Sir William Perkins leading, followed by Kingston Rowing Club, Molesey, Wallingford, St Paul's and Nottingham and Union. And there's 2 seconds between first and second, with a further less than a second, 0.9 of a second between Kingston and Molesey. So it's going to be a really good battle to watch there between those two crews.
And I think, the second half of a race, you never know what someone else's race plan is going to be. Did they go out hard wanting to stay in front? Have they been saving a little bit in their legs to pull back? And I think that there's going to be a little bit of danger there for Molesey, currently in bronze medal position. Wallingford are 0.5 seconds behind them. St Paul's Girls' School not far behind Wallingford. So I think everyone is pushing towards a coveted place on the medal pontoons, aren't they?
Definitely, and like we were saying before, this is really where the Cox really comes into play in these kinds of races. I was here a few weeks ago at the British Masters Championships, and my crew, we won, it was great, but I looked at the other crew that was in second place. They were super close behind us, and I thought to myself, these guys are a little bit younger and fresher than us. If we don't go now and do our push early, they could come back on us later and it will be far too late. So we had to go early. I decided we're going to go early, and it paid off in the end. So that's the kind of thing these Coxes will be doing here. They'll be sat there thinking, okay, when are they going to push? Should we go now so that we can get that jump on them, catch them by surprise, and then hopefully keep building on it as they go through? And they're coming now through to the 1500. Great shot we've got here on the live stream of all of the crews battling it out. And we can see them coming into view now at the finish tower.
I mean, as you said, coxing is not an art that you can perfect the night before, is it? It's something that you have to build. It's having the experience to know when exactly you need to go, how to respond to the other people. I think that big challenge there in lane 5. Sir William Perkins is still out in front, but it's looking pretty tight in the race for second and third. I think that lanes 2 and 3 doing a really good job of challenging them. That's Kingston and Molesey. So some Thames Valley competition there, making their way down towards the line. But I think that, you know, Wallingford could go and potentially upset this. St Paul's Girls' School in the lane closest to us, looking like they're really creeping back.
This is going to be so close. In that great shot we had before on the live stream, you could almost throw a blanket over those first top 4. It's going to be super close to the line. Who's going to get the surge? Who has got that last bit left in the tank?
Gosh, Sir William Perkinses, they did not want to play around. Molesey have come through. They are across the line second. Crossing the line third was Kingston, but St Paul Girls did not let up once, did they?
No, they did not give up till the very end. Excellent work by all crews there in this A-final, sorry.
Yeah, so some medals to play for there. The A-final, we will wait for some confirmed results. But if you have access to a screen, some gorgeous shots of Sir William Perkins is really cheering, crossing the line first. George.
And on the course now, it's the C-final of the Open Junior 16 pairs. We've got 4 crews in this C-final: Queen Elizabeth High School, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Great Marlow School and Glasgow Academy. And they are just coming through the 1,000-metre mark now, and it looks as though it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B crew who are leading the field over Great Marlow, followed by Queen Elizabeth High School, with Glasgow Academy rounding out the field.
Yeah, I don't think it looks at Aberdeen Schools definitely putting in a massive shift there. 5 seconds clear of Great Marlow, who are in second currently. But it's looking like a pretty tight race for second there. Great Marlow versus Queen Elizabeth High, pretty neck and neck as they're coming down into the third 500.
Definitely less than a second there between those two, so they will be battling it out for that all-important second place in this C final. No medals here today in this final, but still going to be just as important for these crews to perhaps try out some different race plans and just see how far they can push themselves.
I always think that a pair is a pretty daunting prospect. To be racing in a pair as a J16 is even more so, as you said. We're not quite sure where the cutoff is now, but I think that it's 14 or 15 that you're allowed to start sweeping instead of sculling. That's when they deem that your bones are just formed enough that any kind of unsymmetrical pressures won't cause that much lasting damage. And so, yes, I mean, this could be one of their first races in a sweep boat if they're on the younger end of the athletes competing here. Or they could have spent the whole season trying to perfect their sweep technique.
Definitely, and you've really got to put trust in your pairs partner here, and that's exactly what the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are doing. And we've just got some medal presentations going on the live stream and on the big screen for you now.
Some great music bringing these guys home in the Open J16 Pairs C final, motoring their way down. I think we've got a little bit of a steering issue potentially in lane 2 there from QE, but they've corrected their course. They didn't get too close to the boys and are still in contention. I think they're feeling the pressure there from Great Marlow School, a lane over from them. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association can see what's happening. They don't want to let go of the first place that they have as they cross the finish line. QE, it looks like they've done enough to move through Great Marlow School. And they cross the line second, followed by Great Marlow School. Glasgow Academy resplendent in their purple unis and purple shell.
Yeah, well done to Glasgow Academy as they cross the line now in that C final. And we can see by looking down the course from the finish tower here that the B final of the Open Junior 16 Pairs is well underway. We've got Glasgow Academy's A crew, Wallingford C, King Edward School, Wallingford B, Wallingford D and Warrington.
God, Wallingford really putting in a shift there. We've got the Wallingford A crew coming up in the A final, but time to see what their C, B and D crews can do in terms of damage here. At the halfway point, it was Wallingford B who were out in front, followed by Wallingford D crew, I believe. 3 seconds behind them roughly. I think they'll probably be using this as a bit of a challenge against each other. Warrington then rounding out in third. The last of the Wallingford crews, the C crew, down in fifth.
Great side-on shot we've got there for you on the screen and the live stream. of these crews coming down as the sun comes down over Home Pierrepoint on this Saturday of the 2026 British Rowing Club Championships.
Super Saturday is what it has been dubbed, and I think it has been a really super Saturday. We had some incredibly close finals yesterday. I think some pretty close finals today, but I think people, as they've settled into the rhythm of the lake and this regatta, they're getting more comfortable, they're getting more confident, and people are starting to strike out a little bit sooner, aren't they? They know where it is that they need to charge to make sure that they can lead and that they can be confident in their victory.
Definitely, and as these crews are just about to hit the red buoys, denoting 250 to go, this is where it counts. If you're not ahead, this is where you have to throw everything in to see if you can get across the line first. In this B final of the Open Junior Coxless pairs. Do you remember when coxless pairs were a thing? You're probably too young, aren't you? And here comes the crew from Wallingford B leading the field in this B final.
Wallingford D, they're putting in a massive shift, moving with their B crew. Wallingford C, having do you know what? My conspiracy theories about lane 2 are going to come out again. Wallingford C in lane 2, having a little bit of steerage issues. I'm convinced that there's some sort of cursed pirate wreck under there, but that's just me. They charged at King Edward, the 6th School Boat Club, but both across the line. Safe and sound. Some hands up there, boat race style.
Yeah, a little protest. Wonder what that's about.
Well, I hope that they get sorted out. Everyone, I think, is safely across the line, safe and sound. Nothing to worry about. But we've got some medals up for grabs now. This A final of the Open J16 pairs. I do remember when pairs are coxed, actually, because there's a coxed pair that likes to make its way around the weir in a very large tub-like wooden boat. So big up the coxed pair. I think that they take it in turns to swap around on different landing stages. So yes, I have never rowed in a coxed pair myself. I think I feel more comfortable about a coxed pair than I would a coxless. But these boys very comfortable in their coxless boats. We have Walton Rowing Club, Wallingford, Shiplake College, Barn Elms, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Tideway Scullers. That Wallingford crew in lane 2. Their A crew slightly off the mark, currently 4th. But not that far behind, to be honest. They've got about 4 seconds in between 1st and 4th at the moment. Well, 1st and 5th, actually. So this could get quite exciting in the latter half of the race.
Definitely, and there's 0.3 of a second between Walton and Shiplake, so I think there's going to be a really great battle between those two crews as they continue to come down the course, with Azra Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association less than 2 seconds behind the crew from Shiplake. I will say that word correctly one of these days, and we can see them coming down from the tower now, charging down the course.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of separation there, haven't we? Tideway Scull is kind of falling a little bit behind. Barn Elms trying to keep up. And there we've got some lane 2 steering issues. I've said it before, I'll say it again.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse. Wallingford just making their way down. They'll be absolutely fine. They're coming towards the kind of the 350. We've got the cabin there. They'll get into the red buoys soon. That's the charge home. Shiplake and Walton, they want to be the ones to make their mark. Who is going to come away with that gold?
Yes, who will it be? Great shot there on the live stream for you of that crew from Shiplake there in their stripy kit as they come down the course. Is it going to be Shiplake? Is it going to be Wallingford? It is so close as they come down the course.
Walton there, they've got a much longer and looser style, I think. Shiplake picking up the rate. They've got the red boys. They can feel the finish line behind them. They're going to try and put all of their might behind their blades through their footplate. And I think that it has paid off. Walton Rowing Club upping their rate, trying to get down to the finish line. But Shiplake doing a spectacular job of extended over a length over Walton in lane 1. It is Shiplake crossing the line first, but got a battle as well for the bronze.
I don't know who that was.
Aberdeen Schools, Barn Elms. It's going to be one of them that comes away with that bronze medal, but who it is, we don't know.
Elms. We've got it on the screen here. It was just Barn Elms by 0.2 of a second.
We'll wait for the umpire's launch to make its way down, give us the white flag, and to get a confirmation of those results. But stay tuned to find out who is going to be making their way not up to the boat racks, but down to the medal pontoon.
Yeah, great finish there by Shiplake College. I think they had more than enough of clear water over the crew from Walton, who I think, unfortunately, were having a little bit of a party with the boys there, but they managed to get themselves clear and straight to come over the line second.
Like that.
Well, we're now moving up to, I think I can safely say, both of our favourite boat classes. We are on to the 8s, the Open Junior 18 Coxed 8s, not Coxless.
That would be dangerous.
That would be dangerous. In this B final, we've got Leeds Rowing Club B and Brentford B, all the Bs today.
Exactly. In this B final, it's gladiatorial style, Henley Royal style, side by side, a real mental toughness now. And look at that gap we can already see on the live stream here. They have got more than clear water for that crew from Brentford over Leeds. They have really broken that elastic band that we talk about all the time. Will Leeds be able to make up that gap?
Well, this is the thing with an 8, isn't it? Is the bigger the boat class, the harder it is to come back, because to make the boats move, it just takes a lot more, doesn't it? To change the speed dramatically is quite hard. And so I think Brentford have done a spectacular job. I think it's quite hard to come back through. We saw a little bit of it in kind of regattas past this season, but I mean, if you're close to the live stream, you can see that's coming up to about 3 boat lengths clear that Brentford have over Leeds Rowing Club. So I think unless Brentford pull a Nat Schools in harsh weather past and manage to tip themselves over, they are going to be crossing the line first. Some lovely medals there for that Walton crew that came second in the A final for the J16 pairs. A very well-deserved silver there, a very hard-fought battle.
But here comes in the top of your live stream screen the crew from Brentford storming down the course in this B final of the J18 A's. They'll be really pleased with this performance, but the crew from Leeds B are not letting up. They're still going for it. They're still committing to their race plan and pushing right till the very last stroke.
But it is Brentford across the line first. Alex Gill, Francis Devine, Matteo Procaccini, Elliot Edgar, Oscaris Mucinis. I've committed to it now. Patrick Keating, Zachary Gill, Angelos Karagiannis and Yao Cheng, who make it across the line first in the B final of the Open Junior 18 8s, which can only mean that the boats now storming towards us in our final race of Super Saturday at the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. It's the A final for the Open J18 8s. We have Clares Court School, Wallingford, the Windsor Boys, Leeds, Reading Bluecoat and Queen Elizabeth High School, who will be the final set of medalists on our pontoon today.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an exciting one. Lots of Thames Valley crews there in the mix as well. So is it going to be a battle of the Thames Valley with Clares Court, Windsor Boys, Reading Bluecoat and Wallingford?
I think you can never discount QE coming from the far reaches of the north. They have to battle some serious conditions on the Tyne quite regularly, so I think they're pretty good when it comes to battling some of the wind that we can pick up here at Home Pier Point.
And then we've got Shiplake in the bottom corner of your screens there, just collecting their medals from the A final. And we're going to go to Megan for an interview with them right now.
Can we just ask you how that race was from your perspective? It was an amazing one to watch.
Thank you. It's very awful conditions, as per usual at Nottingham. But
Well, it's breezy out there. The wind really has picked up, but you've got the glorious sun as well. How much does it mean to be doing this together in your crew?
I mean, it's amazing. We've rowed together all season at school, and this is like, we just wanted to do this for a bit of fun. I mean, we never expected to have this outcome, and yeah, it's just amazing.
And what does it feel like having the gold medal around your neck? Unexpected outcome by the sounds of it, if it was just a bit of fun, but it seems like a lot of fun.
yeah, we expected to come like pretty far down, but
It's amazing. It feels so good.
Congratulations, well done, well done.
Thank you so much.
So as their coach,
God, it's just so lovely to see so many smiling faces on the pontoons. Also smiling faces on the river. We've been seeing a lot of wonderful celebrations from people who've crossed the line first, second, sometimes third in some of the minor finals as well. They're just really happy to be here. And so congratulations to Shiplake, especially if it was just a kind of a fun project for the year to now have a gold medal round their neck. But hunting for gold coming down the course now, it looks like it's the gold and green of Windsor boys stretching out in front as they come into their final 500 of the last race of the day. They look like they're trying to get clear water, but I think they are being challenged all the way.
Exactly, and it's less than 4 seconds between Windsor boys and Leeds. So it's pretty big chunk in an 8. We've got Clares Court just 0.6 of a second behind Leeds, with Wallingford a further 3 seconds behind. So I think that first 3... Oh, I don't know. I don't want to curse it and say it's set, because as anything could happen, Wallingford could still make up that time. But Bluecoat are only 0.5 of a second behind Wallingford now at the K. But we are well past the K now. They're coming into the final 250 in this A final of the Open Junior 18 8s.
I think that Leeds and Clares Court there are really trying to eat into the Windsor boys and eat into their lead. Clares Court definitely hunting for the silver, currently in sight of Leeds Rowing Club in lane 4. It's a little bit hard when you've got the crews on kind of different ends of the lane order, haven't you? They're trying to battle it out with each other without kind of the same metric to go against. But Windsor boys doing a stellar job. They don't care where anyone else is in the field. They are moving. Clares Court moving with them, but they will not be able to catch them up. They are in the final few strokes. Windsor boys lifts it up. Clares Court are not able to match. They're trying, but they will. It's clear water for Windsor boys crossing the line. Big cheers for the white-capped boys. Clares Court cross second, and some huge splashes in lane 4 there from Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah, phenomenal burst there by Clares Court. Was not quite enough to get them to the line first, but they really gave it their all there in this A final of the Open Junior 18 8s.
Just to confirm the results from that last final, it was Shiplake first, followed by Walton, followed by Barn, Elms, and now we can say a huge congratulations to the Windsor Boys School for coming first, getting that coveted gold medal in the Open Junior 18 8s, followed by Clares Court in second and Leeds Rowing Club in third. They are making their way to the medal pontoon now. A little bit of a Little bit of a tap turn as they make their way down to collect their hard-earned silverware, or goldware in this case. Whilst we wait for the 8s to make their way to the medal pontoon from the last race of the day, just wanted to take a moment to say a huge thank you to everyone who has contributed their time and efforts to making this regatta so wonderful, to everyone who's been sat on unshaded roofs doing all of the filming, to everyone who's been lying on stake boats for hours on end in and amongst the geese. Thank you very much. And make sure that if you are around tomorrow, check out our event village for all of our wonderful stash opportunities. And don't forget to go and say hi to SL Racing. They are just along from the commentary tower, just past the finish line. I think Gavin is no longer there, but tomorrow he will be. And a reminder that if your club is successful and lucky enough to win the Victor Ladorum, you get the most points across the weekend. You also can come away with a custom-built shell from SL Racing. So go have a look. They have Emma Twiggs' Olympic shell that you can go and check out. I was having a look at the carbon riggers earlier, and I have to say it made me realise just how nerdy I am about rowing, because I should not be getting that excited about a boat, but I was. So you too can have that experience.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Go and take a look. I was also nerding out over the 8 that Wallingford were just racing in that final there. Most beautiful coxing seats I've ever seen in my life. Very jealous. And here they are coming into the pontoon now. This is Leeds Rowing Club collecting their bronze medal.
Huge congratulations there to Leeds. Onto the pontoon now. Clare's Court School Boat Club there to pick up their silver medal. Fantastically fought for, and they held off the competition. So huge congratulations to Tommy Beaver, James Howlett-Bolton, Will Credland, Seb Shaw, Nathan Dodd, Finley Garston, Theo Shukri, Liam Bing-Maddock and Ava Slaney for a very, very well rowed final. Some lovely shots there on the live stream of our wonderful commentary tower. That's where we have been living for the last 2 days and will live for the next 2 as well. Tomorrow with the longest day of racing finishing at 7:05, still starting at 8 a.m. So strap yourselves in, another big day at Home-Pierre-Pont for, yes, Super Sunday, or perhaps there's another phrase that we can coin for tomorrow, but...
Exactly, we'll see. And I will see you there at 8 o'clock. I'm on the time trial commentary with my colleague Alex Darby. I'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
I have to say I've been very excited by the addition of the paddle courts where we used to have our event village. So I think I'll be bringing some paddle rackets with me next time I'm at the National Water Sports Centre. But just there, a lovely shot of the Cox Alexander Cosidar of the Windsor Boys School Boat Club, who are just receiving their gold medals. A huge congratulations. I think Windsor boys are always a formidable force to come up against in any boat class, but apparently they are just as good in an 8 as they are in a quad. Bailey Taylor, Alex Moss, Aidan Manwaring, Will Markham, Joshua Kay, Alex Calver, Thomas Pakulis and Oliver Britton there. Spectacular job. Thomas Pakulis, who also rows at the Lee Rowing Club, picked up a gold medal yesterday in the Junior 18 single sculls. So he is having a spectacular weekend. Huge congratulations to everyone else in that boat. I'm sure that we will see a lot of hardware going home to the Windsor Boys School after this weekend. Well, with those final medals given out, that leaves us with the only thing to say goodbye. Thank you so much for everyone who came to the British Rowing Club Championships. Day 2 Super Saturday was exactly as it said on the tin. Pretty super for all of us here, and I hope that all of you on the banks as well. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined us, whether you have competed, supported, or simply brought the biscuits so that everyone is fueled and ready. We will see you here bright and early for the time trials at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much and goodbye.